Welcome to the fifth and final day of the GEO 2050 Symposium. I am Dr. Dee Jordan, Council Member of the American Geographical Society and member of this year's Planning Committee. On behalf of the Planning Committee and the AGS, we are so happy to have you join us virtually this year. And we hope you have enjoyed the array of presentations and content shared over this week. This year's theme, Towards a More Equitable Future, resonates very profoundly with me. As an activist scholar and one who has faced their share of inequity, the symposium theme is extremely relevant. There is a through line between inequity and place, whether you live on the right side or the wrong side of the tracks. The quality of air you breathe, if you live in a high-income country in the global north or a low-income country in the global south. If you are from a suburban versus urban or rural location, the very geography of your existence determines how much access to healthcare you have, the quality of education available to your kids, the amount of political capital you are afforded, the economics of affordability in your area, how much green space is in your community, the level of walkability, the types of geospatial data collected in your neighborhood, and its impacts on the policies that govern our lives. Who your elected leaders are and the issues they confront are all geographic themes tied to your spatial location. And geographers and friends of the discipline are perfectly positioned to participate in and to elevate conversations surrounding equity, as it is inherently a place and space-based phenomena. And I am very proud of AGS's willingness to host these dialogues. Before we begin, if you haven't already, be sure to go to the quiz section of the geography2050.org website and take today's quiz. Our ability to host a symposium this year would not be possible without the continued support of our long-term partners, and we thank you for your unwavering commitment to our programs. We would also like to thank our sponsors for their generous support and contributions to the Geography 2050 Symposium. Today is a busy day. We have two very inspiring keynotes from legendary civil rights leader and champion of equity, Reverend Dr. William Barber II, who will open today's program, and Dr. Danielle Wood, the director of the Space Enabled Research Group and assistant professor of media arts and sciences and aeronautic and astronautics at Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Two panel discussions, including one on economic policies for a more equitable future, a spotlight talk on empowering communities using data-driven insights, plus several other spotlight talks, 5-minute lightning talks, a book review, and some thoughts from our esteemed colleague and recipient of this year's Daily Medal, Dr. Audrey Kobayashi. Today will be a real treat, so stay tuned and don't forget to donate. Now, to kick things off, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce one of my personal heroes in the moral campaign for equity and a stalwart champion for social justice. Reverend Dr. William Barber II has been an influential figure throughout the civil rights movement and the Poor People's Campaign. Born and raised in the South, I grew up listening to Reverend Dr. Barber's soul-stirring sermons with my grandmother. He is a national treasure and a beloved drum major for equity and justice. I am so very proud that he agreed to join us here today at the GEO 2050 Symposium, Towards a More Equitable Future. Without further ado, please welcome Reverend Dr. William Barber II.
welcome you to the launch of the Mass Poor People's Low Wage Assembly and Moral March on Washington, D.C., June 18, 2022.
We are a new, unsettling force, and we are powerful. New, unsettling force, and we are here.
We're rising up to demonstrate the compelling power that we, poor and low-income people, have to reconstruct society from the bottom up.
And we need to do it with the loudest voices possible, the biggest actions possible.
Because we know that there is no scarcity in this land. The only scarcity is the moral will to do what's right.
Hold on, just a little while longer.
We are those with sub-minimum wage jobs who can't afford sky-high rent.
People with disabilities are the fastest growing minority group.
It's crazy to me that in 2021, it's still legal for workplaces to pay a sub-minimum wage to people with disabilities.
There are still so much trial and tribulations that we go through as Indigenous people. We can't get a decent wage to sustain ourselves, nor can we get adequate housing.
Veterans across this nation say enough is enough. We can't pat essential workers on the back on one day and then cut their health care the next day.
Health is a political choice.
What more do I need to do to prove that my voice is just as valuable as anyone else's?
There are still forces in denial that would try to slow walk our transition to a clean economy and a just future for us all.
We have an immoral system run by immoral people.
But together we walk and we fight.
It's time for a change! Reconstruyamos esta gran nación!
See, we are people of resilience as we fight these interlocking injustices together.
When we work together, mobilize together, and rise together, we become a voice for the voiceless, and we become an agent of change in a time where great change is needed.
We need the third Reconstruction to ensure that deaf people, people with disabilities, and all people can have the right to live and to thrive.
We know what they are doing, but the question is, what are we going to do? Reconstruction begins when we change our mentality and say it's time for you to get your foot off of my neck.
Justice is coming soon.
Hey! Do you believe that on today?
Let me first of all thank Dr. D. Jordan for her gracious introduction and for all that she does, and for when we were taping this, reminding us of the ancestors. She spoke of her grandmother. I thought of my grandmother, all of those who come before us, the great heroes and sheroes who did so much on the behalf of justice. I often say that we have to make sure that we don't do less with more, because they surely did more with less when it came to fighting for justice. Tonight at this American Geographical Society's annual fall symposium today, as all of you have gathered here around this theme toward a more equitable future, I'm just honored, first of all, to be here on behalf of Repairers of the Breach and the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival, where I co-chair with my sister, the Reverend Dr. Liz Theo Harris, and that represents now 43 state coordinating committees, more than 2,500 clergy of all different religions and theological perspectives, more than 200 partners in this nation. A movement that grows out of our deepest moral and religious traditions, where we believe that we must have moral analysis of our problems, that the puny terms of left versus right and moderate are too puny to really address what's going on in society. We have to have a moral agenda. We must have a moral articulation of that agenda that puts the faces and the stories of the people who are being hurt the most at the bottom forward first. And then we have to have moral action where at times we must put our very bodies on the line nonviolently in order to shift the moral narrative in this nation. I'm honored to be here with you. And tonight I want to talk about why we must have a mass poor people's low-wage workers assembly and moral march on Washington to declare new possibilities in America. And while we're moving towards that and mobilizing, we ask all of you to join in meeting us on June 18th, 2022 in Washington, D.C., not for a day or a anniversary remembrance of days in the past, but as a declaration that declares some of the realities that we see now do not have to exist, must change, and they must change on our watch. In the Poor People's Campaign, we believe that there are these interlocking injustices: systemic racism, systemic poverty, ecological devastation, the underfunding of our children's future and public education, the denial of health care, the war economy, and the false moral narrative of religious nationalism. As I've traveled with many others the length and the breadth of this country, as I stand here today, I'm just coming back from the courtroom where Ahmaud Avery's family is now, the young 25-year-old electrician that was shot down in the street just for jogging while Black through a community that 3 armed white men said he ought not be, and he was a threat. And I'm literally just coming to this speech after just hearing that Dante Sharp, a 19-year-old man, grew up poor and low wealth. He was 19, when he was falsely accused of murder. The system, officers of the law, false witnesses, put him in jail for life. And for more than 28 years, he's been fighting for his freedom. And just a minute or so ago, we got word that Dante is now free and pardoned fully. As I've traveled this nation and gone in the homes, the hollers, the hoods of representatives of the 140 million poor and low wealth members of our community, our American family, 140 million poor and low wealth people before COVID, 8 million more since COVID, but 140 million poor and low wealth people before COVID. 43% of our nation, 52% of our children, 30% of white Americans, 66 million people, 60.9% of Black Americans, 26 million people, 68% of Latinos and natives. And yet, in this nation, so often, they are rendered invisible in every community. We have presidential campaigns and elections year after year after year. And think about it, you've not heard one presidential debate in the last 40 years where the full discussion and debate was, if you lead this country, how are you going to address the reality of poverty that impacts nearly 50% of all Americans? It is clear to us that geography and social construction of our shared spaces has everything to do with whether we will become the multi-ethnic democracy that we've never yet been, or whether we're going to continue to descend into the plutocracy and maybe eventually an autocracy that treats corporations like people and people like things. Because the truth of the matter is, whether you're in the geographical space of Appalachia that I've traveled in, or in the deep geographical area of the Deep South, or upstate New York, or the farmlands of Kansas, or the fields and the vineyards of California, or the borders of Texas, or the steelways of Pennsylvania and Michigan and Ohio, poverty and low wealth is a moral problem of our time. And I would like to submit to you today, as you are thinking, that we face a crisis of possibility, a crisis of civilization in America today. One way we see it is whenever we come to policies, we hear a lot of talk about top lines in legislative packages, whether or not it's going to be $3 trillion, $1 trillion, or we hear whether or not we're going to means test people if we pay them a living wage or provide them housing, something, by the way, we never say to corporations. But the truth of the matter is 140 million poor and low-wealth people in this country is an absolute shame and a sinful form of public reality in the richest nation in the history of the world, when it is absolutely possible. And we could do it without hardly any effort to provide for everybody's needs. And we know it's done in other countries, Norway, for instance, one of them. I was just talking to Jeffrey Sachs, and he talks about how when he travels to Europe and other places, they wonder, how is it that America hasn't done or won't do what many European countries did 10 or 15 years ago? Too often, we are actually caught up in a false commentary about the probability of a policy passing and whether it's too liberal or too conservative or too moderate. We raise this strange question in a nation that has spent $21 trillion on war and the militarization of our borders since 9/11. And yet we raise this strange question, how much will it cost, rather than how much does it cost us in the lives of people not to do. We give tax break after tax breaks to the billionaires. We allow the billionaires to spend $14 billion, for instance, in the last presidential election. We give tax breaks over and over again, and then say there's no money, when in fact we have allowed people to make money on the backs of others without having to pay their fair share. America's poor and low-wealth people and many moral leaders with the conscience and advocates know that we face a crisis of possibility. Poor people around the world know it. 1% of this world owns more money than 50% of the world, has more money and resources than they could ever spend. In this country right now, we have 400 families that make an average of $97,000 an hour. And yet we have not raised the minimum wage for poor and low wage workers for 12 years. $7.25 for workers, and for restaurant workers and food services workers, $2.13 an hour plus tips. I was in the Vatican not long ago, and Pope Francis invited me to be a part of a special review of his writings on poverty. And he said, today we see the world has never been so rich. And yet, despite such abundance, poverty and inequality persist and grow. And in these times of opulence, when it should be possible to put an end to poverty, the powers of one-track thinking say nothing of the poor, the elderly, the migrants, the unborn, and the seriously ill, mostly invisible. Poor and low-wealth people are treated as disposable, and we find ourselves either talking about the false magic of trickle-down economics, give the wealth how they need, a little bit of trickle down, or neoliberalism, fix it from the middle up. And we too often don't have the conversation about equitableness, about things being equitable, and meaning that we have to start from the bottom up. This COVID-19 pandemic, though, has forced us to have to deal with it. It's put a spotlight on the fissures of racism and poverty, a spotlight on this nation's poor and low-wage workers. It has laid bare our crisis of possibility. The very people that this nation has too long neglected, all of a sudden when COVID hit, we call them essential. Low-wage workers, they went from being service workers to essential because we wanted to stay home and protect ourselves from a deadly virus. So we said the poor and low-wage workers were essential. Food service workers were essential. Those that take care of our bodies medically were essential. Those that wash our backsides sometimes and can't even go into very hospitals or medical facilities they work for, essential. Those that cut meat, essential. And those essential for those poor and low wealth people, the stats we often don't talk about is during all of this COVID death, the large number were poor and low wealth, low wage people who were the first to have to go to work, the first to get infected, the first to get sick, and the first to die. We call them essential workers, but we treat them like they're expendable. Even after COVID has made over 50 million sick, and millions upon millions lost their jobs, some 80 million, and over 700,000 died. We still have not said, you know, these essential workers need living wages, need health care. 8 million more people fell into poverty during COVID, but during the first 19 months of COVID, billionaires made more than $2 trillion. The first COVID relief bill, 84% of it went to the billionaires, And so the truth is, we had a crisis before COVID. COVID has exposed the crisis because even before COVID, of that 140 million people, 700 people were dying a day from poverty. That's 250,000 people a year from poverty, according to the Columbia Mailman School of Public Health. And so number one, we must put a face on this crisis of possibility. And that's what the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival, is doing. We're bringing together people of every color, every creed, every sexuality, immigration status to build a movement led by those who have experienced political, geographical rejection. In our effort to build this moral fusion coalition, we have emphasized geographical diversity. Before we launched this campaign in 2018, we conducted an audit of America that revealed 140 million poor and low wealth people, the 43% of this nation. And then we disaggregated it by race and by geography. We found that 1/3 of all poor people live in the South, 1/3 of all poor white people live in the South. We disaggregated it. Because we had been told that there were 39 million poor people, but when we looked at the numbers with some of the best economists and looked at poverty through the lens of the supplemental income, we found this number and concluded there's a crime in a rich nation for people to receive starvation wages. That's what Dr. King said. God never intended for one group of people to live superfluously and in inordinate wealth while others live in abject and deadening poverty. Poverty, we say in this campaign, is not a God-ordained thing. It's made policy. It's not the immorality of the poor, but the immorality of our systems. Our systems are not equitable. It is a result of policy and the interlocking injustices that we named earlier. And when we see how Democrats and Republicans have refused to raise the minimum wage, for instance, it points out an ugly form of classism, elitism, and racism that is in our system, because Racism is not just when you call somebody an N-word. Racism is when you pass policies or block policies that have a disparate impact on people of color. Classism is when you pass policies or block policies that have a disparate impact on poor people. And our Constitution says we are to establish not benevolence, but justice. We are to provide for the common welfare, yes, welfare of all people. And so it is a betrayal of even our Constitution's basic promise when we allow poverty and these interlocking injustices to exist, when in fact we have no scarcity of resources, no scarcity of ideas, but a scarcity of conscience. Otto Schwammer, one of the great thinkers at MIT, says that the problem in our economic system is the problem of conscience, the failure to recognize that we're all interconnected. And it is this lack of conscience that is literally undermining our financial existence and the health of this democracy, because you cannot have 43% of a nation, the richest nation in the world, living in poverty and low wealth, 52% of its children, and that continue, and you're headed toward 50% of the population living in poverty and low wealth, while 3 Americas own more than the bottom almost 60, 70% of the country. You cannot continue to ensure domestic tranquility with that kind of inequality. In fact, let me break it down. Again, 140 million poor and low wealth Americans. That's 52% of our children, 42% of our elders, 33% of white people, 60% of Black people. And poverty impacts more white people, white women with children actually, than any other racial group. But then proportionately, it hurts more Black, Latino, and Asian people. This is where we are. This is where we are. 37 million people, 87 million people in this country that spends more on healthcare than any other nation in the world. 87 million people are either uninsured or underinsured. They pray not to get sick because they can't afford treatment. And we're the only of the wealthiest countries in the world that doesn't offer some form of universal health care. And every congressperson, when they get elected, and every senator get free health care paid for by the people. How is it that you can get elected by the people, and because you get elected, you get free health care and the best health care, but then you do not want the people who elected you to have the same thing? And you call doing it socialism rather than fulfilling the promises of the Constitution, equal protection under the law, the common, providing for the common defense and promoting the general welfare of all people. When indigenous people on reservations today still face cruel decisions that trace all the way back to war treaties, and every number of poverty, every number of denial of health care has to be exponentially increased when we talk about the First Nation people of this world who were here first. We have a crisis of possibility. When 53 years after Episcopalians and Anglicans and Catholics and Baptists and Methodists and Muslims and others, Black and white and Latino, marched from the churches in Selma, were beaten on bridges, Black and white, some died to win the Voting Rights Act for all God's children. And 53 years later, we have less voting rights today than we had in 1965 with the passage of the Voting Rights Act. We have 400 bills in 49 states trying to pass bills that if they were passed, it would undermine the processes for access to the ballot that 56 million Americans, not just Black people, 56 million Americans utilized in 2020. And when a democracy has a whole group of people that want to run a political insurrection by denying the right to vote, we have a crisis of possibilities. When families in Flint, Michigan, like 4 million other families in America, can get up every morning and buy unleaded gas but they can't buy unleaded water for their children. We face a possibility of crisis. When the war economy, right now, we spend 53 cents of every discretionary dollar on war and only 15% on education and healthcare. We face a crisis of possibility. Dr. King said there was a spiral toward death when military budgets and decisions have more weight than the decisions to lift people out of poverty. When we see this distorted moral narrative of religious nationalism that doesn't follow the call of Jesus, the call of the prophets, that says, when I was hungry, did you feed me? When I was naked, did you clothe me? As a nation, when I was a stranger, did you welcome me? When I was undocumented, did you care for me? When I was in prison, did you address the realities of a prison industrial complex? My paraphrase. But instead, we see far too many religious heretics pacing a false gospel of division, a gospel that says, if you want to have a religious perspective in America, then you must be against gay people, against a woman's right to choose. You must believe in tax cuts for the wealthy. You must vote for a particular party. And you must suggest that Jesus was a founding member of the NRA and that the gun, in essence, is more important than the Bible. When we see this, we have a crisis of possibility when far too many people do not see that the Palestinian child is just as important as the Jewish child and the Black child and the Latino child and the Asian child. They do not understand that when our children are hungry, regardless of their race, they don't cry. They don't cry Black. They don't cry white. They cry hunger. They cry pain. When millions of people have been ignored in our common life, and it's not just the numbers, it's all of the people that live with the nightmares, We have a crisis of possibility because none of this has to be. I was thinking again about these workers we call service workers during COVID. They were not paid enough to build up savings to tide them over in an emergency. Only 31% of Americans can afford a $1,000 emergency. They lack paid sick leave and medical leave and health insurance. Just the other day when the president went to meet with the G20, every nation there offered some form of paid family leave except America. Many of them lacked access to unemployment insurance or affordable options. The people that work in food services, for instance, like waitresses, they couldn't even qualify for many of the benefits, the meager benefits of the COVID relief bill because they didn't make enough. There's not a county in this state, in this country right now, while working at $725, you can afford a basic 2-bedroom apartment. We have a crisis of civilization. I think about Danielle, who has to work 70 hours a week, just to afford basic things. I think about the Black man that I met, and he told me I clean people's backsides in a medical facility that I can't even afford the health care to go to. I think about the ladies I met up in the hollows of the hills of West Virginia, low-wage workers needing $15 an hour, needing what Dr. King asked for, the March on Washington asked for in '63. Because in '63, one of the agenda items of the March on Washington was $2 an hour, which would be $15 today if it followed the rate of inflation. And these ladies from West Virginia told me, said, Reverend Barbara and Bishop Barbara, every Monday we sell tacos. I said, why you sell tacos? You enjoy doing it? They said, well, not really. But we sell it so we can make enough money to have a pool of money to give to each other to try to help the women with their needs during their menstrual cycles. Or I remember the Episcopal priest I met in Aberdeen, Washington, who's trying to minister to a town that has 16,000 human beings, but over 1,000 of them are homeless. The zip code with the largest number of homeless white millennials in Washington state, right there near all of the wealth of Microsoft and Amazon. We have crisis of possibility. When I think about in Kentucky, I remember going with the white clergy to stand with coal miners who have Black lung disease. And when we're going to the people in Harlan County, one of the 30 poorest counties in America, and I heard those folks say, nobody cares about us. Or going down in that geographical area of Selma, Alabama, and I remember Callie Greer, who told us how her daughter died right in her face because Alabama refused to expand healthcare. And so she died from something that could have been treated if she could have just gone to the hospital. Or I remember Pamela, who also died, whose children, both of them had to wear CPAP machines because of the mold in the trailer that predatory lenders tricked her into buying, and how it was so run down, and how she didn't even have running sewage in her house, but just a mile away or so, they ran the sewage to the dog pound. I think about the brothers and sisters living on the streets in the Tenderloin of San Francisco, or in Wisconsin when we were underneath the bridge or under the overpass with people there, and they said, Reverend, we won't be here long. We said, why? And they said, because the political convention is coming to town. I said, well, what does that have to do with it? They said, oh, they always move us. They do not let the conventioneers see us. Or in my own state, I've seen the kind of rejection that comes because of our broken immigration system. I met little Ezekiel, whose daddy was a pastor, had been in this country since 1985, but because he faced imminent deportation under the Trump administration, he had to leave home and live on the church grounds of a friend of mine for more than 4 years. And how he represents all over this country immigrants who have given so much and served so much and worked so much, and yet they're often treated as though they don't matter. And when I close my eyes sometimes, I see this crisis of possibility when I think about Vanessa and her dad, my brother, Dr. Winslow, of the Apache Nation in Arizona, who are fighting every day a multinational company that wants their land so bad to drill for a mineral that they just will get a little bit of it. 98% of what they drill for is unusable, but it will poison the aquifers. And they've been that company is supported by the politicians, but my Native American brothers and sisters simply have to fight. Or I think about Rosanelle Eaton, a 95-year-old woman that I stood with, who's dead now, who had to go to court with us. She was a lead on our case in 2013, and she was the lead plaintiff fighting voter suppression laws, because after the Supreme Court gutted Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, the pre-clearance section, one of the senators and I said, now that the headache has been removed, we can do what we want to do. And they passed the worst voter suppression law we had seen since Jim Crow. And Rosanelle Eaton said, I got to come out and fight, even though she was one of the first Black women to register to vote, and registered 5,000 people in her lifetime. At 95, she had to be a plaintiff to hold on to her vote and her right. Or I think about Amy, a poor white woman who's struggling to feed her kids up in Appalachia. And when the governor of the state expanded teacher salary, she's a teacher, by the way, with a master's degree, she didn't know that he also cut money from Medicare and cut food stamps to raise the teacher salary. And even with it raised, as a teacher with a master's degree, he can hardly survive. Or I think about Leon, a veteran I met in a homeless camp. He fought for his country. He has a flag planted on a tree branch outside of the tent and the car he sleeps in. And I asked him why. He says, Pastor, I want people to know what happens underneath the flag. I could run billion-dollar pieces of equipment in the military, but I've come home now and I can't even flip a hamburger. And this is happening right here in America. I'm being rejected. I could go on, but we have a crisis of possibility, far too much rejection. And the second thing that we have to understand is how we got here. We didn't just get here. The truth of the matter is what we're seeing, and a lot of what we're seeing in terms of the wanting to go backwards is a part of the iconography of a too often repeated reality in America, says Nell Painter, that famous scholar at Princeton. You know, when you think about what we're seeing now and all of the attacks and push against the poor and race, we can't forget in the 19th century following the Civil War, when Black and white, poor, low wealth people came together under the watchful eye of the military to change the South and change the country, provide public education for everybody. They were talking about healthcare then for everybody and wages protection, and they rewrote Constitution. But there were forces that hated this kind of democracy. And by 1870, 1871, 72, they started leading a violent backlash. 1875, the Civil Rights Act of 1875 was passed. 1877, a president gets elected without winning the popular vote. He loses the popular vote, but he gets the electoral college from the South and guarantees the South that he'll pull out the troops and let the racists have their way and break up these fusion coalitions. And by 1883, the 1875 Civil Rights Act was overturned. By 1896, Plessy versus Ferguson said separate but equal was the law of the land. And by 1901, the last African-American congressperson that had been elected during Reconstruction was forced out of the Congress, and voting rights had been taken away, and black and white fusion coalitions had been undermined and destroyed. Don't get it twisted. What we see today, we've seen in part before. Think about the second Reconstruction. Sometimes we call it the Civil Rights Movement. During that time from 1954, the winning of the Brown case, and 54 is when Medicaid was created. Excuse me, not Medicaid, in the 60s Medicaid, but then in 54, Black people and people in the domestic culture and in the agrarian culture were finally allowed to pay into Social Security. And then we get the 64 Voting Civil Rights Act that actually helped white women as well. And then the 65 Voting Rights Act that helped all people when it comes to voting. And then, and it all came through blood and sweat and tears. But right in the middle of that, there was a pushback, a hatred of the unity of the civil rights movement, the hatred of the peace movement, the hatred of the women's movement. Dr. King was killed. And in the midst of that, a new strategy arose called the Southern Strategy. The Southern Strategy was developed by a guy by the name of Kevin Phillips and Lee Atwater. And they told Richard Nixon that they knew how to win. They knew how to hold on to power forever. They knew how to pay off the wealthy, but they had to use something called positive polarization. They actually wrote a memo and said, you have to deliberately divide the country and use and treat people, get people to turn against one another and think that when women benefit and poor Black people and poor people of color benefit, that it's hurting them. And we have to split. They actually said we have to split the society, but we can't do it in graphic racial terms. We have to come up with new terms to use that are like racialized code language. So they came up with terms like entitlement and forced budgeting and tax cuts. And they seeded this plan. Richard Nixon used it. Others used it. Reagan used it to push his trickle down, his voodoo economics of trickle down. Bush used it. And being used today, Trumpism used it, but what Trumpism did was charismatized it and weaponized it, and financed it. But we didn't just get here. Remember Coretta Scott King warned us about this violence years ago when somebody asked her about what she thought about violence since her husband was violently killed and murdered. And Coretta Scott King said, we must recognize the extent of violence in this society and we better deal with it because violence is not just a bullet taking my husband's life. Violence is denying people a living wage. Violence is denying people health care, denying people education. She said, violence is denying labor rights. And the violence, she went on to say, is denying people public education. And then she said, and there's another form of violence, and that is the apathy and the refusal to address the other forms of violence. And she said, we need to get in because this violence is going to continue and get worse. But all of these attacks happen not because fusion coalitions and poor and low wealth people coming together were weak, but because they were strong. In 1965, at the end of the Montgomery March, Dr. King said the great fear of the greedy aristocracy of this nation was for poor and low wealth white people and Black people to come together and form a political power structure that could reshape the economic architecture of the nation. And so we need to know this. And in this moment, we've got to decide. I believe in this crisis a possibility that we need a third Reconstruction. The first two were destroyed and violently uprooted, but we need a third reconstruction, and there's no time to waste. It's democracy versus autocracy. It's the battle of our time. We must escalate the nonviolent moral struggle for a third reconstruction. What would a third reconstruction look like? First, it would be updating our poverty measures so that we properly tell the truth about poverty and low income. It would be expanding democratic participation and protection in the right to vote. It would be protecting the constitutional rights of assembly and free speech that are coming under attack now. What would a third reconstruction look like? It would be ensuring that the legislation that improves the conditions of the 140 million people were passed, and that we did all legislation from the bottom up, including the expanded protections for frontline essential workers and guaranteed incomes and expansions of unemployment insurance and resources for childcare. Do you know the $2 trillion that poor and low that the billionaires made in the last 19 months could fund most of these things for more than 10 years? That's what we should be talking about. If we have an earned income tax credit and child tax credit and expand healthcare, how much does it cost not to do these things? But if we do, how much would it benefit? If we raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour, 32 million Americans would come out of poverty and low wealth, 40% of Black people, and it would also pump $330 billion into the economy. A moral agenda is also an economically sound agenda. And to not address the issues of poverty and low wealth is constitutionally inconsistent, morally indefensible. It is politically incompetent and economically insane, particularly since poor and low wealth people represent 30% of the electorate now. We need a third reconstruction. We need to raise the minimum wage, living wage, and we ensure that workers wherever they are can join unions. A third reconstruction. We have to enact fair taxes on corporations. We got to stop giving the corporations socialism that's for the wealthy and the greedy. They need to pay their fair share. We need to repeal the 2017 tax cuts. We need to institute a wealth tax. We need to make sure that we properly tax investment income. We need to use the power of deficit spending as we've done in other ways to invest, because it'll come back to us. Right now, we don't have inflation because people have too much money. We have inflation because we've been through going through COVID, and the production hasn't caught up with the demand yet. But the fact of the matter is people need resources and investment in those resources, and we can pay for everything with just a fair tax on the billionaires. It's time to go to work. It's time for third reconstruction. We've got to guarantee quality health care for all. We have to guarantee safe and quality housing for all. We must guarantee the right for water, the right to water, and ending water and utility shutoffs and making water clean. And do you know that in the United Nations, this was voted on in 1948 after World War II as human rights, and America agreed to it then. We must implement a federal jobs program to ensure good jobs and increase public investment in infrastructure. But we have to have infrastructure that reaches to the poorest communities. The infrastructure package we just passed, only $550 billion of it is new money. And the way it's coming to the states, there are no riders on it that say the states have to spend it in the communities that need it most. We need guaranteed quality, safe, equitable public education and accessible education infrastructure from pre-K to 12. Yes, we need free pre-K. Yes, what is the wrong with us? Yes, you want to know how healthy a society is? The African proverb says, take a look at the children. Yes, we must enact relief from student debt and medical debt and housing debt, utilities debt. Yes, we must have an comprehensive and just immigration reform. We are a nation of immigrants. Our brothers and sisters, for instance, from Mexico, they didn't cross the border. We crossed the border. Texas used to be Mexico. Arizona, New Mexico, California were Mexico. Our Haitian brothers and sisters, let's remember the history. When the Haitians ran the French out of there after the French colonized them for years, it was America and other Western cultures that made the Haitians have to pay their colonizers back. They had to pay the folk that came in and took their resources. That's why the country's never been able to fully flourish. Sure, we must end these child detentions and family separation. Sure, we must ensure all the rights of indigenous people and tribal nations, including the right for the free expression of their religion. Sure, we must have a third Reconstruction. We must embrace a bold agenda, according to the Economic Policy Institute, to transform the economy away from a climate chaos to a green, renewable energy economy that prioritizes the poor and low-income frontline communities and builds up publicly owned, not privately owned, publicly owned and controlled green energy infrastructure. Yes, we must do a third Reconstruction. We must demilitarize our U.S. foreign policy. We cannot continue to spend over 54 cents of every discretionary dollar on the war economy, when one military contract could fund every state that has denied Medicaid expansion. That's going in the wrong direction. Yes, we need infrastructure. We need jobs. We need to deal with our roads and our bridges and our technology, but we need to protect the infrastructure of our democracy, which is voting right, the infrastructure of our daily lives, education and healthcare, and other things. And we need the infrastructure of our bus for our roads and our bridges and our technology, and we can do it all. And it hardly costs anything. Do you realize that even in this infrastructure bill that was just passed, it's less than 1% of the total output of the American economy, over $21 trillion a year? Yes, we must end unjust mass incarceration and violent policing. And it's time for more than emails and text. We've got to move nonviolently. We've got to move together. We've got to come together and see all of these things as connected. And yes, some of it's in the street because we have to. We must come together. We must challenge the politics of greed and money. We must do it, and we must have a group of people, a remnant of people who will go with poor and low-wealth people, not for them, and other advocates and moral leaders. You know, I'm a preacher, and in the Bible, in Amos chapter 5, it literally says, God says, if I can find a remnant who will cry and wail in the streets and act like things are wrong, God says, then I will assist you and help you. And then justice will roll down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream. And understand, that's how it's always happened. When the rejected folk like Harriet Tubman and Frederick Douglass and some white Quakers and white evangelicals got together, they formed a fusion movement in the 1800s, and they brought about abolition. When women were rejected and didn't have the right to vote, Sojourner Truth and Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Lucretia Mott and others got together and they fought until women won the right to vote. Plessy versus Ferguson looked like it had won the victory, that separate but equal was the law of the land, and it was for a while. But then Thurgood Marshall, a rejected lawyer who almost didn't make it out of law school, got together with white lawyers and black lawyers and Jewish lawyers and Christian lawyers. And they used the dissent of Justice Harlan from Harlan, Kentucky, when he dissented on Plessy versus Ferguson in 1896. And they used his dissent to build case law, and they won. It looked like Jim Crow had beaten down justice and couldn't rise anymore. But then Rosa Parks and Martin Luther King and a Jewish rabbi named Heschel and Bayard Rustin, a brother who was rejected because he was gay, and James Reeb, a white man, and Viola Woosa, a white woman, they got together, they stood together against Jim Crow, and they tore it down in apartheid in South Africa. It looked invincible, but then when Nelson Mandela, who had been rejected, got together with Bishop Tutu and Peter Story of the white Methodists and the mothers of South Africa and the young people of South Africa and other people around the world, we tore apartheid down. That's what has to happen today. We must have a coming together in this country of people who say we do not have to accept the levels of racism and poverty and ecological devastation, denial of healthcare, and the war economy. We don't have to accept 140 million people living in poverty and low wealth in the richest nation in the world. And if we come together as poor and low wealth and advocates and religious and moral leaders, we can challenge this country. We can redeem it from its own self-destruction. We can bring forth a moral revival. But it's going to take the kind of the people, a remnant of the rejected, to do it. There not only has to be, if you will, a sociological and political geographical shift, if you will. In other words, things have to change on the landscape of our politics, the landscape of our communities, the landscape of of the way in which we come together. And it can happen. It can happen. Because when we all get together, when all of us who love justice and love truth and love lifting people and love mercy get together, we can shift things. It's happened before, it can happen again. And if you are moved tonight by these stats, you believe we need a third Reconstruction, if you believe it doesn't have to be like this, then I want you geographically to be in Washington, D.C. on June 18, 2022, with your brothers and sisters in the human family, where poor and low-wealth people will be front and center. They will be speaking, they will be demanding, they will be laying out their pain and possibility. It will be not a day, but a declaration that not on our watch can we accept this. This land is your land, this land is my land. And we have to shift what is going on. God forbid that history would write that we lived in this particular geographical portion of this world. And we lived here. And we didn't change here. And we left here the same way we found things here. Oh no, we don't want that to be the conclusion of the matter when it comes to our short existence in this world. Everything we here need to change the realities that exist is already is available, because it's you, it's me, it's us. All we need to do is bring it together. Somebody says, well, Reverend Bob, I'm not always sure you're gonna win. Well, I know one thing, you're not gonna win a thing if you don't fight. They say, well, Reverend Bob, it's gonna take a long time. Well, you haven't seen long, because some people fought slavery for 250 years. Women didn't get the right to vote from the time this country was founded, 1776, all the way to 1920. Let's stop talking about being tired. Let's start talking about being true to our deepest moral values, and recognize that we do not have a scarcity of resources. We do not have a scarcity of ideas, social ideas. We have a scarcity of moral consciousness. And it's going to take a moral conscious movement of all people to shift that narrative, to build power, and to change what is into what ought to be. I want to be a part of that number. I hope you do as well. Thank you for allowing me to be with you. And by the way, as I close, everywhere I go, I've been telling people, you know, during COVID, one day as people were dying, I had one family in my church had 12 people to die in one family. Another member in the Poor People's Campaign had 32 people to die, I believe, in one family. So one day I was sitting around thinking, and it just dawned on me, I said, Lord, why is it that I didn't get COVID? I know I've been around it. I had to be around many people. Why is it? And I kept asking that question in a moment of deep meditation, and because I know I'm not better than anybody that had COVID and died. I know I'm not, greater than anybody. I know it. And teachers, you know it. All of these these teachers of geography, you know, wherever you are in this country, people who died, people who didn't die, is not because they were worse off than us. And in the middle of that thinking where I was, it dawned on me in the spirit. Wrong question. The question is not why didn't I get COVID, but what am I going to do with the reality of still being here? Because the truth of the matter is, all of us are about 6 minutes away from death. If anybody that's listening to me, if your breath shuts down for 6 minutes and you can't breathe any longer, most people are going to be brain trouble. You're going to die. That's it. 6 minutes, 6 minutes, 6 minutes. And it dawned on me that the question is not, why wasn't my 6 minutes taken from me? But what am I going to do with the 6 minutes, 6 hours, 6 days, 6 weeks, 6 months, 60 days, 60 years that I may have left. And in that moment, it dawned on me that breath is too important. Breath is too valuable to waste it on lying and cheating and being unjust and being apathetic and not caring for the least of these. And the only thing we should be using our breath for is to breathe freedom, breathe justice, breathe equality, breathe truth, breathe love more and more into the reality of our society. That's the only thing we ought to be using our breath for, because anything else is a waste of time. And so while you still have breath in your body, let us all come together and make it so that when it's all said and done, somebody might be able to say, because our generation lived, because we didn't accept these realities that didn't have to be, somebody right here in these geographical locations, as my granddaddy used to say, down here on this green terrestrial ball, will be able to say my life was I was able to breathe a little easier. My load was a little lighter. My life was a little better because that generation lived and chose to breathe justice, truth, fairness, and equality into America. God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Barber. Truly one of the most inspirational messages that we've ever had for Geography 2050. Thank you for your efforts and all of your work. And now a panel discussion led by Ms. Allison Omens, Access to Capital, Becoming Fully Invested in Driving More Equitable Outcomes. Allison?
Well, hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. I'm delighted to be here to be joined by three exceptional people to have a conversation about a panel that is called Access to Capital, Becoming Fully Invested in Driving More Equitable Outcomes. So before we begin, I just want to let you know who's in the virtual room with us, and then I'm just going to ask them an opening question, and they can tell this very impressive group of people and audience members about where they're sitting to do with this discussion. So I have Fran Siegel, the head of the U.S. Impact Investing Alliance, Alex Floxbart, Opportunity Alabama, and Michelle Dunstan, Alliance Bernstein. My name's Allison Omens. I'm Chief Strategy Officer at Just Capital. So I love to get straight into the question. So Fran, I'm going to start with you. And in addition to this question that it will be for all panelists, would love to hear some reflections and background on your organization and how it fits into this dialogue. So the question I have is, when you hear 2050, the name of the conversation and conference of this year, what is your and your organization's role in creating a more equitable future? So would love to hear how your work fits into that broad goal. So Fran, you'll go first, Alex next, and then Michelle will wrap us up. Fran?
Thank you, Allison, and thank you to the American Geographical Society for hosting today's conversation. I'm Fran Siegel, and I serve as president of the U.S. Impact Investing Alliance, which is an organization with a vision to place measurable social, economic, and environmental impact at the heart of every investment decision. We work with a range of stakeholders, including investors, policymakers, corporate leaders, and other thought leaders to help build the field of impact investing. Just wanted to clarify what I mean when I say impact investing, and that is the practice of deploying capital for positive and measurable social, economic, and environmental impact alongside risk and financial returns across asset classes and geographies. So that could be investments from affordable housing in Detroit to financing distributed solar startups in Kenya, to retail investments that account for environmental, social, and governance, or ESG factors. So each is within the universe of impact investing as we define it. But regardless of how we define it, the truth is that every investment has an impact. And the impact could be positive, like quality jobs creation, or racial and gender equity in senior corporate management. But they could be negative too, like poor paid sick leave policies and greenhouse gas emissions. And currently those impacts, whether they be positive or negative, are largely opaque to investors and to other stakeholders like employees, suppliers, and communities. So the impact investing movement in part is an attempt to close that gap in transparency and accountability in our financial system. You know, you asked about 2050. We in the impact investing space and in the development space think a lot about the United Nations Development Goals, which are, we're supposed to be addressing them by 2030, which is very soon. And recently the gap between existing resources and achieving the UN SDGs was estimated to be as large as $7 trillion annually. There's no way we could get there through government aid and grant capital alone. So it's really about aligning our investment assets commensurate with the SDGs. So as we look to 2050, and we're even seeing it now, investors are continuing to demand solutions to these intractable, large global challenges like income inequality, systemic racism, and climate change. They're also demanding greater transparency and accountability in the capital markets from corporations and institutional investors. And so we are very excited about working to help effectuate the transition from shareholder capitalism to stakeholder capitalism, but doing so in a way that where we keep our eye on equitable economic growth. And would love to dig in on that a little bit later.
Thank you, Fran. There is a lot to dig into there. First, Alex, over to you.
Thanks so much. And like Fran, I really appreciate AGS putting this on and asking these questions, because I think it's incredibly interesting that the American Geographical Society is asking questions about what impact looks like in place over the next 3 decades. And it's a really fun conversation to have. It's one that I don't get to have every day. So this is exciting. So I'm Alex Blockspot. I'm founder and CEO of Opportunity Alabama. We are a 501c3 organization that was created really after the advent of the Opportunity Zones program here about 3 years ago, to serve as an intermediary on behalf of the state, connecting communities, projects, and investors, really those 3 stakeholder groups, with each other to get quality community-facing projects across the finish line, done across the finish line. So we describe ourselves kind of as an equitable economic development engine for Alabama's low-income places. So yeah, and it's been interesting getting into this world over the last 3 years and kind of building this ecosystem that we've built. We've done about $350 million worth of projects, that some of them in urban places, some of them in rural places, some of them in highly distressed places that I would have never thought investment possible before, some of them in places that were already on the upswing. And in those places, it's been interesting to think through how, to Fran's point, investment can be made to be more impactful, can challenge societal norms in a just and positive way. So it's been and incredibly interesting to build out this ecosystem. And it's funny because Opportunity Zones is everyone thinks about it as this epically long hold real estate investment program, because you've got to be in for a decade. And the question on the table is what happens 3 decades from now, right? Which to me, when we think about what real placemaking looks like, because at the end of the day, that's what we do at Opportunity Alabama, and that's when I think about the answer to this question, that's what I think about. It's how do you facilitate generational change in place, and how do you use tax advantaged vehicles to do it? And it's been interesting to watch over the last 2-3 years. And one of the things I'd love to dig into as we kind of get into the questions is kind of how federal tax policy, how federal investment policy spread across multiple programs, new markets, tax credits, opportunity zones, but even program-related investments that Fran deals with consistently, mission-related investments that foundations are making. How we can better harness low-income housing tax credits. I could keep going, and I will later, but how we can facilitate using federal policy to drive impactful placemaking. Because if we're creating more in programs that align long-hold patient investors with incentives to put capital locally and to do the kind of placemaking that we've seen plenty of evidence of here in Alabama, then I think we could be in a better spot, by 2050.
Thank you, Alex. Michelle, you're sitting in a very different seat, so I look forward to having the conversation, and first over to you to sort of explain where you're sitting.
Thanks, Allison. I'm excited to be here today, and it's really great that the AGS is addressing this really important topic. And as Allison said, I'm sitting in a little bit of a different seat. I'm the Chief Responsibility Officer of an organization called AllianceBernstein. We're an asset manager, but we're a broad global asset manager, and we're relatively large. We have about $750 billion of assets under management across the world, across mutual funds, across retail investing, institutional investing, pension funds, high net worth individuals, with over 300 investment professionals. So we're very broad. And a lot of what you're going to be talking about today is impact investing, and we need that. What Fran and Alex are talking about is going to make a difference. But what can broad asset managers do? Broad asset managers manage more money around the world than impact investors do. And we think we also have a place in a just transition and in an equitable transition too. So let me talk a little bit about how we think that any asset manager can actually have an impact on the world. So at AllianceBernstein, we take ESG very seriously and embed it across what we do for all our stakeholders. And we really do take a three-pronged approach to it. The first is our own corporate responsibility. If we are out there asking companies or issuers to do things better or do things different, our own practices need to mirror what we're asking others to do. So we're continually trying to improve and move towards best practices in our own environmental, social, and governance outcomes. The second is ESG integration. That's the incorporation of environmental, social, and governance factors in our investment management process. And we view that as fundamental to what we do. It makes us better investors, and we embed ESG in our process for all our equities, corporate credit, and multi-asset products. And then for investors or for our clients who want to go above and beyond ESG integration, we have a suite or platform of what we call portfolios with purpose. These have specific ESG goals or objectives over and above ESG integration. And this is much more similar to what Fran and Alex were talking about. These are our sustainable products aligned with the UN SDGs, our municipal impact product. That's one of the fastest growing parts of our platform. But today, I think we want to focus on that middle part, that integration part, which represents a lot of the assets around the world. And why do we view it as fundamental? Why do non-impact investors care? And the answer is they should, because ESG factors are material. These are fundamental risks and opportunities that any company faces. We can not only drive better societal outcomes by paying attention to them, but by identifying a wider array of risks and a broader set of opportunities, we can actually enhance financial returns for our clients. So think of it this way. What about a company with a lot of carbon? If that company is paying attention to it today, they are future-proofing themselves. They're better prepared to face the future with more sustainable cash flows and better opportunities and less risk. They're better prepared to face regulatory change, whether that's going to be carbon taxes or rules that are going to cause them to have to upgrade their systems or install scrubbers. They're better prepared to face changing consumer preferences for more sustainable products. And they're better prepared to attract and retain a workforce. Younger people in particular are increasingly making value-based decisions on where they want to work. Companies that are doing this today are better prepared to face that future. They're better companies with better cash flows and better valuations. And we want to invest in those type of companies. And the way we think about doing it, we think you need to integrate ESG at each stage of your investment management process. So that's in your idea generation. What are the key risks that you're going to research, including environmental, social governance, and climate change factors? When you're doing your research and your financial forecasting, you should be thinking about it. We have proprietary frameworks for things like modern slavery, how to assess a company's own operations and supply chain for forced labor and human trafficking. We have partnerships with organizations like the Columbia Climate School on how to integrate climate change into what we do. You need to integrate it into your investment decision-making process, and then you need to integrate it afterwards into stewardship, into engagement. When we meet with companies, we engage for insight, but also for action. And in proxy voting, we also integrate ESG into the impact that we as an asset owner can have on decisions. So happy to talk more about any of those things. But in terms of making impact, you need impact players, but you need the broader financial markets to also take their role as stewards of change very seriously.
Thank you, Michelle, and thank you, everyone. I'm always so honored to be part in such a virtual room with so many interesting people doing such impactful work. So I want to start super broad because I know that a number of folks who are listening into this conversation are perhaps new to the thinking about investors both driving impact, but also just thinking about capital and the impact that it may have through the markets on, an equitable future, on communities, et cetera. So, Michelle, you were just talking about the role of investors and the role of ESG. I want to ask everyone, what is the role of investors in addressing a more equitable future? And more specifically, how are you individually seeing that role play out through the impact that you're trying to drive? And to a degree, tell me the why. If we have folks who are impact investors, but you also might have academics or nonprofits who are trying to engage with investors, just from where you're sitting, what's the role? How are you seeing it play out? And for those who we know the why, what is the reason for doing it?
Sure. Oh, sorry. Yeah, great question, Allison. And, let me try and address it from where we're sitting. I think the why is twofold. One is, like I said, this makes us better investors. These factors are fundamental. Including them enhances the risk return for our clients. But we also view our role as making a difference, driving to the better future and having an impact on all our stakeholders and society. So that's what we try and do in our process and through particularly our research and our engagement. So from an asset manager point of view, we can have a role in capital allocation. Investment managers, broad investment managers, control trillions of dollars globally. If we are allocating that capital more responsibly, allocating it towards companies that are taking, whether it's climate change or other ESG factors into consideration in a very thoughtful manner, that is good for driving progress. If we are trying to engage and drive improvement in those companies, that is also creating change in society. So capital allocation towards entities, issuers, companies that are trying to do good, do better, deliver new products and services, or deliver the current products and services, but in a more responsible way, that is actually lowering their cost of capital, enabling them to know to do what they do in a better way at a cheaper cost, and furnishing them with a runway for the future. I think the other role we have to play is as stewards of those capitals. So as asset owners, we have a responsibility to actually protect the interests of our clients and other stakeholders in these companies. And one of the really big ways we can have an impact is through engagement. And let me define what I mean by engagement. So engagement is talking to companies. And we engage for two reasons. We engage for insight, to understand what a company is doing and to leverage that in our research and in our investment decision-making process. That's been done for years by every asset manager. They want to do that. But it's really the engaging for action where you're going to drive that change. And that is encouraging companies to take decisions that are in the best interests of their long-term sustainable cash flows. And we can do that. We meet with over 12,500 different companies a year. We engage frequently on ESG topics. Last year, for instance, in 2020, we documented over 2,400 ESG topic discussions with individual companies. Year to date, we're actually up about 40% from that. And that varies by topic. You've got carbon issues, waste issues, packaging issues, labor management, modern slavery, data privacy and security, diversity and inclusion, board governance. All of those are broadly encompassed in ESG. And when we engage, we often engage with an ask. We own these companies. We want them to succeed. And to succeed, that means paying attention to these ESG issues and getting better at it. So when we engage with our decision makers, the portfolio managers and analysts that make those decisions. They're talking one-on-one with the CEOs or the board of directors, and they're gaining traction. And the way we do it is we try and tie it back to why it makes them a better company. It's not just because it's the right thing to do or it's nice to have diversity and inclusion. We can show and demonstrate that companies that are more diverse actually outperform. Or in climate change, we can show why addressing climate change today is going to better prepare to face you towards the future. It's going to impact your cash flows. It's going to impact your valuation. It's those financial metrics that typically resonate with the CEOs and the C-suite at companies. And that's how we can think about driving change. But then we have to document it and we have to be public about it. Last year, we embarked on an ESG engagement campaign. We targeted over 350 of our largest equity holdings that did not have either climate change metrics or ESG metrics in executive compensation. And we engaged with the ask that they implement those. We actually produced a report on that. We called out the handful of companies that wouldn't talk to us, case studies on the ones that actually made a difference. Things were actually implemented based on those conversations. This year, we're following up. We're actually adding our fixed income holdings to it. So it's not just equities, but also the corporate bonds that we hold. And in addition to ESG metrics and executive comp and climate change, we're adding modern slavery, forced and unethical labor to our topic of conversations. And again, we're going to report on this. It's this whole ecosystem working together that's actually going to drive the change that we need.
Thank you, Michelle. Fran, I saw you nodding along and definitely want to bring you into the conversation about the role of investors and even really how ESG sort of fits into community and more localized work. But just why don't you start, and I'm sure there'll be follow-up thoughts too.
Yeah, I think in a way my perspective bridges Michelle's and Alex. So Alex, I'll hand the baton to you in a second. But I do reflect on the last 20 months and the extraordinary crisis set that we have been amidst, the COVID pandemic, the economic crisis, the rise in awareness of systemic racism, and climate change, direct experience of climate change and rising awareness. And that has really revealed the interconnectedness of sectors, the interconnectedness of people, communities, nations, regions. It has exposed a range of systemic risks that universal asset owners need to take into account, but maybe haven't or haven't thought about them in quite that way. And it also revealed something called dynamic risk, where capital allocators and fiduciaries, asset owners like the ones Michelle works with, are bound by fiduciary duty. And so, and for a long time, we've been precluded or discouraged from taking financially material ESG, environmental, social, and governance factors into account. The Department of Labor just issued a proposed rule where Allison used to work, making it permissible and even saying that foundation fiduciaries should take impact factors, financially material impact factors into account. But I think what this is showing, the crises are showing, is that this idea of dynamic risk and systemic risk are really underexplored. And the interconnectedness of our people and our health and our supply chain and our environment are, they're inextricably bound. And that this quality of our society and our financial capital markets and our economy are really important, and I'm hoping that we can't unsee what we have seen, that interconnectedness. That has led the U.S. Impact Investing Alliance to think about a refreshed theory of change. And I'd love to just talk about it for a second, because again, I think it bridges Michelle and Alex's perspectives. One is that we need the broad financial systems level change to bring about the reality of stakeholder capitalism, that voluntary commitments and voluntary reporting are insufficient to deliver that change. We need, the era of self-regulation has been really important in creating a bit more transparency, but that we need mandatory ESG disclosure from the SEC, from the IFRS Foundation, which has over 150 places of jurisdiction, so that we have available, transparent, and comparable data. And of course, the disclosure is just, the start. But we need to be able to understand, we as investors, we as community members, and we as citizens need to be able to understand the positive and the negative impacts, the corporations, investors that we all have. But we believe that the transition to stakeholder capitalism is necessary but insufficient to deliver just transition, to your point, Allison, insufficient to deliver inclusive economic growth, equitable economic growth. And in order to do that, we also need to do the kind of work that Alex is doing at Opportunity Alabama and other great practitioners around the country who are vitalizing and revitalizing communities from the bottom up, and really putting a focus on the voice of communities and the voice of workers in setting the priorities around community development, at creating more access to capital for diverse entrepreneurs as paths to closing the racial wealth gap. And we have been doing a lot of work at the intersection of those two. And really, I would love to maybe later talk about what I think comes after stakeholder capitalism, to just kind of get a little out there. And maybe that's should have been my 2050 answer. But I really believe that stakeholder capitalism is actually a way station to achieving a truly equitable and just community. And that will require power sharing, power shifting, the reallocation of capital. And so that's sort of the long tail that we'll be looking to.
So I'll take the baton and run with it from Fran's answer. I am proud that I am the most geographically focused answer of the three from where I sit. And Fran's exactly right. I do think that I'm the other side of the bridge that she just built. To go all the way back, Allison, to the original question you asked, which is kind of where do we see investor interest and engagement, and how do we harness that for more impactful outcomes? I sit in this very interesting chair of trying to facilitate connections between people that want to put capital locally and things that are happening locally that people that have capital don't necessarily know about. So it's a very interesting chair to sit in, because I think you've seen this across multiple different platforms, multiple different media. I mean, you've seen the explosion of crowdfunding, of kind of local vesting of these kinds of movements, but the most recent accelerant, anyway, has been some of these federal programs, i.e., opportunity zones, that give people that have real capital. I mean, capital that can really transform communities. The excuse to look a lot more seriously at the stuff that is happening in their backyard, if there is an ecosystem for them to plug into, right? And I think that's the critical missing piece geographically, depending upon where you are and where you sit, is that there is every geography in my experience, and this is rural, this is urban, this is the heart of Alabama's poorest and most rural geographies, where you've got 15,000 people in an entire county. There's capital there. I mean, it's shocking, but there is still capital there. It's tied up in trees, it's tied up in land sometimes, right? But there's still capital there. It just doesn't necessarily know the pathways to flow down to facilitate local growth and local development, unless there is a corresponding pipeline of projects on the other side, right? So that's why I think that as we look towards, I love what Fran said and completely agree, obviously, that there is much more of a need for local intermediaries to be active in this space, and to create. And I think as I look forward to 2050, going back to the first question, like, the ability to create sustainable vehicles around those ecosystems, to kind of encapsulate those ecosystems, whether it's a $5 million local ecosystem or a 500, a small community, or a $500 million ecosystem in a larger community or on a statewide basis. Having vehicles that even could be launched out of platforms like Michelle's, and having connections to platforms like Michelle's, is what's going to be the accelerant that gets us where we need to be in 2050 to really move the needle.
I love the bridging that's happening here. And so let me just stick with the bridge metaphor for a little longer, because Alex, I'm sure that most of our audience is a bit familiar with opportunity zones as a concept. I'd love to hear from you a little bit more explicitly about what it is, as well as for all of you, what other tools are out there now or that you think may emerge over the next couple of years? And let's use the term tool really broadly. It can be ESG as a concept, it can be partnerships, but if we're thinking about bridging to 2030, to Fran's point, and then 2050, I'd love to hear where we should be paying attention to and what we should be focusing on now that we think give us the ability to continue this path forward. And Alex, let me go back to you to just keep unpacking opportunity zones a little bit more as one recent tool.
Sure thing. So opportunity zones are a creature of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017. They are candidly, they're one of the simplest tools that exist within federal kind of economic development placemaking policy to create local investment, and frankly, national investment too. It's a program that was born out of a desire by people that have capital gain events, right? Out of this desire to see folks that have that control substantially appreciated assets to move to liquidate those assets so that we can realize some of the kind of pent up gains that have been sitting on the sidelines for, in some cases, years, in some cases, decades, in some cases, generations. Harness the capital from that kind of capital appreciation that's happened, whether it's in the stock market, whether it's in the real estate market, and channel it into facilitating better outcomes for low-income places. And the idea behind the program was, let's pick, basically each state gets to pick 25% of its designated low-income places as opportunity zones. Alabama, as an example, about 60% of the state by land mass qualifies as a low-income place, and we're one of the poorest states in the country. But most states, 40 to 60% of the states, are going to qualify as low-income by census tract. Governors picked these back in 2018, and as the program shaped up, the incentive for the investors became pretty clear, and that was, if I can find, let's say, $1 million to invest into one of these now designated opportunity zones, I get two things on the front and one thing on the back. On the front, I get to defer paying capital gains taxes on the $1 million that I invested into this opportunity zone for a few years until 2026. I then get a discount when I pay my tax bill of about 10% in 2026. So both things nice, neither thing particularly earth-shattering. The real reason that most people have gotten excited about this program is the back-end benefit. And that is, again, think placemaking, right? Think transformational change over the course of a decade. So if that's the goal, then if I've, let's say, invested in 3 buildings with my $1 million and one business that's now operating out of those buildings, and that business has done really well, it's hired a bunch of new employees, buildings look better, neighborhoods transforming around it, hopefully that $1 million investment I made is now worth $3 million or $4 million or $5 million 10 years down the road. When I sell that investment 10 years down the road, I won't have to pay any capital gains tax at all on the appreciation of that investment, right? So that's the nice thing for most people. It is, if I can bring patient capital to a distressed place and then be patient with that patient capital, I can be handsomely rewarded in the form of avoiding tax on the benefit that my capital has created for the neighborhood. Query whether it's actually working that way in practice across every opportunity zone in the U.S. I can say in Alabama that I think we've seen that theory borne out by and large in both in rural places and in urban places. Happy to go into some examples later, but that's the program. To your broader question about vehicles, though, I think what opportunity zones, at least for us, I'll speak from personal experience here. What opportunity zones did in Alabama was give me an excuse for having conversations with the folks that Michelle and Fran deal with every day on the capital side, right? With large institutional investors, folks like, our state's largest insurance company, our state's largest banks, our state's largest utilities, our state's largest family offices, right? That really hadn't ever thought about in a substantive way what a kind of one pocket impact investing mindset could look like, right? That you can do well while doing good. and you can use a vehicle, a sustainable vehicle for doing so. And so that's what we wound up doing. We wound up using this incentive as an excuse to actually set up, we now have our own opportunity fund that we've brought those folks into and have used to capitalize. We've got like 15 million worth of investment that we're using to capitalize projects right now, just out of that vehicle. And outside of that vehicle, like I said earlier, we've capitalized another probably 350 million plus worth of projects. So it's been kind of fun to use this as an excuse to build a broader ecosystem. And in that broader ecosystem, the tools that we see getting used consistently, it's the things I mentioned earlier. It's program-related investments. It's mission-related investments. It's Community Reinvestment Act dollars. It's new markets tax credits to actually subsidize project-level investment. But all these programs working together, I think, what I think Opportunity Zones and what other programs that aren't quite as prescriptive, aren't quite as laser focused, don't have 1,800 pages of regs that go along with them. What I think they do is they give openings for conversation, kind of that can wind up leading to really interesting outcomes for communities, whether ultimately one of those people has a capital gain event or not. Now they're aware of at least what's happening locally.
Fran or Michelle, thoughts on, from after Alex's perspective, on tools or sort of innovations that you're excited about now or in the future?
Happy to hop in to build on what Alex was sharing. One thing that we have been looking at pretty closely is how the confluence of crises that I talked about earlier, which of course disproportionately affects underserved and underestimated communities like the ones Alex works in, we're starting to see some new sources of capital going to communities. The Alliance was commissioned by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York to develop a report that maybe I can put in the chat called Impact in Place. And it provides a snapshot of the community investing landscape in response to the crises over the last year and a half or so. And we really wanted to understand where the field is heading in terms of emerging sources of capital for local main streets. And so more traditional players, and Alex touched on this a little bit, philanthropies and investors motivated by policies like Opportunity Zones, Community Reinvestment Act, Low-Income Housing Tax Credit, new markets tax credits. So we really wanted to look at new sources of tax benefit or regulation motivation. And so we saw some major corporations invest in communities, in minority depository institutions, in Black and Brown led venture funds. We saw some money coming in very responsive from donor advised funds. And we also started seeing some participatory investment strategies, which I'd like to talk about in a moment. But what we're hoping is that these new entrants weren't just getting drawn in so that they could make, especially the corporations, so that they could make announcements, but that it actually shows that corporations and investors are seeing the value of communities and the partnership that they have with communities. I will also say that an approach that we are very strongly supportive of is, and just like core to our work, and that's the principle of authentic community engagement, being required as a path to delivering community outcomes. So we mean through the investment process, from pre-planning to exit. The priorities of local leaders, small business owners, residents, and others should be thoughtfully considered and accounted for. And I will say that Alex's work and his team's work at Opportunity Alabama and their community engagement practices, we think are best in class and represent a high bar. So if folks are interested in learning more, I'm sure that he has some great resources on his website. And then lastly, I will just touch on this participatory investment models, which is really about power sharing and power shifting. And I talked earlier about like the long tail of 2050, moving from a paradigm of stakeholder capitalism, which we are far from achieving so far, to one of true equitable economic growth. And I believe, and we believe, that shifting power and shifting decision-making to communities themselves, incorporating worker voice and other local voices, folks with a lived experience, is really important and compelling and necessary path forward for not only the future of community investing, but also creating this equitable economic growth that we've been talking about. I think probably the best known example of participatory investment is the UGMA Fund in Boston, which is a democratically managed fund for small business and infrastructure projects in Boston's communities of color. And community members are lifted up both in the governance structure and the capital stack, and that local residents who invest very small amounts of small investment minimums, I should say, are prioritized in terms of returns compared to the larger investors, philanthropic investors. There are other examples like the Buen Vivir Fund, which has employed participatory grant-making practices for a long time. Actually, they're an affiliate of Thousand Currents. They've done a lot of participatory grant-making practices. Buen Vivir Fund works in North America, Latin America, Southern Africa, and South Asia with the goal of really turning the traditional financial and investment decision-making power dynamic on its head. And we see this actually from asset owners. Heron, which is a private foundation here in New York, has been exploring setting up local investment committees in a few communities across the country, a lot of C's in that sentence, where the communities will ultimately hold decision-making rights in terms of where and how the funds flow. So, you know, as I transition to Michelle, I do feel like some of these approaches, by definition, by design, are hyper-local and subscale. And I do wonder how some of the work that Alex is doing in communities in rural and urban tribal communities, Black and Brown communities, some of these participatory models, you know, it's something that I'm really fascinated with, Michelle, is how these on-the-ground opportunities, the deep impact stuff that Alex is working on, can interoperate with the large wealth platforms and banks that you represent.
And, you know, that's actually a really good transition, because one thing I was going to say was partnerships, collaboration, education are actually key here on that, to bring what historically has been very specialized or very local knowledge and be able to disseminate that or have an impact across a wider array of corporations, countries, et cetera. So, you know, one of the things that we do is, I mentioned it before, we have a partnership with the Columbia Climate School at Columbia University here in New York. And we've had a relationship with them, specifically with the Earth Institute, who's a basic science research organization within Columbia for the past few years. Several years ago, we kind of realized that climate change was going to be fundamental to what we do, that it was having an impact on companies' cash flows and valuations, and we needed to address it. But like any asset manager, we hire financial analysts. Our analysts stick around for a while. I was an analyst and portfolio manager in our equities group for 15 years. And when I hit 15 years, I was like, wow, I'm average now in terms of my tenure. 15 years ago, no one really thought about climate change when it came to investment management. So we have a base of analysts that are really good at understanding their companies and their sectors, but aren't climate change experts. And we needed to educate them. And what we needed to do, we're not going to make them climate change experts overnight. We don't need to. But we wanted everyone to have a basic understanding of climate change, what the risks and impacts on their companies were, to be able to ask those tough questions of various stakeholders, whether it was the companies themselves, but the other people we do research with, and then to know enough when to stick up their hand and say, I need more help with this. I think there's something really wrong here, but I don't know enough to be able to, you know, dig into it myself. So the first thing we did was education. We co-developed a climate change curriculum that covered the basic science, legal, public policy and regulatory frameworks, climate change solutions, and then how to translate that into financial analysis. And in 2020, we educated all our investors. About 300 of our analysts and portfolio managers took the training. Our executive team, including our CEO, and our board of directors, including the chair. It's not just us, we want the whole company to do this. And what that enabled us to do was be smarter about it, be able to engage with these companies to drive change, and be able to disseminate that on a much wider scale than having one single climate change expert. We also do have climate change experts on staff. And when our analysts or portfolio managers get stuck or stick up their hand, they help them dig in. But that's the first stage, was that internal education effort. We then threw it open. It's not just about educating us, but what about everyone else? So we threw it open to our clients in early 2021, and we were expecting maybe 200 to 250 of our clients to take the training. Over 1,000 of the world's largest asset owners actually enrolled in the program. That's how much asset owners, large pension funds and corporations around the world are actually paying attention to this these days. In the meantime, we've pivoted our relationship to more research. So this year, Columbia built a new climate school. It's the first purpose-built multidisciplinary climate school of its kind in the entire world. The Earth Institute is moving into the climate school, as are parts or affiliations with the law school, the business school, School of Economics, public policy, etc. Climate change is too big for any one entity or organization to solve, and we need to do it together. And this is a two-way relationship. We provided training to the scientists on how the capital markets actually think about making investment decisions and allocation. It's not all about, hey, we need more lithium for electrical vehicle batteries. Lithium companies are great investments. It's like we actually have a surplus of lithium. So maybe this isn't a great investment right at the moment. They wanted to understand how their science can move markets. We're helping them think about what these schools and what this program should look like. What does the scientist of the future look like? They need to understand biology or chemistry or whatever, but they should probably understand a little bit about the evolving regulatory framework and how capital markets make decisions. And what does the investor of the future look like? I would strongly advocate they need to understand a little bit more about communities, just transitions, and climate change. In the meantime, we are embarking on a couple of longer-term research projects with them, and we have already kicked off, I think we're up to 5 kind of bespoke workshops. So this is our own investors engaging one-on-one with their scientists on topics that we're already researching, but that we can do better together. So whether that's topics like how is hydrogen going to advance, or renewables, or even things as discrete as how does sea level rise and sea temperature rise impact salmon fisheries in Norway, Scotland, Chile, and inland. We happen to own a lot of salmon fisheries. Those are things that we need to understand. And we publish on this. All the material that we do with Columbia is available on our website to anyone who wants to look at it. So it's about educating ourselves, impacting the capital markets through our allocations and our decisions, but also bringing that research and that intelligence to the broader community where we can, particularly our clients who actually control or own a lot of the money around the world that makes things go.
Thank you, Michelle. And this has been such a rich conversation. I appreciate all of the elements of this, that it'll take capital to get to this future state of 2050. I know we could go on for a lot longer, but just wanted to thank you all, thank the American Geographic Society for having us. Really appreciate it again, and look forward to continuing the dialogue in many places.
Thank you, Allison, your panel, and Alliance Bernstein, who again helped to put this panel together. Now, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our next keynote address. Dr. Danielle Wood is the director of the MIT Space Enabled Research Group. She has for us today a very special address. Dr. Wood.
Hello, my name is Danielle Wood. It's my pleasure and honor to share this address with you in honor of your wonderful conference. I lead the Space Enabled Research Group at the MIT Media Lab, and my title today is asking, can we map the links between nature, humans, policies, and technologies to inform sustainable decision-making? I'll share examples from several projects in my team where we try to bring this into reality. I start with a land acknowledgement, the one that we use here at my university at MIT. MIT acknowledges Indigenous peoples as traditional stewards of the land and the enduring relationship that exists between them and their traditional territories. The land on which I'm sitting right now, where MIT is located, is traditional unceded territory of the Wampanoag Nation. We acknowledge the painful history of genocide and forced occupation of their territory, and we honor and respect the many diverse Indigenous people linked to the land on which I'm currently sitting from time immemorial. I encourage you to explore the history of the geography of your land and consider the impacts on Indigenous peoples in your area. Those in the North American region can use whose.land to explore further the names and histories of the peoples linked to your land. At the Space-Enabled Research Group at the MIT Media Lab, we seek a mission of advancing justice in Earth's complex systems using designs enabled by space. This partly means that we're asking how we can help enable a more sustainable future using technology from space to support sustainability on Earth, but also exploring the actual impacts of human behavior in space and how we can be more sustainable there as well. So our vision includes trying to design or redesign existing space technologies in support of economic, social, and environmental sustainability. This includes heavily using satellite Earth observation, satellite positioning, and the benefits of positioning, navigation, and timing technologies, as well as satellite communication. And beyond the satellite realm, we also explore the applications of knowledge gained through human spaceflight, microgravity research, technology transfer, and broader fundamental space research. And we look for ways that all these activities can contribute to sustainability on Earth and wherever humans go in space. Our vision is also to be a community that employs a variety of research methods, including these 6 at least, and as well as others. And we seek how we can apply them in support of sustainability on Earth and in space. So we draw from design thinking. In particular, I highlight examples from engineering-oriented design, but it also links from other fields. We work with practicing artists or practice art ourselves, and we read heavily and collaborate with social scientists. We develop tools based on complex system modeling, and we are innovating in the area of satellite engineering. But we are also today, I'll highlight examples of our work using geographic information, artificial intelligence, and other forms of data science. So we try to answer questions frequently using maps. Our work is guided by a broad vision of what it means to make progress toward a better society. And this has been influenced by reading heavily from social scientists, artists, thinkers, especially Black women who are asking how we can advance from equity towards sustainability. Here you see examples of the types of writers that have influenced my definitions for a more sustainable society, starting with eliminating sources of disequity, especially those linked around identity that have caused people from particular groups, including class groups, income groups, racial groups, to be treated negatively. Then we can ask the question, how can we advance the liberation and self-determination of people, especially those traditionally experiencing oppression, and eventually foster solidarity among different groups, all as we work toward a more economic, social, and environmental sustainable world at both the local and complex global scales. So this, of course, is not a simple recipe, but talks about the kinds of scales of change you want to make. And the examples I'll show here mainly look at examples of local leaders trying to address traditional forms of oppression and environmental challenges at the scale of a city or a town. The work in our team addresses 3 themes. Today, I'll highlight examples in theme number 1, designing space technology to support sustainable development. But our work also includes innovating to design new space systems that are accessible and sustainable. One of our favorite examples is that we're trying to develop the use of beeswax as a propellant for small satellites. So that's a work you can see in different talks, but it highlights the opportunity to draw from sustainable sources to help space activity be more impactful in a positive way on the environment. The final example is that we explore the link between technology and justice, and in other work, we explore this through social science theory development. But today we'll focus on example number 1, and we try to, of course, take the lessons from examples 2 and 3 in that work as well. Our work is often informed and motivated by the global consensus around sustainable development goals. This is a useful set of tools, including the objectives and the targets, and the idea that there's been such consensus built around these being priority activities between now and 2030. I'm sure many of you have explored the question how geographic information can help explore both the ability to better monitor progress toward the goals, as well as information to help make decisions and manage toward the goals. So we're interested in both those areas. And in particular, we like to ask, how can information drawn from satellite-based Earth observation and other geospatial sensing systems be contributing to the monitoring and management of sustainable development goals? In my work most recently, I've noticed that SDG number 15 and a few others like 11 and 3 and 6 really are well positioned to be addressed by information from satellites. It's an interesting time in the history of satellite Earth observation. I used to work for NASA's Earth science community, so I'm highlighting here examples of NASA's Earth-oriented satellites. And these are just some of the powerful scientific satellites that are available. And for those who spend less time with the science satellites, just one of the fun things to highlight is how much each mission is unique and addresses a particular measurement, what's happening in the atmosphere, on the land, in the ice caps, north and south poles, as well as what's happening in fresh water. And it's really a unique set of data that often requires deep scientific expertise to use effectively. So a lot of my work is collaborating with the scientists who are experts in these different areas to understand how to apply this excellent science material for use in decision making. Now, there's a variety of traditions in how we build satellites, and there's one category that tries to build larger scale satellites that operate effectively for many years, maybe a decade or more, and carry multiple instruments to take measurements of the environment. We're also seeing a movement toward what's called the small satellite engineering style, which makes actually smaller satellites, but also has a vision to have simplified designs that can operate for shorter periods, perhaps in larger groups, like you see in the example of the company Planet. And some of you probably are already users of the data. So this gives us now regular visit of information with an optical based view, meaning pictures of the Earth, the way that our eyes would see it with red and green and blue and near infrared bands. And we get information more often. They're aiming for daily revisit of everywhere on Earth. And we also get it, in this case, with resolutions of, say, 3 meters. Other companies are offering other resolutions. So the question is, what's the best way to combine high quality scientific data with commercially available, more frequently repeated data to get the information we need? One of the techniques, it talks about this workflow, which I draw from collaboration with scholars at NASA. They try to describe what happens when you go from having a sensor on a satellite or an airborne platform like a drone or a high altitude balloon, and take that information, calibrate it and validate it, and ultimately put it into models and decision tools that can help inform decision makers who may or may not be experts in the original data sets. And one of the great realities is that there are many steps in this value chain. In the United States, we see a lot of investment by the federal government through NASA and NOAA and the United States Geological Survey to do steps 1 through 5 to operate satellites and to provide steps toward the research that helps with the calibration, the validation, and the insertion of high quality data into public databases. And there's also an opportunity for private sector roles, especially in steps 6, 7, and 8, to transform publicly available data sets into information tools that answer questions for people who are not focused on science, but are trying to address societal challenges. I used to work for NASA's Applied Sciences program, and as one example, they have portfolios for projects in areas such as disaster response, as well as water resource management, agriculture, public health, and biodiversity and ecological forecasting. So they have the goal to explore how this diverse set of data about the environment can be transformed into information and combined with data that is socioeconomic, as well as coming from other topics such as asking how we can use non-geographic data in these same data sets. So I'll highlight some projects where our team takes this philosophy and tries to work through parts of this value chain, but we collaborate with leaders who are trying to address a particular sustainable development goal in their community. We do this through a framework we call EVDT. It stands for Environment, Vulnerability, Decision, Technology. EVDT is a series of questions and a step-by-step process for combining information from different disciplines. The environmental modeling and analysis tends to bring in satellite data or data from other geospatial platforms, opportunities to bring data from the airborne and in-situ sensors as well. And we're asking if we can describe the state of the environment, especially what's happening with vegetation, with what's happening in the atmosphere or water resources. The second piece on vulnerability asks what benefits or cost humans experience due to environmental changes. And this can be done directly looking at changes in socioeconomic variables or trying to develop risk indices to understand opportunities for change for the human side. This includes both humans, but also human infrastructure. The human decision-making model considers policies put in place by authority figures like governments or actions taken by the public to respond to changes in the environment, and creates a feedback opportunity to see how human behavior changes the environmental state. The T part, in the EVDT, gives us an opportunity to either ask, are the technologies currently available meeting the information needs of human decision makers? And if not, what next steps are needed to further clarify this and to provide opportunities to improve access to technological sensing, which might mean designing a new satellite or aerial-based platform or an instrument for making measurements, or it might just mean collecting what's available from new sources by buying or negotiating access to new data sets. I'll show you a few examples where we put EVDT into practice, and we do it by taking questions posed by local leaders of geographic questions that are affecting local sustainability. The first example comes from Lake Nokwe in Benin, and will particularly highlight the work of the company called Greenkeeper Africa, which invited me and my team to collaborate with them on questions around a decision support tool, support integrated water resource management and biodiversity in the lake. We'll focus on the questions of managing an invasive plant. This is SDG 15.8. You're seeing some of our collaboration here. Overall, we're interested in creating a website that can be used long-term by this company called Greenkeeper Africa, which is based and founded in Benin. And you see that we're trying to ask how to combine information drawn from field work, from satellite-based data, from aerial sensors, and from in-situ sensors, all in service of creating an information system that helps to explore both environmental and social impacts of this plant called water hyacinth. The ultimate goal is that we have this work in progress toward creating this information system, which will be a website that in the future will be publicly available. Right now it's under development. And you're seeing, for example, that's going to show information from satellite-based observation of this vegetation over water, but eventually will also show how the company is engaging with local people, and they have been doing for several years, who are harvesting the plant manually and helping the company transfer it into a product that can be used to absorb oil-based pollution. Some of our methodology for collaborating with the local leaders there in Benin has been highlighted recently in this paper in the Frontiers in Climate Journal. The title is Inclusive Design of Earth Observation Decision Support Systems for Environmental Governance, a case study of Lake Nokwe. I want to appreciate the lead author, Ufoma Oviemira, a doctoral student in my team, and also our collaborator, Dr. Philip Muftau of the company, Greenkeeper Africa. Please check out the paper, which explains further both the ethics and the structured system engineering methods we took in order to make sure we're collaborating in an ethical way with local partners. To give ourselves some structure, we follow a system architecture framework as we're implementing this EVDT approach, meaning we ask questions around stakeholders and context before we start to design a hardware or software system. This is a summary of system architecture. It's a series of steps that are good design practice. First, understanding and asking questions around what's the physical and social context where we're going to implement a new project? Who are the stakeholders? Who have decision-making power? And who are the stakeholders who receive the impacts of those decisions? I try to understand the desired outcomes of the tertiary stakeholders, those who are going to be beneficiaries of the ultimate design. And we work closely with the local partners to decide what functional tools should we create through this website and information system, and what kind of forms, what kind of designs and actual organizations, physical tools, and people need to be put in place. This is a picture of our colleagues at Greenkeeper Africa, and particularly before COVID, we were able to do regular visits to coordinate with them and to exchange methodologies. They would teach us about their local environment, and we would work together to identify the requirements for an information system, both an online system, but also tools to put in place local sensors and airborne sensing technologies to help them organize information about the state of Lake Nokwe, to understand how it's influencing the growth of this important plant called the water hyacinth. Now, Lake Nokwe is a very interesting location where many people live in traditional modes using human-powered boats and living in homes that are physically built on stilts over the lake. So human-powered boat transportation is really key to their daily economic activity, including access to marketplaces, to buy and sell food, as well as to access clean water. Now, when you travel through this area, you're often impeded by the heavy growth of the invasive water hyacinth plant. I took this video sitting on the front of a boat, which is moving through with a motor, and thanks to the motor, we're able to eventually clear this area of water hyacinth. But those who are using human-powered transportation can often be stifled, and actually those who are on these narrow riverways can be blocked in their water-based transport, sometimes for weeks during the major blooming of the water hyacinth plant in seasonal areas, particularly in the months of November to January. But actually, I've been there in other months throughout the year and seen large blooms of the water hyacinth. As you can see, the kinds of boats that need to traverse this area depend heavily on a clear waterway. And we've developed a technique, and I want to particularly appreciate Ufumo Ovimura, who I mentioned earlier, looking at ways to use existing publicly available satellite data to create an algorithm to estimate the location of the water hyacinth over Lake Nokwe. And this is important because, of course, there's many types of water plants, but the water hyacinth has particular growing patterns. So we're implementing both analysis of Landsat-based data, as well as looking at change detection approaches that match the seasonal behavior and dynamics of the water hyacinth. We can estimate which plants are water hyacinth and which are local plants that have different growing patterns and are less likely to be floating across the water. The water hyacinth uniquely grows in bunches that float together and move differently from the other plants. With this approach, we think we have pretty high confidence that we're seeing, actually using Landsat data, the abundance of water hyacinth on the lake. And we've started to then estimate the behavior over long time periods. One question that our local colleagues had was asking, has there indeed been an increase that can be quantitatively confirmed in the amount, like the area of lake covered by water hyacinth in the last few years? And looking at long-term resources of the NASA satellite data, particularly on Google Earth Engine, as many of you may also do, it's much faster than to combine a large number of data sets and run a common algorithm over multiple decades of data. So this looks at available scenes that have cloud-free data using Landsat in this particular region over Lake Nokwe, and we can then estimate the percent anomaly, meaning the level of difference across the average percent of area coverage of Lake Nokwe with water hyacinth, and to indeed infer that the areas above this red line at 0 are areas that are, or it's a year in which you're seeing growth above average, considering this 20-year time period. So it helps us confirm that indeed, in the time between 2000 and 2020, there has been a quantitatively confirmed increase in the amount of area that the water hyacinth is covering in Lake Nokwe. And now we can ask the question, what kind of human behavior might be influencing this? From local research, we also identify evidence that the water hyacinth growth is influenced by the salt level, as well as the nutrient load in the water. And this is influenced by human waste management and the fact that people are putting both human waste and other forms of waste into the water. But also, they're putting other kinds of materials, including plant matter. Now, in order to understand if our analysis using Landsat is correct, we did several types of validation. So as an example, comparing the estimate of the extent of water hyacinth coverage in two different years, one year in 2019, using data from both Landsat and Sentinel. And this slide gives an example highlighting the various data sources we were able to use coming from particular satellites, from local ground-based data collection, and from airborne collection. And that gave us more confidence that we could be confident about our methodology using the Landsat data. Here's another example comparing the water hyacinth classification using Landsat and the commercially available Planet dataset as a comparison. Next piece we want to add then is to respond to the fact that the water hyacinth growth does vary, and partly due to the level of salt and also the temperature and oxygen level in the water. And we want to give Greenkeeper Africa a long-term capability to make regular measurements of the in situ status of the lake. And so this means developing a low-cost sensor kit that can be maintained locally and operated by the local team. So we've gone through several iterations of designs for sensors, including oxygen, temperature, and also salt sensors. And so here we're showing the evolution of the design process and some of the testing that was done on site, as well as comparing with commercially available sensing systems. We are so pleased to see that our colleagues from Greenkeeper Africa have also developed a housing to maintain the salt and oxygen and temperature sensors, and it is powered by a solar panel and designed to transfer the data directly via the mobile network locally into an online platform on the internet to save the information in an online database. We hope to then expand to have more copies of this type of sensing system going forward. Another feature of the lake is that local people use local branches and other forms of tools to create fishing areas that are meant to help increase the catch of fish by helping to concentrate fish in areas that have protection to grow their eggs. So this practice is called a kaja locally, and it also influences the water quality because what you see is the use of these plant materials, but after they're finished, they can often be left in the water, and that leads to a decay of the plant materials, which also affects the health of the water. So this is another area we'd like to understand and try to map. And so in this example, we're now considering the use of both optical and also radar data as a way to estimate the coverage of the lake with this kind of activity of the fishing ponds. So you're seeing in this example an estimate where we're estimating categorizing the pixels and which ones seem to include this akaja. And what you're seeing is the areas that seem to have these geometric shapes that are human-oriented shapes are highly likely to be akaja. So all in all, we hope to eventually compile the information drawn from airborne sensing through drone operations of cameras and water-based sensing of temperature, oxygen, and salt levels, and of course also looking at satellite-based sensing of the presence of both the akaja and the water hyacinth, all into an information system. The information system also will include locations where local villagers are contracted to collect the water hyacinth and identify what they're collecting. And this comes together as an information system to both celebrate and plan Greenkeeper Africa operations in the region. This is an example of an integrated information system that uses information about the environment and human decision-making. So it particularly highlights the E and the D in our EVDT framework. Another direction comes from our work in Ghana, also funded by NASA's Applied Sciences program, and we're analyzing the deforestation due to mining in southwestern Ghana. I want to appreciate our collaborators at the Ghana Space Science and Technology Institute, as well as the Ghana Statistical Service. I also appreciate that there are regional teams, especially at the CERGIS, the Center for Remote Sensing and GIS, doing very related work that we've collaborated with and compared with along the way. NASA's Severe program is also heavily involved with this topic. The entire government of Ghana has been concerned about the question of how to manage deforestation due to small-scale mining and mining that does not follow the local requirements with regard to protecting the environment. In this example, you see me interacting with our colleagues at the Ghana Space Science and Technology Institute, considering different methods for reducing the error as we use geographic analysis to estimate the location of deforestation due to mining. We recently published in Science of the Total Environment a paper called The Large Footprint of Small-Scale Artisanal Gold Mining in Ghana. I want to appreciate our collaborators from NASA, as well as from East Carolina University, and of course from the institutions in Ghana. The paper goes into more detail, highlighting our methodologies using primarily Landsat data, but also several other data types. You can see some examples here. We're drawing from Landsat for the more visual information, but we also were interested in elevation data, drawing from Tandem X and from digital elevation models. So this helps us ask the question, first, what types of mines are we seeing in Southwest Ghana? Some are large-scale mines that are industrial scale. Some are the smaller ones that are using techniques that are often not approved in terms of protecting the environment and managing water pollution. We're drawing from the data from Landsat to estimate what kind of land use classes we're seeing and dividing the land into different categories, including vegetation and urban and water. And then we're looking for areas that have changed land use class and identifying the ones that are high likelihood to be mining impact. And this process is detailed further in the paper by Barenblatt et al. We were able to develop a time-based analysis to see in which years there was transformation of vegetation into areas that had high likelihood to be mining. And as you can see in the period between 2013 and 2017, there's an increase in the rate of transformation of vegetation into mining areas. There's also some transformation into urban use. That's another category that we tracked as part of our land use change analysis. And this makes heavy use of the Landsat 7 and 8 imagery. Here's an example looking at a section in southwestern Ghana, highlighting a particular time snapshot where we identify different land use classes, including mining, both small scale and large scale, as well as urban and water. And these are areas that are particularly relevant to the question of where are there rivers that are being affected by mining, and where is their transition of vegetation into urban areas. So in particular, the mines at the smaller scale in yellow were our key analysis topic. This also allows us to do a time-based analysis to see at what year the transition was made from vegetation into mining. And we see some of the areas, particularly gradually kind of moving from the river itself out and away from the water and having additional mining over the years between 2007 and 2017. One question we also asked is whether the mining was happening inside areas that are zoned for protection. So the boundaries you see here in pink represent protected areas coming from a world database for protected areas. And we were asking the question whether the small scale mining you see in yellow is happening equally inside protected areas or also more so outside. And we see some overlap where sometimes inside the area that's labeled protected, there's still additional deforestation due to mining. This work also involved accuracy assessment, in particular identifying points that were reviewed using high-resolution satellite data because our technique involved developing a machine learning algorithm to classify the different land use cases. So to spot check that, we chose some areas and manually checked them using high-resolution data to then get a better sense of the accuracy of our machine learning algorithm. This information is available to you because we've created a web map in Google Earth Engine that's publicly shared. And if you search for the paper, you can find links to the web map as well. And it gives a chance for someone to explore our data in an interactive way and zoom in to see the areas and the years of transition from forestry into mining in a very accessible platform. As we think about the projects in Ghana and in Benin, I also want to reference Jack Reed, who is one of the doctoral students in my team, all the way on the left of this photo. And Jack is shown here pre-pandemic with collaborators in Rio de Janeiro. And Jack is one of the key researchers using our EVDT framework, Environment, Vulnerability, Decision Technology. In this application, we're applying it to examples in Rio de Janeiro. In the background, you see the growth of mangrove trees, one of the key trees that's vital for coastal resilience in local areas where the mangrove is native. And the mangrove plays a role in helping to ensure that we have access to healthy coasts with fish habitats, as well as protecting the coastline from erosion. So Jack had been working for several years, focused on the topic of thinking about the mapping of the health of mangroves and asking how the city government of Rio de Janeiro is enforcing land use and land management practices to keep the mangroves healthy, but also considering the needs of local fishers and other community members for short-term use of the wood from the mangroves, and the question of how city management supports the health of local fisher economies. The team here you're seeing is from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. They are local collaborators who are also engaged in related research. This is one environment where we're applying the EVDT framework, where the satellite data is helping us estimate the state of the mangrove trees, and then the vulnerability pieces bring in information into an information system that Jack's developing, considering the demographics and economic well-being of the people living near mangroves. In particular, we have funding from NASA and from the Research for the Future consortium on, it's called Valuables, a piece that asks what's the value of having satellite-based elevation data for socioeconomic analysis. And through this project, we're working with Professor Seyoung Jung of West Virginia University to develop economic analyses considering this region of the mangroves and the nearby regions, and then comparing how conservation of the mangroves and observation of the mangroves using satellite data is relating to the well-being and economic wealth in households nearby. These are all examples of applying EVDT, and I want to note that when COVID came, we asked the question, can the same techniques be applied in a way that's relevant to public health? So we introduced the VITA decision support system, and it takes the same logic of EVDT and now applies it, including a public health component. So you see we still have environmental models, socioeconomic models, decision models, and technology models. And we then implemented a new approach by drawing from collaboration with those who think about public health modeling, particularly the SEER, the susceptibility, exposed, infected recovery model, which we can then add as a piece to our bigger picture. So Jack actually had been working in Rio de Janeiro and then thought about applying that same approach and helped us start this team to build a broader tool with multiple collaborators, both in the United States and also abroad. So Jack is going to share a bit in his own words now through a video he's created about VIDA and our decision support system that builds on EVDT, but applies it for COVID.
Human impact and vulnerability, decision-making, and technology. You can see these components here in the default arrangement, aimed at answering 4 basic questions. What is happening in the natural environment? How will humans be impacted by what is happening in the natural environment? What decisions are humans making in response to environmental factors and why? What technology system can be designed to provide high-quality information that supports human decision-making? Pre-pandemic, we applied this framework to several different applications, some of which are shown here. All of these were firmly in the sustainable development domain with a strong environmental component. Depending on the application and the intended goal, the components of EVDT can be arranged in different ways. Here you can see one version for informing policy design and another for informing technology design, specifically remote observation system design. In diagram A, the primary loop is between decision-making, environment, and social impact, with technology merely providing data to inform the user. In diagram B, the primary loop is refining the remote observation system design by examining the impacts of different designs on the environment and human society. When the pandemic began, the priorities of many of our international collaborators shifted, naturally enough, and so we too shifted to providing coronavirus-related support, as embodied in the VIDA decision support system. For this, we broke out public health as a separate component in order to make it the primary focus of the system. Ultimately, we ended up collaborating with teams based in 6 locations across 4 different continents, focusing on several major metropolitan areas. These teams involved a mix of government officials and university researchers. The primary collaborators would bring in additional people as needed. The US team has one-on-one meetings with these international teams on a weekly or bi-weekly schedule. We also conduct monthly full network meetings where collaboration participants can present and discuss relevant topics, such as how to integrate wastewater treatment data into decision-making, how to include health surveillance in elderly care facilities, and how to identify high vulnerability neighborhoods. We also conduct collaboration online via our collaborators' own data repositories, the GitHub repositories of the VIDA code, and a browser-based version of VIDA that I will be showing later. In short, our collaborators are involved at every stage of an iterative process, informing both the initial system architecture and ongoing development, including directing the topics of investigation. Moving into data and methods, I will briefly go into each of the 5 components of VIDA, summarizing our primary data sources and some of the techniques we use for analysis. Regarding those methods of analysis, more detail is available in our other presentations and publications. Starting with public health, we rely predominantly on data collected by local public health authorities. These are typically available on a daily or weekly basis. These datasets are then used in a susceptible, exposed, infected, recovered, or SEER epidemiological model built using system dynamics. This model integrates several aspects of other VIDA components, including weather and pollution. The current version is non-spatial, though for some applications, like the Indonesian islands of Java and Sulawesi, we run separate versions for each distinct area. This model is being refined and expanded based both on increased epidemiological information and on findings from the other VIDA components, which I will describe shortly. For the environment, we monitor air quality and water quality from a remote observation, with air quality being supplemented by hourly in-situ monitoring in the Rio and Santiago locations. We also track nightlights using some of the newer VIIRS datasets, as this provides insight into human movement and activity in urban areas. Here in Rio de Janeiro, for instance, you can see that in the initial weeks of the pandemic, the coastal downtown districts, airports, and tourist areas markedly darkened, while the mixed-use and residential areas brightened. Similar results hold for our other locations, often even more starkly, as can be seen in this comparison of Rio de Janeiro and Bali. With air quality, meanwhile, we have seen smaller changes, particularly once seasonal and long-term trends are taken into account. Work is ongoing on this front, however, so our results may change. On the vulnerability side, we use both socioeconomic data, such as poverty and employment rates, and mobility data. The former tends to only be updated monthly or quarterly, while the latter tends to be available much closer to real time. The mobility data itself takes a variety of forms, and we are working on seeing if we can correlate the mobility data with nightlight data. In general, however, mobility tends to follow a combination of policy changes and COVID-19 caseloads. It tends to rebound towards pre-pandemic norms, even in advance of loosening policy restrictions. This graph shows the Metropolitana region of Chile over the course of the first year of the pandemic. We see similar results over the other regions, though with different holidays and political events. For decision-making, we focus on social distancing requirements and public area closures or restrictions. Obviously, we rely upon announcements from local authorities, some of which are connected to well-defined staged policy systems with conditions for advancing or retreating among the stages. We are also actively working to try and conduct more quantitative policy comparisons across locations using such datasets as the CoronaNet research project. On the technology side, as was made clear a few slides ago, Earth observation systems are still highly relevant with expanded uses. Another key sensing technology that we have been collecting use data on has been coronavirus testing data, both those aimed at identifying active infections and antibody tests. All of this comes together in the user interface, which has two versions. The one shown here is a desktop version, which has both data visualization and simulation capability. This is using Rio de Janeiro as an example. The simulation can either be run manually by inputting specific policies and moving forward a week at a time, or autonomously according to various pre-coded decision rules that can be made to match those of the actual government authorities, as the case may be. The UI can shift between different languages, locations, and layouts according to the needs of our international collaborators. The online version, meanwhile, focuses on data visualization, here showing parts of New England. Once again, temporal data is shown on the left by default, while spatial data is shown on the right. Moving forward, we are continuing work on several fronts. Some of these are about improving the usability and accessibility of the decision support system user interface, while others are about investigating new data analysis and simulation methods to determine their utility. I will close there and encourage anyone who is interested to reach out to us.
Big appreciation to Jack for making that excellent summary of the VITA decision support system. And you can learn more about that at our website at spaceenabled.media.mit.edu. As you can see, we're often exploring how to bring together data about the environment, human vulnerability or societal positive impacts, human decision-making, and the use of technology to observe the environment. We're often asking how we can apply this for locally driven or regionally driven questions, including how to manage the health of mangroves, other forests, and invasive plants, as well as how to respond during crises like COVID. One of our key guidelines is to apply EVD&T in a setting where we're using systems thinking as guided by local hosts who have clear research questions and policy questions to answer. We hope that these examples are relevant to your work, and you may find ways to use similar work and share your findings with us as well in the future. Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to work with you. I look forward to future conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Your work is really fascinating. And now a spotlight session, leveraging insights from data for local and regional economies, Mr. Tom Golf, Ms. Erin Kenny.
I'm Thomas Goff. I'm a partner at Mass Economics and a co-founder of DataFab.
I'm Erin Penny. I'm a senior associate at Mass Economics and DataFab.
We both work at Mass Economics, which is an economics and research consulting firm based out of Cambridge, Mass. Also at DataFab, which is an economic data firm. So today we're here to talk about economic data, some of the challenges with various data sources, a little bit about our approaches to addressing economic data issues, and then we're going to end with providing some examples from the frameworks and applications that are based on some of this improved economic data. So first off, just an overview of some of the existing economic data sources and their limitations. So here you got this big table. I want to call out that at the top are the two key data sources that are available at the 6-digit NAICS code level. There's about 1,000 of those industries. And that level of detail is often necessary for a whole slew of economic analyses, both academic and applied. They're used for definitions of both existing and new industry clusters, and they can also be pretty critical when you're getting into detailed strategy development. So both of those data sources are available at the county level, which there are about 3.1K, 3,100 counties in the entire US. And then going down to these bottom three data sources that are related, but you can see have a little bit less industry detail. There's this quarterly workforce indicators data set that's available at a 4-digit NAICS code level. That's only about 300 different industries. It's also available at the county level, and it's also available quarterly, like as the name suggests, the quarterly census of employment and wages data set. These last two are really sort of for micro level geographies. So there's this LEHD OTM data source, and it's available at the census block level, which is really small. There's about 11 million of them across the US. But the real trade-off there is you only get about 20 industry sectors. So not very detailed profile of the employment. And then lastly, you have a variety of private firm level vendors. Name a couple of them there: YTF, Nets, Hoover's, Dun & Bradstreet. And so those are point level, and they do generally cover all 1,000 6-digit NAICS codes. But you'll see in the next slide, right, there are some challenges with that one. So moving on to sort of how we actually use these data sources. So the first two, which are really the core of economic analyses, you can see that CDP has a couple more crosstabs than QCW, but that lag hurts. It can be 1.5 years to about 2.5 years behind the present day. And then you compare that to QCW data set where, hey, you're only 6 months back, sort of near real time. Another new distinguishing factor is that the CDP data, while they used to be a great data source, they recently changed their reporting practices, and sadly, it's really made the data set almost unusable. And quickly, the issue is just you can no longer distinguish between what's a zero and what's just suppressed. You don't even know what's in there anymore. Then QCW, yes, there are more suppressions than what county business patterns used to provide, but the nice thing is you can solve them, and we'll get to that a little bit later in this presentation. Then QWI, like sort of these set of related data sets, like QWI is great because it offers a lot of interesting crosstabs that really help you get at inclusion and equity concerns like the age, sex, race, educational attainment, but also they get at some of the sort of more entrepreneurship related indicators like firm age and firm size. OTM, there's that painful lag time. I think it's still currently only at 2018. So, 2021, almost 2022, and we're almost 2 years back now. But this is really useful because it connects residents to their place of work. You can get into all sorts of sort of commuter flow pattern analytics. And again, since it's such a small census block geography, you can do this quick, high-level corridor, neighborhood level analyses. You get a quick understanding of what's going on this street or that district. And then private vendor data, it's point level. It's often rolling, continuous. You can get a snapshot of the economy last week. But the real problem there is you have a lot of data errors and issues to address. So we do a lot of QA. You'll have duplicate entries. Locations can be wrong, on the wrong street, on the wrong zip code even. Misclassified firms in the wrong industry. And then, of course, just employment errors where is it 100 employees or is it 10? Sometimes have that level of errors there. But as we'll see a little bit later, the geographic resolution offered by those private vendor data sets can be really great and combined with some of the more reliable data sets that we trust.
Yeah, so as Tom mentioned, basically there's sort of as he was moving down the table, there's kind of a trade-off between geographic detail and data availability. And so typically, just in terms of spatializing this, outside of the large metro areas, at least it's typical that at least 1/5 of industry employment is suppressed. And so this is just under 40% of the total U.S. employment. And this, unfortunately, creates a big barrier to conducting really detailed analyses in rural or non-metro areas.
And then another look is actually now specifically at the QWI data set, but you're going to see a pretty similar pattern. If you're looking at that map on the previous slide, you might guess that those are pretty rural areas, and a lot of those might have pretty low employment. On the left-hand table here, what you're seeing is just, the number of counties that are suppressed broken out by the number of jobs. So as you go down to fewer and fewer jobs in the county, as you might guess, you got a lot more suppression. And on the right-hand side, another factor that comes into play with suppressions is as you do more and more cross-tabulation, you're more and more likely to run into suppression issues. And you can see over here on the right that, hey, if you care about developing an understanding of African-American employment in a county or African-American trends in a region even, you're going to run into a lot of suppressions in the sort of raw data, up to about a quarter of your jobs, a quarter of your counties, you're just not going to know what's going on for that demographic.
Suppressions also have a disproportionate impact on certain industries. So the utility sector, what we're showing here on this chart is basically the percent of 60 county industry employment that's suppressed. And as you can see, the utility sector is by far the most suppressed sector, with 89% of its total employment suppressed. Manufacturing is the second most suppressed sector, and it's about 10% of the total economy, and nearly 2/3 of its employment is suppressed. And this is all compared to the total economy of about 22% of employment being suppressed. This lag, along with the previously discussed gutting of CBP, highlights how QCW is definitely a preferred source over CBP.
Now we're going to pivot to sort of some of the new approaches we developed around economic data. And just a little bit of background will help out with this. So DataFab was created by practitioners, that is math economics staff, to provide high quality, reasonably priced economic data on cities and regions. You see there also, right, we've essentially built out demographic and financial data as well. But really, as Aaron mentioned earlier, right, our core product is around using QCW data. Then over the course of years of research and development where we developed the algorithms that can solve all of the suppressions in QCW, across across all counties and all industries. Then since then, we've sort of applied these techniques and algorithms to a whole variety of other data sets, be it agriculture related or occupations or the previously mentioned QWI data set. So in applying all these algorithms, what's great is that we basically, in math economics, we used to sometimes spend up to a third of project time and budget solving these same data issues again and again and again before you even get to the interesting part around the analysis and the strategy development. So as a result, first, math economics developed a small in-house research team that was mostly devoted to solving these economic data issues in math for all the industries and all the counties systematically in one go. And while that process was great and was able to feed math economics lots of great data and sort of reduce the budget and time constraints and costs for all of our various consulting projects, we also realized that we realized the value of this data went beyond just math economics, and it made sense to spin out DataFab as its own company, completely devoted to the creation of economic data and the application of these tools to other data sets as well.
And so by using all available data, we've really been able to maximize the quality of the data that we're putting out and using in our analyses. So this slide is showing the distribution of industry by absolute percent error, and this is, for example, from California. And so basically, our data is, we're able to really minimize our error. The vast majority of our industry geography errors are less than 0.1%. So this is a significant improvement over the market leader. And so our data also has a shorter tail compared to the market leaders.
Right, so now we're going to pivot a little bit. Having solved all the suppressions and building out all of this 6-digit level data for all the counties for 20 years of data, we've now been able to sort of leverage all of that data to develop new frameworks, new applications. So I'm sort of burning through a couple of examples of some of our new frameworks and some of these sort of cross-pollination opportunities to sort of create new data entirely. So starting off just with a couple of new frameworks. First is starting off with market areas. And traditionally, the economy has been broken into local and traded clusters. And once we build out all this data, what we realize is there's actually a third category sort of in between the local and traded, which we call regional. And really, next slide is just highlighting how it is a distinct market area between traded and local. So traded, you can see on the bottom, is that huge blue circle, and that has a huge market area, and that there's fewer traded firms per geography. So that circle's over 200x the regional circle there, which really mostly is at a MSA, or as the name suggests, regional level. And then the regional market area in turn is about 2x the size of that local market area, which is really a lot of the sort of neighborhood level, bodegas and industries where you're going to see across almost everywhere across the U.S. Just a really quick profile of local versus regional versus traded. And specifically want to call out that this regional cluster has a really strong rate of MBE and WBE ownership. And then it also offers wages that are dramatically higher than local, and they're almost the same as traded, 75K versus 81K.
These market areas also offer a really important lens and kind of foundation for understanding broader economic trends too. So this chart is showing job growth from January 2019 to March 2021, indexed to January 2019. And so this is kind of showing the impact of COVID by market area. Local industries were extremely hard hit in April, as you can see, down about 20%, nearly 20% from January 2019 levels. But the recovery has been fairly promising. Traded industries, on the other hand, were not the hardest hit, but recovery has not been as robust as we saw in local industries. And regional industries, shown in the purple, were, it's not that they were unscathed by COVID, but they fared much better than the local and traded industries. And then also just to give you an example of how this plays out in local economies, this slide is showing data for Danville, Virginia, using the market areas to understand its economic trajectory compared to the U.S. And so these types of analyses are really informative for strategy development. So as we've called out on this chart, from March to December 2020, regional industries added jobs, but nationally, actually, regional industries lost jobs during this period. Also wanted to just call out that, as you can see in the traded industries did slightly lose jobs in Danville during this period, but this was, nothing on the scale of what happened in the U.S. overall. So just important insights that we can bring to strategy development.
To quickly highlight one other framework that we were able to develop by leveraging the detailed economic data. And a very quick overview sort of methodologically, we basically took about 18,000 tasks that were associated with, and we assigned those to occupations and cross-off those to industries to develop this sort of stages of innovation framework. That goes from ideation, where you're sort of research and development stage. You can see some of the occupations and industries within the ideation stage, to then prototyping, where you're sort of really figuring out how to even just make unit one, to then commercialization, where you're then figuring out how to legally get that product to market, then finally to scaling, where you're figuring out how to take, produce unit one and then scale that up to 10,000, 100,000 units, however it might be, and really just grow that business. And then finally, there's this routine operations and management, which is really outside of the stages of innovation, but that's sort of, you made it and you're just coasting along, you're producing products and selling products or services, and most of the economy falls in that group. But then when you can apply this stage of innovation framework at different scales, you can learn a lot about an economy. So on the right-hand side, if you're sort of looking nationally, you can see sort of different MSAs, but you can just see how ideation activity on the x-axis is associated with sort of the later stages of innovation. And also just wanted to call out this outlier alley here, where you have a really robust later stages of innovation following after the ideation stage. On the left-hand side, this is just sort of showing Toledo, Ohio, and Lucas County. With POP being extremely strong in prototyping, so that sort of carried downstream some of our strategy development around becoming a prototyping hub and then building out related activities, and also land uses and real estate space to support that prototyping activity. So next, we're going to pivot to really the understanding of some of the sort of COVID times, real-time trends that are possible with QCW's 6-month lag and the monthly granularity of the data.
So with more granular time series data, we've been able to get to really maximize our insights around peaks and troughs in industries, and just get a better sense of what's happening in terms of the employment volatility in a local economy. what we're showing in this slide is employment for a county in Colorado and then incorporated towns and unincorporated areas in Colorado, and just highlighting the peaks and troughs in January and July. And so this is really another kind of important analytical tool in our toolbox in terms of developing strategies to support part-time workers in these areas. And then similarly, we can apply similar methods to assessing COVID trends. So here we're showing index employment growth in the MSAs with the top, or the highest March to December 2020 growth, and then the lowest March to December 2020 growth among the top 10 MSAs for each cluster. And so what this kind of reveals is that this gives us, an understanding of sort of the real-time impacts of COVID-19, but it's clear from analyses like these, just how dramatic the impact on different clusters has been. And so the clusters on top have diverged the most, and we see with e-commerce, there's been really explosive growth in, the top MSA, not so much in the lower growth MSAs. And then towards the bottom, the clusters have remained somewhat more stable. But analyses like these kind of give us a sense of geographic reorganization that might be happening post-COVID.
Right. Aaron mentioned e-commerce. So yeah, we thought it would be fun to do the transportation clusters and sort of their performance during COVID. So if you look at this chart, as you might guess, for having read various articles about it, seeing that air transportation and passenger transportation are extremely hit by the impacts of COVID-19 and travel restrictions as well. You can see the most recent release of the PCW data, they're still about 15 percentage points below where they were pre-COVID. On the other hand, that in purple, you have trucking. You can see sort of the explosive growth driven by e-commerce, and now it's still about 10 percentage points higher than it was pre-COVID. I'm just going to run through a couple of quick slides just to show you how this plays out across the U.S. So on the left-hand side, is showing some of the largest metros with respect to the truck, right? Los Angeles with its port, Memphis and Indianapolis with FedEx hubs, Louisville with UPS hub, and then on the right, see how employment has changed throughout 2020 into 2021. You can also leverage this data to look at the impacts within regions. And in this case, we had a project in Indianapolis, so we were looking at how different counties within the region were more or less severely impacted by the pandemic. And you can see on the right-hand side, Marion County, which is sort of the core county containing the city of Indianapolis, was pretty severely impacted, or at least comparatively to the rest of the region. And then you can see that some of these more suburban counties to the sort of west and southwest, they're a bit better.
And the last point we just wanted to touch on with regard to, timely analyses is something that came out during COVID about, fears around the California economy being severely impacted by COVID. And, the impact obviously on the state, but then the implications for the country. But when you kind of look at these data through, not only just general jobs growth, but also traded industry performance in the California metros, what you can see is that actually the traded industries in the California metros were doing remarkably well, especially considering what happened in the rest of the country. And so some of these fears were a little bit misguided. And so, yeah, another just takeaway from these analyses.
I'm actually going to do a little detour into a little dive into the development of economic data for sub-county geographies. And really is pretty much done by incorporating some of the private vendor firm level data, like the Dun & Bradstreet and Nets data I talked about earlier, but also sometimes public data sources, e.g. some states will provide town level employment data as well. But then the next step, next slide, is to be a little bit of a process, but you can just see on this graphic how important these sort of geographies can be, because right at the MSA level, the Scientific Research and Development Services LQ is only 5.6, and as you zoom in further and further into the city of Cambridge, the LQ, and that is the concentration of that industry, is factors again higher than in the MSA. So really just nailing home the importance of sort of sub-county geographies for analytics and understanding. Sort of an abstract overview of how do we actually construct data for sub-county geographies, and starts with our DataFab county level data from QCW, this private vendor firm level data, all the little points, individual establishments, and then some one or more whether that's a specific city, neighborhood, districts, or specific corridors or what. But the first step is cleaning. That's where this extensive and painful and time-intensive cleaning process needs to occur, where you're removing duplicates, you're removing any public sector entities. You sometimes have to fix locations where establishments might be in, on the wrong street or even the wrong zip code. You have to address employment issues where this firm has 10 people, 100 people, and sometimes the data get it wrong, even by that much. And then also you do see industry errors, where is this manufacturing, is this wholesaling, is this transportation and warehousing, and having to fix those types of errors as well. But then once it's all cleaned, you can then tag the firms by both the county geographies and then also the sub-geographies of interest. And then when you take that data that's been tagged with the respective geographies, you can then sort of nest that firm level data within the QCW data that we trust, nest it with industry-specific firm level weights. And the final step is just you validate that after you've constructed this data, that the light green plus the dark green plus that geo of interest sum to the original county level 6-digit makes employment data. And just going to quickly burn through a couple of examples. First, at this county level unit of geography, you can see how life sciences employment is concentrated along the Route 128 and 495 corridors in Massachusetts. Next, this is just showing how you can also leverage the intersection of YTS and QCW data to sort of create weighted point level data. So here's sort of this heat map of innovation clusters employment across the US, across Massachusetts. You can also nest firm level data within slightly more custom geographies, in this case, an innovation district in Philadelphia. And then lastly, when you combine the QCW firm level data with projections, you can sort of develop a little bit of a crystal ball into the performance of cities, corridors, neighborhoods, as you see here for a project we did a while back in Phoenix. So last section here is going to talk about some of our applications that basically leverage the cross-pollination of different data sets.
So by leveraging the algorithms and methods that we've developed to use with QCW, we've also been able to solve the suppressions in and other data sets too. And then by combining this data from these different sources, we're able to generate new data on local and regional economies, creating these so-called functional bridges between information sources. And so shown here, we're using a combination of QWI and QCW data that highlights the disproportionate impact of COVID on Black and African American workers and female workers in Marion County, Indiana. And this is showing job change in the Indianapolis MSA for Marion County and the rest of the MSA from March to June 2020. This is another example of our kind of functional bridges, cross-pollination. And here we're looking at average wage and job growth. So average wages on the left-hand side, and we're seeing major disparities in wages by race and ethnicity. And so this is for the Columbus, Georgia region, Georgia, the state, and then the U.S., and then the counties within the MSA, looking at this gap and these really stark disparities between Black and African American workers and white workers. And then the right-hand side is showing job growth for BIPOC and non-BIPOC workers. And then we are also able to compare industry data to workforce data. And this is super useful for understanding where gaps might exist between education requirements of jobs and then the educational attainment of job holders, or excuse me, of not necessarily job holders, but people living in that geography. And so this is showing for the Columbus, Georgia region and the U.S. By education level where the gaps are and what the gaps are. So, for example, for some college or associate's degree, you see that educational attainment exceeds the education requirement, and then vice versa for the bachelor's degree in Columbus.
A couple more examples where we're able to leverage some of the algorithms that we developed in CW to solve other data sets as well. So here you're looking at USDA data from the Census of Agriculture and address various in that data. And this sort of little 2x2 just gives a sense of a national scale. And you can also sort of zoom in and see a specific county might be specialty crops. And then here, this is a sort of a framework on the food cluster that really is going from picturing this sort of mapping out the full food supply chain, from inputs to the farm all the way to the table and retail. And it basically reflects a combination of both USDA agriculture data and then paired with our QCW data. So go through these quickly to getting a sense of some of the farm inputs on an industry basis and some of the strengths and weaknesses in the Mid-South Delta region of the U.S. Next, looking at the agricultural data, seeing what specific commodities are strengths and weaknesses throughout that region. And finally, arriving at the food cluster, manufacturing and processing subclusters within that box, then to the right, some of the sort of retail food.
A newer application for this data is we are currently in the process of developing a national county database with MIT and the University of Wisconsin Population Health Institute to create economic typologies of the U.S. counties, all 3,100 something U.S. counties. And so the goal of doing this is to really expand our understanding of how economic factors impact health outcomes. So basically using the typologies as a foundation for assessing the impact of economic factors on not only health factors, but ultimately health outcomes using the University of Wisconsin County Health Rankings.
Another more recent application is actually providing support to multiple capital investment process. So it's really taking all of our data fab data and leveraging it to create sort of the next generation of funds, and pulling in all this economic data and also demographic, socioeconomic, and financial data. The goal really is to create this place-based set of investments that really invest in often overlooked economies, distressed areas, and then also have a focus on MWBE opportunities. And then lastly, we are also working on creating a website to sort of enable a range of customers to quickly and easily directly purchase the QCW all data and also the other data sets as well. Not shown here, but also organizing all the data into different modules by the type of data and related indicators and variables as well. Provide a little bit of a one-stop shop, provide a picture of different sort of topics ranging from agriculture to capital and lending activity to what you see here with industry and industry cluster data. Thank you all so much for your time, and do feel free to reach out to either myself or Aaron or reach out to our website. And thanks, and have a nice rest of the afternoon.
Thank you, Tom and Aaron. And now we have a special symposium chairs panel, Economic Policies for a More Equitable Future, 3 Economist Views. And leading today's panel is Dr. Amy Glassmeyer. She's the symposium chair and professor of economic geography and regional planning at MIT. And Amy is a well-known AGS counselor. Amy, looking forward very much to you and your panel.
Hello, my name is Amy Glassmeyer, and I'm a professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. For the last 9 months, along with several colleagues, we have been working toward the development of this event, the 2050 American Geographical Society's vision of achieving greater equity. My talk today is a framing discussion to provide a backdrop for several of the other conversations that will be going on over the next week. What I'm basically going to do is walk us through the evolution of equality and inequality in the United States to try to provide insights into why we are currently configured as we are economically, and then what the consequences will be and some of the policy suggestions to try to change the path that we currently are on. The first thing to say is that income inequality today in the United States is at an almost all-time high. The last time that the income inequality was at this level was during the Great Depression. Most of us don't really think about income inequality because for a lot of Americans, it doesn't have an impact on them. But for about 60% of Americans, income inequality is something they live with on a daily basis. The last 50 years are made up of a period of growing income equality and us as a whole society growing together to an era in which the highest income categories are growing much more so than the lower 20% of our society. And in fact, we could say that 60 or 70% of our society have basically been experiencing static income growth for more than 30 years. I'm going to show some slides about the distribution of income inequality, wealth inequality, and then I'll use a series of other indicators to sort of set a backdrop for why we decided that this was a topic of importance, not just for the audience here, but for America as a whole. And as geographers, we're interested both in the causal forces of changes like income inequality, but we're also, of course, very interested in the spatial distribution of the phenomenon. So some of the parts of my discussion will focus specifically on that. So this begins the discussion on the distribution of family income from 1963 to 2016. And what you can see is when you start back in the early 1960s, there is certainly a gap between the 90th percentile and the 10th and the 50th percentile, but the trajectories of the line are essentially moving somewhat in the same direction. But by the time we get to the early 1980s, the directional relationship between the lines changes, and we begin to see the higher income members of society pulling away from the 10th and the 50th percentile. This pattern continues through today. Income inequality is not something which is leaving groups out. There are social groups within society where income inequality is particularly problematic. Because of historic circumstances such as slavery and Jim Crow laws and a host of other factors which we all know are sources of discrimination, we can see that African Americans or Black Americans have always had the lowest income in the United States. That's followed by Hispanics. And then we can see the population as a whole. We can see where white Americans are placed, and then we see Asian Americans. And that distribution might surprise people. The point here is to say that over time, the income inequality that has affected individual social groups has been persistent. And you can see from the range of incomes, so from 10,000 to 110,000, that there's been little progress made for African Americans, Hispanics, and that has had social consequences that we live through today. Inequality is reinforced by centuries-old regional inequality in the U.S. South versus the rest of the nation. As we all know, the plantation economy was in the South and in the Southwest. And we also know that in the period of the post-war era, we had a very strong economy in the industrial heartland, the states around the Great Lakes, the Middle Atlantic. And what we can see here is that, in fact, since the 1950s and 60s, we can see that those regions are also beginning to experience income inequality. And that is a function of something called deindustrialization, where our nation lost a significant portion of our manufacturing jobs. And so their economies are now made up of often low-wage jobs and high-wage jobs, but the middle-wage jobs with good occupational profiles and opportunities for pensions have been declining through time. So the takeaway at the beginning is the top 1%ers are outpacing growth of income compared to all other social groups. The second factor I want to think about and talk to you about is wealth inequality, which also favors the top 20%. And so what's the difference between wealth and income? Income is basically what you get paid. Wealth is what you accumulate, and wealth allows you to accumulate more and also to have a level of security that income does not provide. Income fluctuates over the course of a year, whereas wealth is a more stable form of value. Wealth inequality grows worse over time. So it has been paralleling the trajectory of income inequality, but it's had both dips and increasing trajectories relative to across time and also relative to social groups. So what we see is that wealth inequality is particularly egregious as it relates to individuals of color versus the white population. And it is continuing to spread over time. Another measure to think about is average asset income per capita. And here in this graph, we're looking at the top 10% and the bottom 90% of counties. So we're looking at counties this time from 1969 to 2019. And what we see is whereas the average asset income per capita for the top 10% has been growing progressively minus the period of the Great Recession, we can see that the bottom 90% of counties have basically been almost flat. So that means that the majority of the country has basically experienced virtually no change in average asset income per capita. That's a significant difference from what we were seeing in the early 1960s through about 1980. Here's a map that shows the same data, only it provides a really interesting sort of mirror onto where we see places that are doing well and having assets and places that are not doing well and have low average asset levels. And what's important about this map is this map shows us regions of the country that have interesting economic basis. So we see the light colored, which is less than 5,000, and the dark blue, which is greater than 20,000. And what we know about this is that some of the regions that are white, they also happen to be regions of very high natural resource wealth. So there's often local context which might provide wealth for individuals, but because of ownership issues, as well as industrial circumstances, that wealth does not distribute to the population as a whole. One of the major factors that explains why we are experiencing both income inequality and wealth inequality is the lack of access to good jobs, which limits the full economic potential. And it doesn't just limit the full economic potential for people of color, it also limits the full economic potential for individuals with less education as well as women. But there's a particularly egregious difference between African Americans and whites. The lack of equal pay for equal work inhibits lifetime earnings. Here we see in this graph, the green color is white and the black color is blue, is that there's a distinct difference between median usual weekly earnings for African Americans compared to whites. And it carries forward across both women and men and ages 25 and 54. And why that age 25 to 54 is important is because those are the prime earning years. And if your access to good jobs is diminished during that period, your lifetime earnings will also be less. The lack of access to good jobs by gender and education limits a person's full economic potential. Here we see the same color scheme, and what this graph shows is both African American and whites, and men and women, and individuals with college levels of education down to some college, veterans and young people as well as working age people. And what we see again is that there's a persistent pattern here in terms of individuals who have a college degree, and there's a difference by race, individuals who are veteran, and there's a difference by race. So we see this systematic pattern through time. So inequality is undergirded by lack of access to opportunity and also long-standing differences in options for social groups. Denied jobs during their prime working years, lower lifetime earnings are the result. So here we see this pattern in terms of prime age unemployment, historically higher for Black workers versus white workers. Another factor that's important in America, and it's true for countries around the world, is retirement savings. And there's a significant difference in the availability of retirement savings by type of job, by type of region, by gender, and by race. And retirement savings in the United States are critical to economic security. It's very difficult for individuals to live on Social Security alone, and yet we know that a significant portion of Americans, all Americans, basically retire with only Social Security to rely on. Here's an example of that. So we see percent of individuals with retirement savings by race. And we can see that there's a difference by race. We can also see that even at the best case scenario, only 65% of whites have retirement savings. So it's something in which not everybody in our society actually has. College-educated families are most likely to have retirement savings. Shares of families aged 32 to 61 with retirement account savings by education is what this graph shows. And what we see is the higher the level of education, the more likely you're going to have retirement savings. And as you move down through the levels of education, you can see that individuals are disadvantaged in having a retirement savings when they reach retirement age. So education and economic security when you get older is significantly correlated. And now I'd like to talk about inequality in hourly and income earning by gender. We all know that women make about 20% less than men. What we don't know as much about is how that affects women over their life course, as well as women by race. This table shows there are gender disparities in hourly, weekly, and annual wages for women, especially women of color. So if we just look at hourly wages to begin with, and we look at comparing white women with white men, we see that there's about a 19% difference in the wage rate that a woman earns compared to a man's hourly wages. For Black women, the wage rate is much lower, 61.9%. For Latinas, it's even lower than that. Whereas for Asian women, it's actually higher. And that has to do with the fact that Asian women have high levels of education and have are more likely to go into professional occupations. If we look at weekly wages, the numbers don't change very much. And if we look at annual wages, the patterns don't change that much. But what we do see is that the distribution is clearly disadvantageous to Black women and Latinas across the entire schedule of work on an annual, weekly, or hourly basis. Male-female wage gaps widen with more education. So we generally think that as you earn more education, you are able to earn more income. But in fact, what we see in this graph is that men and women with bachelor's degree begin their life at a closer gap. The gap is much smaller, but when women reach their maximum income earning period, their wage gap between men and women is the largest, and then it eventually declines as women get out to the age of 75. And basically that's probably reflecting what happens because men tend to die before women do. And so the population in the graph changes. We see the same pattern for men and women that have less than a bachelor's degree, but we can see that the gap is different, and that may indicate that men and women are occupying very similar jobs. One of the challenges that we have today, and we know it from a lot of different perspectives, from recent elections, from the distribution of infrastructure, the availability of broadband, the availability of clean water, that poor regions are disadvantaged. They're experiencing rising inequality while falling further behind. This map shows a graphical representation of the consequences of disparities. So what we can see is the traditional South is a region of the country where there is less economic mobility compared to the lighter colored green and dark green, where we have greater mobility. And the reason that we have such a stark difference in the Midwestern part of the United States is basically the population numbers are pretty small. And if people are going to stay in the region, they actually probably need higher levels of education to be able to stay there and take good jobs. As I showed in an earlier map, this is the same map, but inequality is reinforced by the centuries-old regional inequality in the U.S. South versus the West. And although over the last 50 years, we have seen a significant change in the income structure in the southern and the southwestern regions, nonetheless, what we really have is an increasing bifurcation of very high incomes and significantly lower incomes, a service economy and an economy of individuals who have very high paying jobs as well as assets. Again, this map shows the assets and income per capita by county in thousands in 2019. And again, the pattern is not a lot different. And finally, less populated and poorer states tend to have larger gender wage gaps. Some of that's about tradition and the traditional jobs that are there. Some of that is about the fact that for women in some of the less populated and poorer states, it actually doesn't pay to go to work because jobs that are available to women pay significantly lower wages than men. And if they're going to have a family, then they can't actually afford childcare. So what causes all of this, and how should we really think about it? Well, one of the things that's interesting is we have the Pew Research Center is an organization that does surveys of Americans' attitudes towards lots of different topics that are important to society. And this particular graph is quite interesting because when we ask people what they think explains the disadvantage by race and by gender and also by education, what's interesting is that Americans actually understand what the source of the problem is. There's general agreement, for example, that African American inequality is due to discrimination, poor quality education, and lack of access to good jobs. And there's other factors that are important to making it harder for African Americans to be successful. So it isn't that we don't understand what inequality is, and it isn't that we don't understand why it exists. The challenge for us going forward is thinking about policies that can help diminish inequality, increase equality, and to improve the livelihood opportunities, the educational opportunities, and the economic security opportunities of others. So to talk about the issues that were presented in these slides, we will be having a presentation, we'll have a conversation with three economists, Dr. Kirsten Brody, economist and senior scholar at the Brookings Institution, Dania Francis, a professor of economics at the University of Massachusetts at Boston, and Dr. Omri Swinton, professor and chair of the Department of Economics at Howard University. So I'm going to introduce all three of them, and then we'll go to our presentations. Okay, Dr. Christine Brody is a fellow at the Brookings Metropolitan Policy Program. She's a professor of financial economics on leave at Dillard University and has served on the faculties of Howard University, Alabama A&M University, Dominican University, Fort Valley State University, and Kentucky State University. She's served as a consultant for the Joint Center for Political and Economic Studies in Washington, D.C., and she's been a senior research fellow for the Center for Global Policy Solutions in Washington, D.C. Her areas of research include mortgage foreclosure, risk, labor and automation, and racial health disparities. She has a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Alcorn State University and an MBA and PhD in business administration with a major in economics at Jackson State University. Dr. Dania Francis received her doctorate from Duke University and also holds a master's degree from Harvard University and a bachelor's degree from Smith College. She is currently an assistant professor at UMass Boston. She is the co-author of an influential paper titled The Economics of Reparations in the American Economic Review. Her research has also been published in Science, Review of Development Economics, and Review of Black Political Economy, among other peer-reviewed journals. Her research uses experimental and quasi-experimental methods to identify structural causes of racial and socioeconomic academic achievement gaps. She is a board member of the National Economics Association and a National Academies of Education Spencer Foundation Postdoctoral Fellowship Award recipient, 2018-2019. And then finally, Dr. Omri Swinton, chairman of the economics department at Howard University in Washington, D.C. He received his master's degree and PhD in economics at Duke University, and Swinton has been on the faculty of Howard University since 2007 and has been chair of the economics department since 2017. In February 2019, he was interviewed by J.P. Morgan about building wealth. He has been the president of the National Economic Association in 2019. His stated goal for the organization was to encourage minorities to enter the field of economics. His research focuses on access to higher education, student retention, and the success of historically Black colleges. So from here, we will turn now to our guests and talk about both the causes of inequality and really focus on the ways in which we as a nation can address some of the persistent issues that I've discussed just previously. I'd like to ask my panelists to comment on really the broadest question that this panel is about. And that is, in the next 3 decades, what in each of your minds is the greatest single economic change required to bring about greater equality in the United States? And I'll begin by asking Dr. Brody.
It's an easy question. It's over ending racism. I would say that the answer to the question is easy. Implementing it is much harder. Ending racism.
Dr. Francis, would you like to comment on that question?
Sure, absolutely. No, I definitely agree that ending racism would go a long way towards bringing about greater inequality in the U.S. As someone who studies the economics of reparations, I think that one major policy to consider would be reparations for African Americans. I think that wealth inequality lies beneath so much of the inequality we observe today. Access to opportunity, education, good neighborhoods that are free from health risks, right? But the wealth inequality that you so eloquently described in the intro to the session didn't happen overnight, right? It's the result of decades, centuries of state-sanctioned policies and laws that disadvantaged some and advantaged others. Thinking of slavery, Jim Crow, redlining, urban renewal, right? We can go on. And so I think that pattern of advantage and disadvantage is transmitted intergenerationally through intergenerational wealth transfers, differential access to wealth building opportunities, and really a really effective way to address this gap in wealth is to transfer wealth, right? And so for that reason, I think that, if we're talking about, bigger, broader, bolder policies that would be able to affect change, I think reparations need to be on the table.
Dr. Swinton, how can people understand reparations? And have you thought about mechanisms that would enable this to work?
I think one of the I would have to echo. So, and I think one of the points that Dania made is the important one, to acknowledge that the wealth gaps that exist in America didn't happen by accident. And I think that's the biggest thing to get people to understand the need for reparations, is to acknowledge that if you look back at the U.S. history before the 1900s, almost everybody in the U.S. was equally poor, right? And then systems were designed that advantage others at the cost of other groups. And so whether you think about immigrants coming into the U.S. or Native Americans in their lands, Blacks or women, a lot of these disparities that we see are designed into the way our society operates. And the first thing is to acknowledge that these things exist and try to think about the best ways to approach eliminating some of the systematic functioning of our society that continue to lead to these disparities to continue to exist. The best example of that is redlining and how those effects still occur to this day. If you're a Black family, there's been studies that shown if you're at your home when their appraisal is done, the value of your home will be less. If you're not there and you take away all your pictures, the value of your home will be more. And that's really an artificial creation from the way our society operates. There's many instances like this in society that can be addressed, but first people have to acknowledge that these kind of biases actually exist. And a large part of the population of America don't believe that these kind of things really exist in our society.
And do you mind if I add to that? Because I think it's so important to think about the significance of the example that Amari just gave. That right, you think, oh, it's an appraisal. Okay, maybe it appraised for a little more, a little less. That has real financial consequences, right? That even have multiplier effects. Right. So my appraisal is what's used for me to, refinance my home or even get my home loan. And if I end up getting a worse term loan because my appraisal was not as high as it maybe should be, right? That's real financial consequences. I may not be able to get a home equity loan of the amount that I would like if my appraisal is lower. Maybe I'm using that home equity loan to invest in a small business, right? Like there are ways that we use these financial instruments to grow wealth that if people are systematically discriminated in this finance industry are not able to have those same wealth growing opportunities.
Dr. Brody, being at the Brookings Institute and also being in Washington at this moment, what kinds of conversations are you hearing about how we achieve greater equality in the United States?
So I guess agreeing with Dr. Swinton and Dr. Francis, I think the first step is to point out the problem. And so that's something that we've done. The wealth gap information that most people hear and quote comes from 2 papers written by the Hamilton Project. So I think just to point out a couple of things that we're going in the wrong direction. So according to a report by Zillow, between 1990 and 2018, the home ownership rate between Black and white households increased from 27.6 percentage points to 30.3 percentage points. So the gap in home ownership is getting wider. The second thing, a 2009 study by Turner and Liu found that each additional year of home ownership increased total net wealth by $13,700 for a sample of low and moderate income households, right? So first, that's the problem we're going in the wrong direction. 2, just what is the value of home ownership for the population that we're talking about is the second thing. So I guess some of the things that we're looking at are programs like Buy Back the Block, which look at how nonprofits and government agencies can help minorities, particularly and low-income people of all races, buy property and not just rent, right? We know that African Americans, particularly, and people of lower income are more likely to rent than to buy. And if you're not buying, then you're not building equity. So, and it's not just buying property to live in, but also to be able to have a business. You can have your own business, but if you're renting and somebody sells the building, then what are you supposed to do, right? It's not really yours if you don't own the property. So Buy Back the Block is one thing, looking at encouraging more Black people to get into the appraisal field. And it's not just a matter of saying that, oh, I want to be an appraiser. We know that there's racism and discrimination in terms of getting into the various programs, but we do need more Black appraisers. We need more Black people in real estate, in banking. We need more Black banks, right? So all of those are things that we're researching.
Dr. Francis, what do you hear your students talking about today as it relates to achieving greater equality? And how do they see the generations before them setting them up for a future? What kind of future do they think they're going to experience?
Oh, that's a really interesting question. So let me first start by saying that at UMass Boston, we have a really, really diverse student body, which is excellent. And I enjoy coming to work and teaching under that auspice. So I think that, my students come from, lots of different backgrounds, not just racial backgrounds, but regarding, socioeconomic status, regarding immigration status, regarding families who were served in the military and so on. And so it's really, really interesting and fun to have conversations about things like economic mobility. People are coming from all different places. And I think one of the main keys is that if you don't have the experience of talking to people who are coming from different backgrounds and different experiences, and maybe all you know kind of is your narrow life experience, you may have lots of misconceptions about what causes inequality, right? What leads to economic mobility, right? And so if you've come from a background where you've experienced privileges, maybe privileges that you don't even necessarily notice that you experience, but you have a comfortable home life, you've had the best schools, right? Then you think, I worked hard and that's why I am where I am. And if you don't know the circumstances of other people, you may see them and say, they must not be working hard. And that's why they're where they are, right? When in actuality, if we spoke to each other a little more, we'd see, oh, wow, these are people who are also working hard, but maybe they didn't have this advantage, just by nature of the family into which they were born, right? And so I think that, a key thing is really understanding, educating across differences, talking to people from different experiences, so that we're outside of our own bubbles, and in order to understand better what are the sources of inequality.
Dr. Swinton, you too are teaching students today, and you're in the nation's capital, and there's lots of discussion about policy swirling around. How are your students preparing themselves for the future, and what are they expecting in the way of change in the economy, and what do they think their role is in that experience?
So the aspect of the question I'm gonna focus on is, what is our students' role? And we oftentimes talk about, having representation in the policy field and in the places where these policies are made. Economics as a field is very unwelcoming to most people who are not from traditional backgrounds. And it's a hard time to encourage students to do economics as a field. But economists sit in almost every think tank in the government, and they're the ones who make these policies. And oftentimes, a lot of the policies have unintended effects because people don't understand the way people think or react. And because they haven't lived those experiences, when they make the policies, they don't take into consideration that somebody might view this policy in a different light. Right. And as economists, I try to teach my students to understand that just because you have a certain way that you view the world and you have these certain goals, it doesn't mean everybody has those same goals. And I often talk about understanding when you make a policy, that somebody's utility function might look completely different from yours. And they might be choosing to do something because of a different set of calculations than you are. And so it has to be clear at what your ultimate goals are. In one of my classes, we always talked about measuring inequality and how different policies would be used if you had different goals in decreasing inequality, right? And if your goal is to help the poorest people, that's an entirely different conversation than if your goal is to decrease the wealth gap between the richest and the poorest, right? And so these different types of policies have different effects, and teaching the students to think about what your ultimate goal is as how to design a policy is something that we focus on in our classes when we talk about policy changes and the effects that they have.
Thank you. That's very interesting. I think it's also very instructive to other academics who are trying to contribute to conversations or trying to help their students engage in conversations about policymaking without necessarily recognizing the divergence between the types of policies that you're interested in and how you actually go about approaching them. Dr. Brody, you are in perhaps the preeminent social science think tank in the United States, the Brookings Institution. And to what extent do you find that that's an environment where you are able to have an effect that you can't have necessarily in the academy?
So it's a good question. I haven't changed at all. I actually worked for Dr. Swinton and his father at Benedict, and I'm the same person. I wrote a brief called Race and Jobs at High Risk to Automation while I was working for Dr. Swinton. I was working for the Joint Center as well, and it got some publicity. It was heavily cited. It was cited by Congress, and I did a few interviews, and that was that. I did an update to that same report at Brookings in March of this year, and you reached out to me, and you're at MIT, and here I am, right? And news agencies have reached out, and I've been on radio, and I've been on TV. I'm the same person. It's basically the same report. It's updated data, right? So working at Brookings means that my voice gets heard by more people, and I get to have more of an influence, and I can share this information with students at HBCUs and faculty members and administrators to let them know what they need to do to prepare their students for jobs that I knew about, but couldn't have really told you what folks at the Brookings Institution did, what was required of interns, what an RA was from the think tank side. So I would say it's been a blessing that I've learned all the things that I've learned and been able to share that information with the people that I care most about.
Thank you. Dr. Francis, in what ways do you see economics as helping us in the future to achieve greater equality? What is it about that field and the way that people who are trained as economists are able to influence where we're going in the future?
Yeah, I think the field of economics and economists broadly have the ability to do a lot of good, right? I think that part of the benefit comes in, doing very careful, data-driven, right, evidence-driven analyses of some of our larger social questions, right? I think that it becomes even more beneficial when we as economists realize that these large questions, these large societal questions, cannot be answered by economists alone, and that most of our largest social questions require, interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary, cross-disciplinary collaborations that help us understand really the scope of these topics. And so I think that we would have the best the best influence and impact if we do what we do best and fit into larger discussions about some of these large social topics, instead of thinking maybe, oh, we have the data, we solved the question, we figured it out, and any other discipline, right, it can't possibly be doing it as well as we're doing, right? I think that's when we start to maybe do more harm than good. I'll stop there.
Dr. Brody, I'd like to ask you the same question. You are currently in an environment that is maybe not as tightly constrained by the role of academic output and particular approaches to economic problem solving. How do you find being in a policy environment enabling you to sort of broaden and stretch or essentially approach economics perhaps with a different set of eyes?
So I think not having the teaching responsibility or the specific publishing requirements of you have to publish in this many A journals or have this many sole authored papers is freeing. And I will say I'm an associate editor of a journal that I love, so I don't want to be saying anything against academic publishing. I don't have any ill will towards it, but I would say that think tank publishing is much faster because everyone is dedicated to it, right? Like if I'm doing some research, I have other fellows that I can run things by, have research assistants and analysts. So everybody is supporting that mission rather than being student focused, which of course we need universities to do in addition to the research that they produce. So I think being able to do things faster and more focused is important. We can react more to what's going on in the economy. We can choose what we analyze and just put things out faster, I think it is the biggest thing. I guess I also want to say something about what Dr. Francis said. I think that economists are the best, right? I mean, come on, you guys can agree with that. Of course, we need to fit into an interdisciplinary approach, but I think as I've looked at Twitter and looked at think tank people versus academics and others, I think that we need to end the sort of competitive backbiting that I see, right? This debate about macro versus micro or qualitative data versus quantitative. Honestly, I'm sick of it, right? Like I've seen people coming out with articles saying that economists don't look at the data correctly and that you have to have qualitative and that economists don't do qualitative research. It's like, let's stop all of that. I think that we're all capable of doing qualitative and quantitative research. We all have our various focuses and we should all work together instead of fighting against each other.
Dr. Swinton, if you had one policy that you could make today and take it to the White House and have a sit down with President Biden about the prospect of introducing it into Congress as legislation, what would that policy be?
So I haven't really thought that deeply about that question, but I'm gonna give you the first thing that came to my mind is that the federal government should actually fund HBCUs at a higher level than they do. Historically, Black colleges and universities actually do a much better job of educating Blacks than they get credit for, just based on a lot of the research that has been out. Some of my own research shows that Black students who would have attended the HBCU versus a predominantly white institution would have increased their likelihood of graduating from anywhere to 5 to 10%. Additionally, if looking at those who just graduate, they would have been more likely to graduate in a STEM degree. A lot of the discussion in higher education is about making sure all professions are diversified and we increase the share of minority groups in these fields. HBCUs have a track record of doing it. They're already a protected class of colleges and universities that exist. And it really wouldn't be that hard to actually help with their funding level to maybe allow students who go there to have free school, because this would in one way help get rid of some of the disparities that exist due to what the US has done a long time ago.
Dr. Francis, if you had a chance to have a sit down with the president and really formulate a policy for the moment in light of all that's happening and also the basic constraints that we face in a globalized world, what would that policy look like?
So obviously, I would sit down and talk about reparations. But aside from that, I think that a policy or a group of policies that focus on working families navigating poverty is so important, right? I think that, universal pre-K, making sure children are fed, right? Payments to families who are just trying to get by and meet basic needs is so important in trying to make sure that children flourish, right? If you're navigating homelessness, if you're navigating poverty, if your family is trying to figure out where the next meal is going to come from, you're not going to flourish. And I think that just exacerbates inequality, and it really limits our capacity to grow as a nation, for one, and even thinking on the global scale, because we're not investing the most we can in all of our citizens, right? And so there's probably somebody who may have been the next genius, right, who we're not investing in because we don't have some of these safety net policies.
Thank you. That's a very important topic, and I know that in some of the statistics that I was looking at in preparation for our meetup, one of the topics that came up over and over again was the generation to come and the extent to which we are prepared to actually invite them in, if you will, into the world, and then ensure that the resources that are necessary for them to thrive are present in their communities. Dr. Brody, this is a macro question, basically. Right now, some people would argue that the economics that we live within are those which are a sort of an economics world view, is to stay out of the way of the market in the distribution of resources to the greatest extent possible. And that is the mechanism by which allocation of resources will achieve the greatest efficiency. But that kind of mindset is one that is of many mindsets about what the kind of economics, the kind of macroeconomics we might need at this moment in American history to try to deal with questions of inequality. Do we need something like the Great Depression and then the sort of Keynesian era policies as a means by which we can evolve? Or is there something about where we're going now sufficient to actually enable us to achieve greater equality?
So I think left to itself, the market brings about inequality, right? Like when we look at the recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, a lot of economists report that the unemployment rate has come down and people are getting jobs and they're getting vaccinated and everything is great. But when we look at how different groups are being affected, we see that Black people, our unemployment rate is still much higher than white people. Same thing for Hispanic people. And when you look at the rate for those 16 to 19, African Americans 16 to 19, the average unemployment rate for the last 13 months is like 17 to 18%. So yeah, if we leave the market to itself, then we would see automation, which has increased during the pandemic, that companies that wanted to institute some sort of automation, automatic checkout machines, etc., but hadn't done it because they would have had to shut down and lose business, saw this as an opportunity to do that. They were closed down anyway. So what happens to the people that were cashiers or salespeople that don't have a job to go back to? If we leave it to them and just say, oh, go do something else, there are plenty of jobs available, but how if people don't have broadband? They don't know that those jobs exist. They may not have the specific training route. Childcare costs have gone up, right? So we can't just lead, especially not when so much has been done, as Dr. Swinton said, to keep certain people down, right? Like, we didn't get to this point of inequality through lack of policy, slavery, redlining, all of the different types of discrimination, lack of funding for schools. All of these things were policies, right? So it's like, we're not gonna get equalized through lack of policy. That wouldn't make sense at all.
Can I chime in on this point? So I think one of the main things that people get wrong when they talk about markets is that there's no discrimination in the markets, right? And the markets would be the best outcome possible if everything worked where everybody had the same access to every opportunity. But we know that's not the case in America. And as long as that's not the case, there's going to be no way that the market can lead to an equitable distribution, because some groups don't have the same opportunities. And this is the point of the government, is to step in where there's a market failure and try to correct some of the access issues that exist. And so the markets are great. The economy is great for some people, and it has to be the recognition that the economy doesn't work for everybody. And until everybody can recognize that, even though some people may be doing well, there's going to be a segment of the population who's not doing well, and support the government when it tries to step in and help out in those instances, you'll still have these same problems exist. I'll give COVID-19 as the best example, where the government said our economy can't function. We're going to help everybody, right? Imagine the government says this group of people don't have the same opportunities. We're going to make sure they get the help they need to be successful, because we know the market's going to fail them. We'd have a different type of society if that was the case.
So you know that I run a living wage calculator, and we did an experiment early in COVID to see what the consequences were of the $600 a week additional resources that were provided by households. And so we basically made a simulation which added all of that income to every person and everyone's situation in every county in the country. And we asked a simple question, which was, what does that $600 a week do to people who are currently not making a living wage? And what we found was that a very small fraction of individuals in the country were unable to actually have a living wage with that additional funding. So we sort of found a point at which we knew people had resources to cover their expenses and perhaps put some money away. We then deducted, we went down to $400, and we started to see the population of people who couldn't cover their costs begin to expand. And then we reduced it to $200, and we saw that a lot more people without that additional boost of $200 or $400 additional dollars actually were unable to cover their costs. So if you were working in the White House right now, and this is going to be my last question, Dr. Francis, in light of the experiment that I described to you, what do you think the fastest way is for us to provide some level of security for Americans at this moment?
That's a great question. There's two things come to mind for me. The first is exactly as you described, putting cash in people's hands and not sort of being what I would maybe describe as paternalistic about it and saying you have to spend this way, right? And trusting that, people by and large are going to be doing the things that are the most beneficial for their families and in helping their families grow. And so putting cash in hands, I think, is an important aspect. The second thing, is really focusing on, I think, affordable childcare, right? And I know some people say, well, not everybody has children, and you asked for a broad-reaching, right, like policy, but there's so many women, families broadly, who would benefit from affordable childcare and being able to detach themselves from a bad working situation, right? Advance themselves with education. And there's so many sort of avenues of growth that I think workers in the US would benefit from if we had more affordable childcare.
Dr. Brody, if you had one area in light of what I said in terms of how much money people actually need to pay their bills, what would that be?
So I agree with Dr. Francis. Money in hands would be number one, but as far as a real policy, I would say the policy laid out by Richard Aram and Mitchell Stevens in a Hamilton Project paper on learning opportunity credits. So it would basically change the way higher ed is funded. It would mean that workers, people who had already been in the field in their career, could use this learning opportunity credit from the government to attend a school in their area, in their neighborhood, a local 2-year, 4-year institution, to take the courses they needed to move forward in their career. It wouldn't necessarily mean a full degree. It would eliminate the requirement of taking all of the various prereqs and just kind of make it easier for people who need to take a few more classes or get a degree to do so. It would work with accreditation agencies and just other things to make it easier for people to get the education that they need, because it's very difficult right now.
And then finally, Dr. Swinton, if you could have one adjustment made at this moment, what would that be?
My main adjustment would be to increase the minimum wage in conjunction with equal pay for women. And, you know, there's many households where in poverty happen to be female headed households. And if we actually had equal pay for equal work, as a rule, it would help a lot of the households that have the greatest need. And increasing the minimum wage would help improve the standard of living. And, you know, if you look at your inequality map from the beginning, almost all of those states on that map are the states that have the lowest minimum wage and haven't increased their minimum wage on their own.
Well, I'd like to thank my participants in this conversation. I believe that the recommendations that have been made really are ones that are not just recommendations without consideration of prospect of implementation, but really are ways in which immediately in the short run, we could make adjustments that would truly transform people's lives. And I believe that the COVID experiment is the best example that we can take away and understand that it's not that Americans don't want to work. It's not that Americans want to sit back and not participate. It is, in fact, that there's not sufficient resources in the hands of families, in the hands of single mothers or fathers, for children. And until we reconcile these very basic things, these things that all of us want, to have happy and healthy and safe families, that we are going to basically continue to struggle, and we're going to continue to feel divided rather than as members of a whole nation. So thank you all very much. I really appreciate it, and I hope to see you in the future.
Thank you, Dr. Glassmeyer, Dr. Brody, Dr. Francis, and Dr. Swinton. A very, very important conversation. And now we move to a lightning talk: environmental racism and racialized financing in the colonias of the Rio Grande Valley, with Mr. Lucas Belluri. Lucas?
Hello, Hello, my name is Lucas Belluri, and I'll be talking about environmental racism and racialized financing and the colonias of the Rio Grande Valley. So to start, what I want to do is really place the colonias of the Rio Grande Valley. The Rio Grande Valley sits at the southernmost tip of Texas along the Texas-Mexico border, and these blue-green dots you see across these 4 counties, Starr, Hidalgo County, Willacy, and Cameron, are hundreds of colonias. Colonias are, there are probably more colonias in the Rio Grande Valley than across the US-Mexico border. Colonias are typified by high poverty, primarily Latinx, mostly Mexican and Mexican American. They have a heightened level of precarity, environmental, economic, and political. And these are really informal, clandestine communities that sort of developed over time without the purview of sort of local, county, or urban planners. Predatory lending is also rampant across the colonias and the Rio Grande Valley. This shows there are over 200 predatory lenders across the Rio Grande Valley. There are almost as many predatory lenders as there are FDIC insured banks. This is a ratio that is much higher than what we see across the state of Texas. And people are turning to these predatory lenders because they're really excluded from the secondary mortgage market. So the secondary mortgage market, those are going to be your refinance and rehab mortgage loans. That's what a lot of people use after a flood to really finance their recovery. What we see in the colonias is that people are actually very excluded from them. And so let's turn to the voices of the communities themselves to sort of get to understand and paint a picture of what's happening here. Many people use financieras. Financieras are going to be the Spanish word for predatory or payday lenders, car title lenders. And people turn to them because they have really no other options. And so if they need to repair their home or car after a flood, this is where they turn to. People talked about the difference between prestamistas and financieras. Prestamistas are going to be those loan sharks, and financieras are going to be those payday lenders. And what we see here is that people turn to financieras because they need to pay that loan little by little over time. They don't have the money or cash on hand to pay it all at once because of their sort of already limited economic situation. People also use this sort of necessity to pay little by little. They did that, and so they engaged in the rent-to-own model to sort of repair and replace their mortgage. So in this context, it cost this person twice what it would have to buy this TV that was destroyed by an electric storm. But in general, for these predatory loans, we see rates of 400 or 500%. People are often economically excluded as it relates to immigration and finance because of a lack of social security numbers. So if they don't have social security numbers, they can't have banks. And that means that they can't have access to sort of traditional lenders. So they're forced to use financieras. So why are people using all of these sort of predatory loans in general? Well, one of the issues is that there's a failure on the part of FEMA to support people who've experienced flooding in the colonias of the Rio Grande Valley. In fact, in 2008, FEMA was sued after Hurricane Dolly and lost because of racialized profiling as it related to sort of FEMA funds. Another thing people talked about a lot was the failure of flood insurance to support them after a flood. So we've got two big institutions, flood insurance and FEMA, and neither are really supporting this community despite how vulnerable they are. In addition to this, we also see a lot of immigrant precarity as it relates to ICE and deportation. Many people talked about ICE and deportation. Even when a church or firefighters came to support and help the community, people were afraid to leave their home for fear of being deported. There's also a lot of tension between local government and colonias, not just federal government and colonias. Here we see an example of a social worker threatening to take this person's children away for not fixing the roof and painting the walls. So this person had to get a loan from Financiera for $2,000 to do that work, but they still have all kinds of issues around asthma and sinus issues caused by the mold that's caused by flooding. In addition to all of this, many people are using sort of independent water sources like wells and septic tanks. And so that really limits them because when the floods come, it floods the septic tanks and limits their potable water. But people are still engaged in thoughtfully engaging in ways to sort of support one another. There's a lot of thoughtful creativity happening. So what are the lessons for decision makers? Well, colonias experience heightened environmental precarity, unpaved roads, lack of drainage, and private use water, wells and septic tanks that flood and create unpotable water. People experience a lot of marginalization there's no support from FEMA, predatory lending is rampant, and there's a violent immigration system. So what are the key takeaways? People in the Rio Grande Valley are surviving, but they're not recovering. They're able to survive because of their creativity and thoughtful engagement, but because of the multitude of marginalizations they experience, economic, political, and environmental, they're unable to recover. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucas. And another lightning talk, University Community Partnerships, a strategy to mitigate inequities in urban green infrastructure, with Dr. Adriana Zuniga. Adriana?
Hello everyone, my name is Adriana Zuniga Teran. I work as an assistant research scientist at the University of Arizona. And today I'm going to talk about a project that we've been working on for the past 4 years. The title of my talk is University Community Partnerships, a strategy to mitigate inequities in urban green infrastructure. So green infrastructure is this concept of using green space to direct stormwater and irrigate plants. And in the desert, it's very, very important because you're reframing water from being a hazard and producing flooding and damage to water as being a resource to irrigate plants and replenish aquifers. But the problem is that they are not equally distributed around cities. We go Tucson, Arizona, where I live, it's not an exception. The south side of Tucson, you see in this map of tree canopy cover, is visibly less green, and that is correlated with surface temperature. It's hotter and it floods more. And hot heat in Arizona, it's a big hazard. So this project is titled Engaging Communities for an Equitable, Connected and Greener Tucson. We have several funders that have invested in this project, and we partner with several local organizations, as you can see here with their logos. So we were interested in the process, in community engagement, because through engagement, communities can connect with local organizations. So my colleague Andrea Gerlach and I started with learning about community engagement theory, and then we practiced it on the ground and between organizations. I'm going to talk about a line of engagement on the ground that we followed with a local high school located in the south side of Tucson, where I pointed the inequities were. That area is home for mostly Hispanic families, low-income families. And this is the map of the school, of the high school. It's located in this area that is deprived of vegetation. So we started in 2017 with engagement with the principal, with the science teacher. We gave talk to students, and then we engaged Professor Bo Yang from landscape architecture, so he could use this site for his studio class. So master students in landscape architecture would be, being trained using this site. The main message here is that building trust takes time. So it needs some time to develop this trust to make the engagement meaningful. So the students work in a participatory design process. They use surveys and interviews to capture the needs and wants of the STAR community. Then we raise more funds from the Green Fund to make implementation of the design, at least on the front and the back of the school. We engage a total of 40 university students, from volunteers, interns, graduate assistants, etc. And we also engage with high school students in the form of the science class, calculating budgets, water budgets. The art class was very powerful. They designed the school signage, for example, for a monarch habitat that would be implemented, and mosaic work as well. And the JTED class. The JTED stands for Joint Technological Education District. They train students in the use of heavy machinery. So for this training, they use the machinery to dig the basins for green infrastructure, which was very, very meaningful for the students. Then we did a couple of implementation days where students, high school students, university students, and community members were working together to plant trees, to dig, to build straw bale benches and many things. We also engage with Tucson Department of Transportation to install a bus shelter, because before they only had a signage. So we reach out to them to make this happen and expedite the process. And there were several side projects, like art projects for mosaic straw bale benches, for example. And we also connected people, which was for me the most meaningful and powerful thing, the local government with Star Community, with university and NGOs. And so we are in the process of greening the south side of Tucson. This is before our intervention, and then later after on the right. The JTED students also built this wooded bridge to connect one side of the basin with the other. There's an educational signage here. So we worked hard to make slightly less unjust Tucson. And that is all from me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Adriana. While Geography 2050 is complimentary for you, it requires considerable resources to host this week-long event. Please consider making a tax-deductible contribution today to help offset the cost of production. It's very easy. Just go to the Geography 2050 website and click on the Donate Now button. Thank you. Now we have a spotlight session, Empowering Communities Using Data-Driven Insights. Mr. Arturo Franco and Dr. Michelle Montgomery Thompson. Arturo and Michelle.
Hello and welcome to another Geography 2050 session, this time on empowering communities with data-driven insights. My name is Arturo Franco. I'm a Senior Vice President at the MasterCard Center for Inclusive Growth. And today I have the honor to engage in conversation with Dr. Michelle Thompson, Associate Professor at the University of New Orleans, in the Department of Planning and Urban Studies, and a Senior Data Fellow with us at the center. Michelle, it's great to have you. Welcome.
Thank you, Tara.
And as you know, for the last few years, the Center for Inclusive Growth has been engaging with communities all around the country and abroad in conversations about how to achieve a more inclusive economic development. We do this on a philanthropic basis using our data, insights, and our analytics, because we strongly believe that while driving economic growth is very important for communities and for cities, it will only be sustainable if that growth is truly inclusive. And so part of this effort involves working with experts such as Dr. Thompson and trying to uncover insights around geographic inequities. And so to begin the conversation today, to kick it off, I'd like to share a brief video that shows just one of the ways that we are engaging with communities.
The world is made up of communities. Every neighborhood has a story, and those memories are still alive in the community. I grew up in the 7th Ward of New Orleans, this area of the city that is now known as the Claiborne Corridor. This was a neighborhood of wonder and excitement, of cultural traditions, of family gatherings. And then residents talk about the monster. When the interstate was built in 1967 through eminent domain, we lost 326 Black-owned businesses. We lost intergenerational wealth, opportunities to invest in our own neighborhoods. Claiborne Avenue went from being one of the most successful business districts in the southeastern United States to being the least successful business district in the city of New Orleans. But the vibrancy is coming back to the street. And I believe that the data insights will help us to grow that and to formalize it in a way that helps this to become a destination.
As a data fellow for the MasterCard Center for Inclusive Growth, my job has been to try to develop a new way for data to be used by the Claiborne community to see if they can encourage investment. The Claiborne Innovation District is just a 19-block area within the livable Claiborne corridor. There's literally hundreds and thousands of people on a daily basis driving over the Claiborne Innovation District. What they don't know is on the ground, there's a vibrant neighborhood that's growing and it's going to continue to grow. But they needed the information to show that people are rebuilding in the neighborhood, and that's what we're providing. An important part of the work that we're doing right now is to try to make sure that we get different types of data that will help explain the buying power in the neighborhood. There's municipal data, community data, and anonymized and aggregated spending data. So for the community data, we physically walk out into the neighborhood, we take our clipboard, and we'll make a map of the property conditions. And putting those all together will give a clearer picture on what the buying power is of a neighborhood. Full strategy of place-based development. Yes. I think that's what it is.
138% increase in consumer spending. I mean, that's beyond our wildest dreams. Every bit of information you have amplifies the success of residents being given control of their own community. So that is the power of the data. That is the power of knowing. We still have a lot of work to do on Claiborne, but the data insights were an amazing catalyst for our community because now when I walk down Claiborne, I can see the businesses starting to fill in.
What's wonderful about this particular neighborhood is when you look up and see that bridge, even though there's a lot of people passing you by, you can see the city and you can see growth. It's going from hopeless to hope.
Oh, Michelle, this is a very powerful story. Unfortunately, a story that plays out beyond New Orleans. It's a story of many cities in America, in the United States. Why don't we start by you taking us back to 2019 when you worked in the Claiborne Corridor Project. Tell us, how did this analysis, how did the data insights that we can see on the screen made their way to decision makers on the ground? What was their understanding? What were they looking for in the data? And what was the reaction of the community on the ground?
Great. Thanks again, Arturo. I'm really excited to be part of the Geography 2050. But before we really talk about the work that really has made a difference with the local community leaders and with the city in terms of those MasterCard data insights, I need to go back a little bit further as to kind of why this work was being done. Even though it was 2005, Hurricane Katrina still lives with the city in many different ways. And what happened around 2007, there was the city of New Orleans decided to designate the corridor that really had historically had most disinvestment, and then it was hit by the hurricane. And so that Claiborne corridor, which really does extend from one end of the city to the other, they really shortened it into this livable Claiborne communities area where they were expecting FEMA dollars and housing urban development dollars to really help with recovery. But that was definitely not going to be enough. And they also wanted to figure out what was working. So the students at the University of New Orleans and the faculty have always been, especially since 2005, kind of evaluating what are the policies, what are the practices, what's worked, what hasn't. And as part of that work, in 2018, that's jumping a few years, but I started working with students in my classes. And in the first half of the semester, they would learn geographic information systems or computer mapping, painfully so. And then in the second half, we had a great opportunity to say, how can we use this technology to collect data that communities need and want? And so we met up with folks from the Claiborne Innovation District, and that's that 19 block area that was spoke about in the video. And the idea first was, after there had been some talk about bringing down Interstate 10, and as you mentioned, this is an issue that's across the country. There are a lot of highways that cut through wonderful, vibrant sections of cities, and then they were decimated. And then the idea is now, how do we either take down those bridges, or how do we live with the bridge and work under them? So that's what that CID analysis was about, is can we come up with new ideas? What's the spending patterns now? So essentially what happened was we did an analysis of the property conditions, the values of the property, to bring it forth to the emerging business association. That was the core of the project. Can we bring data, maps, and analysis so that they can go forward and get monies from foundations or develop a main street? But we knew that there was a piece that was missing. It's how do we actually show that businesses are growing and thriving? How do we show that there really is, in this area that they consider really highly risk, that there's a lot of growing businesses and buying power? So as you can see from this Livable Claiborne Corridor visual, one of the opportunities to work with the MasterCard Center was to try to get access to that MasterCard anonymized and aggregated data, which, as you know, was a feat. And the idea of trying to take private data, bring it to the public, and to make sure that it's used in a way that it was intended was challenging. But thank goodness for attorneys and the will of yourself as well to really have faith that we can go forward to bring the data back. And as in this video with the Livable Claiborne Corridor, we were able to see in 2015, 175 businesses, new businesses grew. 2016, 189, 2017, 235, 2018, 337. And then as we began going forward in our study, we weren't yet hit with COVID-19. We certainly were still hit with a lot of economic injustice, still lack of investment. But there was an idea through the qualified opportunity zones that maybe if this information about the business growth, about this corridor, that investors might take a second look. So I think that in answer to the question, the connection with the community, the long-term monitoring, and really that cherry on the top was the MasterCard data that was given back to the community to tell their own story.
Michelle, let me, we know that then COVID happened in 2020, but let me stay in 2019. I remember you and I having a lot of conversations about what the best way to present this data was, because what we wanted to do was not just measure performance or past performance. We wanted to actually measure potential. We wanted to measure the opportunity of growth, and particularly of a more inclusive growth in New Orleans. Tell us, what did you do once you had the analysis in your hands? Who did you engage with? Where did you present it? How was it received by decision makers?
Well, the most important part of this, because again, my hat shifted from the university part to really as a senior data fellow. What made the difference is that I think we had that connection between that public university and the goal of being that community data organizer. That's what that role was, to then being able to sit with and in the MasterCard Center to share that information. And I think there was incredible excitement when I started talking to the local planning department and the New Orleans Business Alliance, because they at the same time were trying to get the same type of data to say, we know that citywide, there's a lot of growth, but in this particular corridor, we still don't have the ability, don't have the money, and don't have the time to be able to do this kind of analysis. So we took it not only to, like I said, the city fathers, we also were able to take it to the academic community, because this is a brand new way of doing business. Even though there's a lot in terms of community engagement, still we teach top-down planning, and this particular experiment, which we now call Public and Private Participation Geographic Information Systems, or P3GIS, wasn't yet truly proven or tested. That's what this particular project did. And then I'm going to say, not as an afterthought, but really what Asali Ecclesiastes said is it was brought to the community. And as a result, they were able to get additional funding from a very substantial funding to expand and actually create an economic development community organization. So there were multiple ways in which this project kind of met the needs, and not from our design, but from the community's desire.
We completely learned in that experience that involving the community from the very beginning was the right way of doing it. And that if communities have better ingredients, in this case data, insights, reliable and recent data, they can get better outcomes. Then we loved the experience so much, Michelle, that we moved to a different city. We went to Chicago with you in the start of 2020. Little did we know that it was going to be a year that would go down in history for other reasons. But tell us about that project. What was the research question in Chicago? You mentioned opportunity zones. They were at the time, and perhaps still seen as one of the most exciting opportunities in the economic development toolkit. So how did this work come about, and how did it shift or evolve during the pandemic?
So what was great about being able to do this project was a couple things were relatively stable. Certainly was the MasterCard Center, but the ability for MasterCard to have a lot of wonderful volunteers. On the New Orleans project, we had 60 data scientists for MasterCard look at over 3 years of data. And I still think it's phenomenal to think of every transaction of every day, of every hour, to look and try to figure out, what is this data trying to tell us? In Chicago, we really did try to replicate the model, P3GIS, but also to be able to say, how can we again engage community, bring in the university or those technologists, and make sure that what we're developing is useful and has value to the local community leaders and policymakers. So we had great intentions in January of 2020. And we got a group together. We were able to meet with the City Planning Commission and Maurice Cox and his team, and who were already having monthly meetings with the Invest Southwest community areas. And as you can see from the map, those neighborhoods were, some of them were actually, again, aggregated by the city because they wanted those to be their new investment areas, again, with HUD, with all types of resources. And as you mentioned, qualified opportunity zones. The city of Chicago had come up with a really wonderful play to share their playbook out into the community to say, what is it that the community wants? Arts, businesses, integrated schools. So they didn't wait for investors to come. They already had what they were seeking, but there still was another gap. It's like, so yes, you have these wonderful neighborhoods, but are they worth investing in? And I think that's when we came along and said, we are going to be able to show some changes over time. And then March hit.
So March is when we had the shutdown. And that's when we had to really, the word of the day is pivot, and try to figure out how can we do a project when we don't directly have access to businesses who are now really, some of them shutting down, some of them, just trying to figure out how to continue. And we have a city really in shock. We are trying to figure out how can we engage them and provide them with a way. So we had to use other local advocates like the New America Chicago team, who had been in touch with the business community. I think these are important points that I'm saying. It's like, I know folks are focused so much on the data, but it is the relationships that you have to have before any of this can work. And then we were able to get together by August of 2020, a wonderful group, again, of volunteers from MasterCard to analyze the data. And the other chart, when it shows on the spend growth, I think for those folks who are, again, in the planning or in the practicing profession, this is the kind of data that makes us happy. We're able to see over time, even down to the month, and if we wanted to, or if you had allowed me to, Arturo, over a weekly basis, the spend, there's too much data to analyze. But to overlay that with what's happening over time, and to be able to really support the notion that lockdown, as you can see, there's a significant decline in spending citywide, but specifically in the areas who really needed more access to grocery stores, more resources. So I think what's great about the data that was brought forth is we were able to then combine different levels of geography, citywide, neighborhood, street. Also, when there was civic unrest because of the protests, we're able to actually connect directly, almost real time, on what it is that the city wants to see, how they can use this information, and to show that there were real challenges. But the chart also shows that as things opened up, the mask mandate happened, businesses came forward, the data was able to really show and amplify what was going on. And honestly, that just wasn't available before.
I remember, Michelle, when we were looking at New Orleans, we were thinking obviously in timeframes of years, because the construction of that highway, while it is what I consider a man-made disaster, right? It worked in a time frame of years of decline, and followed by years of recovery from that district. When we were doing this project, as you said, the time frame of change was reduced to a weekly time frame. You had a lockdown, you had a reopening, you had George Floyd and social unrest, and we were able to quickly pivot to try to produce these insights, again, from our aggregated and anonymized transaction data, to support the decision making in the city. What did you learn about Chicago from an inequality perspective when you looked at the different areas, some of them opportunity zones, some of them just communities that were underserved for many years? What was your sense of what you found in Chicago from a geographic inequity perspective?
Yeah, I think that was not something that we intentionally were looking for, because we were already looking at neighborhoods that had long-term investments. We're talking about pre-60s, and there was redlining, and there was all kinds of issues. So it wasn't until we started looking more closely at the data, and we're trying to see not only what are the spending patterns, and I think for some folks, when we keep talking about spending patterns, what does it really mean? How many shoes do you buy? How much gas do you purchase? Where do you do your shopping? And what amount? And even though we don't know where the person lives who swipes their card, or we don't know any information about them, but we did find out, which was fascinating, that in the neighborhoods where you kind of know by rule of thumb, that heuristic, that those neighborhoods don't have typically your high-end, your your good grocery stores. I don't want to name a name. That's why I was hesitating. But it just definitely, there are limitations on full service grocery stores. There are a lot of gasoline grocery stores. There are a lot of places that folks have to buy, maybe even from some temporary markets. But I thought, what was really fascinating was to see, and what we were able to look at is the direction of spend. That in these neighborhoods where we already know there's buying power, the money is actually going out of the neighborhood. And we were able to do that analysis. And that was one of the insights that was really, I'm excited to say, I'm excited about it because it really does show that the money could be brought back in if those resources were there. That is why that information would be very helpful for investors. And for Chicago, they were able to use the information because they had weekly meetings with the community to say, we now have some information that you can share with your investors. And I think that in terms of the way in which we are thinking about urban areas, that folks want to move back into cities, and the G word comes up, gentrification, because folks want to be able to walk to their local grocery store and to their bank and to their health clinic within 15 minutes. But there's a higher cost to being poor because those folks who are living in areas where they may not necessarily have cars, are riding transit, have to go outside of their neighborhoods. That kind of information was really helpful to me to be able to formulate a better sense of saying, this is why leakage, this is what leakage looks like in terms of the numbers, but this is why it's really important to invest in the community. Not just the money's there, but why it's important.
And we learned that sometimes the places are poor instead of the people being poor. And so to that point, Michelle, you said earlier that this kind of graph or this kind of data makes city planners, policymakers, local leaders, investors happy because they have access to information that allows them to make better decisions. In 2019, as you will remember, we started thinking about, how can we make it possible for more communities, more cities, more people to be able to do this kind of analysis without having to deploy you or your team or a team of MasterCard data scientists to the city. And what we came up with was a public open source tool called the Inclusive Growth Score. The Inclusive Growth Score is available since 2019. It has 5 years of data for each of the more than 70,000 census tracts in the United States. That's more than 6 million individual data points. And what it tries to do is to provide a clear and simple view of social and economic development, including proprietary data from MasterCard, aggregated and anonymized spending data, but also public data. And so we launched this in 2019, believing that with the power of this data in their hands, communities could uncover trends and insights or benchmark themselves against others. The tool allows you to rank each census tract in each one of the 18 measures of what we call inclusive growth. And it also allows you to track changes over time. And so this has been just one of the ways in which we are trying to make decisions better. I think if you fundamentally care about inclusive growth, you want to understand how different policies or different actions are impacting each of the neighborhoods where people live on the ground. And so this tool allows us to create unique profiles for each census tract. We are very excited about the growth of this tool, and we've gotten a lot of feedback from communities, from CDFIs, community banks, all kinds of organizations that are using it. And one example of how we've been able to apply the inclusive growth score is in the work that we've been doing with the city of St. Louis as part of our inclusive growth dialogue series there with Washington University in Missouri in St. Louis, and with their Social Policy Institute. And here we actually focused on the inequality that you can clearly see in the city, and trying to understand some of the trends and also analyze the impacts of particular policies, including opportunity zones. What you see on the screen is the change in the inclusive growth score of some of the opportunity zones in downtown St. Louis over the past 5 years. And so I think with this, Michelle, I would just like to go back to a phrase that I read before we started this whole place-based economic development work by David Brooks in the New York Times, where he was writing about community, but writing about how the neighborhood as a unit of analysis, as a unit of change, was important. It might be, he said, that the neighborhood is the essential unit, and we might want to think of policy or think of investment or think of change at the neighborhood level. So just wanted to ask you a final question, which is, as you look at this experiences, 3 experiences, because you also helped us put together the inclusive growth score. As you look at the work that you have ahead, how are you approaching geographic inequities, GIS work, in a different way after this experience?
Oh, thanks, Arturo. Well, I mean, first and foremost, I think I have a greater appreciation for what it takes to truly figure out how to make data for good. I know it's been a tagline, but I think that the idea that I really thought that first project was just going to be a case study for New Orleans. And then we went forward to look at Chicago, and it became something where we know we can apply this kind of work locally, nationally, and internationally. But for me personally, I was able to take the IGS tool and bring it back to my students. That's what I think that quote is wonderful, but it's also the folks who are coming behind us or beside us who are going to have to take the IGS further and understand it and implement it. The fact that it's there is really important, because I think that's what's underneath all of these projects is we really want to do no harm. We really want to come in and make sure we leave the place a bit better. And Arturo, truly, I know it was a monumental effort to get the IGS moving and growing, and you made that happen. And now it's international. So I think that it's not going to stop. It's going to continue. And I think that's what I'm hoping, that beyond this experience, that others can take it forward, because it is about the neighborhood, but it's all about all of us.
Thank you, Michelle. And with that, I hope, just like your students are doing and my students at the University of Toronto, that we invite other people to explore the tool, the Inclusive Growth Score, to look at the work that you've done, which is amazing, to continue to give us feedback so that we can improve what we do, and to hopefully join us in an effort which is urgent at this point in time, to make our economy truly work for everyone, everywhere, and having data insights about geography is a big part of that. So thank you, Michelle. It's always a pleasure to talk to you, and great to see you.
Same, Arturo. Be well.
You too.
Thank you, Arturo and Michelle. And now we have a book review, The Threat of Energy, just released by Dr. Mike Pasqualetti. He's a professor at Arizona State University and also a former chair of Geography 2050. He'll be interviewed today by Dr. Julia Haggerty. Mike and Julia.
My name is Julia Haggerty. I'm an associate professor of geography at Montana State University, and I want to welcome you to this book talk with the author, Dr. Martin J. Pasqualetti. And the book we're discussing today is The Threat of Energy, which will soon be released to the public by Oxford University Press. And you'll be able to find that book as a Vital Source e-text as well as a hardback available through major retailers. So what I'd like to do is first introduce our guest today, and then give you a little overview of what we'll talk about, and we'll get right into a discussion. So known to his colleagues as Mike, Dr. Pasqualetti has a very distinguished career. He is a professor in the School of Geographical Sciences and Urban Planning at Arizona State University, where he co-directs the Energy Policy Information Council. He has a very distinguished and illustrious career marked with a number of awards, which include being elected as a fellow to the American Association of Geographers and receiving numerous awards, including the Alexander and Ilsa Melamed Award from the AGS. Mike was educated in the UC system, where he received a BA from Berkeley and left briefly to go to Louisiana State to receive his master's, and then completed a PhD at UC Riverside. I'll tell you a little bit about the book, just so you know what we're talking about. This is a 14-chapter book that's about 500 pages. It is filled with figures and beautiful photographs. Those who receive the hardback version will get the full color insert that's in the text. And those 14 chapters in the organization reflect the linkages of the book to Pasqualetti's longstanding course at Arizona State called The Threat of Energy. And the book really focuses on the way that energy is intertwined with all aspects of human geography and the human experience. So this will be an idea that's familiar to energy geographers, the idea that energy is a social phenomenon with some technological elements and not the other way around. It's really kind of the core organizing feature of the book. And this is a book that I think is going to receive a tremendous amount of attention as well as use. And one indicator of that is the fact that one of the real leading lights and inspiring figures in the field of energy and society, Vaclav Smil, professor in Canada, wrote about the book, quote, "In our post-factual world of instant, simplistic expertise based on shallow learning, it is important to have books such as Pasqualetti's wide-ranging survey, which is factual, historically grounded, and mindful of complexities." So I want to thank Mike for being here with us today, and thank the AGS for creating this creative and wonderful forum for us to learn from the author about the book. So I'll start with a question just about the book's origin and its approach. We'll soon dig into the topics of the ways that energy intersects with inequality and issues of injustice. But first, to set the stage, let's learn about why this book, why now? So Mike, tell us about how long this project has been in the making, who it's for, and how, as an author, you approached the project.
Well, thanks very much, Julia. It's a pleasure to be here in virtual form. The book actually derived from my 40 years of being at Arizona State University. When I got here in 1977, this was, as I sometimes say, tongue-in-cheek, a campus of tents and camels. It is in fact improved and has gone up into stratospheric levels in all sorts of ways, and I'm very pleased to have been here during that transition. And while I was here, and I'm still teaching, from about 1978 until the present, I've been conducting a field trip for my energy students. And I've been teaching a class called Energy in the Global Arena for decades as well. But it occurred to me that one thing was missing, and what was missing was the general understanding of how fundamental energy is. So everything flows from energy, and we've lost track of that fact, I think. And I wanted to see if I could do something to remedy it.
It's such a fundamental and interesting point. And I guess as a reviewer, I would just note for our audience that one of the challenges we have in reintroducing this kind of fundamental energy literacy has been a lack of really adequate textbooks. And so I think this book is going to be a really exciting addition in that space. But I do want to mention that the accessibility of the book and its ability to communicate this fundamental role that energy plays in all aspects of our lives need not be limited to the classroom. Gary Dirks, the former BP regional president, recommended this book to all readers with an interest in energy. So Mike, I want to kind of pivot a little bit to just thinking about, we're going to talk about energy equity and energy justice in a minute, but taking just the book as a project for a moment and thinking about the question of accessibility as kind of a key feature of how we think about equity and the equity challenge and sort of energy literacy. So tell me about how you approached accessibility in this text.
This is a challenge, and this is one of the reasons that the gestation of this book was so long, 5 years or more. Although I've been teaching the class for 8 or 9 years, the issue was how do you get across to students at various levels? This is really intended for my introductory class on energy. That is the thread of energy. And I wanted to make sure that that the students were not completely turned off. So I made it accessible. I worked hard at the writing so that it was easy to read. And I included a lot of photographs and tables and so forth that the students can use, because knowing that all students don't operate in the same way, or don't learn in the same way. One of the most boring things is for them just to read page after page after page of technical jargon. And that's the way most of the energy books that I've ever seen, and I've looked heavily all over the world for a proper book, that's the way most of them are written. They're not all that accessible. They're often way too technical. And they don't have the kind of graphic underpinnings and supplements that I think are necessary to reach the kids. So it is meant for a general audience. It's not necessarily just college students. It could be advanced high school students. It could be undergraduate students. It could be the general public. I would in fact hope that people outside of academia would be interested in this book as well, because it's the only book I know of, and somebody can perhaps tell me that there's another, but the only energy book that I know of that's really circulates around a key concept, and that is that energy is tied to everything we do. Most other books, just as good as they are, and many of them are quite interesting books, they just go chapter by chapter, by resource to another resource, or by technology to another technology. I was trying to kind of go beyond that and make it accessible, make the writing flow, make the visuals attractive, so people would actually feel engaged and feel that they were being thought of when somebody was writing the book. So that is this idea that energy is a thread that travels through everything. That's the concept that holds the whole book together. And Julia, as you mentioned before, I look at energy as a social issue with a technical component rather than the other way around. I mean, to make an absurd analogy, if you didn't have people, you have to worry about energy access. So it's key that you understand that the societal aspects of energy are paramount, and we'll get into some of those issues associated with inequality and equality here in a few minutes.
Yeah, and just to close out this thread on kind of the composition of the book and accessibility, I'm really struck by the wide range of specific examples that are provided to illustrate the many points. And those seem to be curated, obviously, from this incredibly rich career that you've had. And they are a nice complement in my mind to other textbooks that are available to us that tend to have a very strong emphasis on a particular world region. I think our colleagues in the UK in terms of the English language textbook space have been a little bit out ahead of us in writing textbooks for energy and society courses. So I'm happy to have some examples for my students in the American West, but there's examples from all over the world. So how did you approach curating the case studies that illustrate the book?
Well, certainly that was intentional. And I try to include other countries and other examples because, in fact, many times those were the best examples. So we talked about India, we talked about China, we talked about Africa, we talked about South America, as well as North America. All the countries have a fundamental need for energy, but as we'll talk about a little bit later, energy resources are not evenly divided. I mean, this is the geography of energy in many ways. And because they're not equally divided, trade is essential, and not only trade, but everything that goes with it: money exchanges, geopolitics, military interventions. So once you understand kind of the geographical inequalities of energy resource availability, reserve availability, start to understand how fundamental this is. And we'll get into that a little bit, but if you just think about it, the South China Sea, for example, is just a powder keg ready to go. And a lot of it has to do with not just Taiwan, but it has to do with resources in the South China Sea and access that China needs. And there's many other examples. Sudan and South Sudan is another one. The Ukraine is another one. So many of the examples here came from other places in the world because they were the best examples.
Yeah, and it's, I think, such a service to the readers and to instructors to have this incredibly well curated set of examples. So let's dig into this topic. On the very first page of the book, you set readers with a challenge for thinking about life without easy energy access. And indeed, this book just pays such close attention to all of the social, economic, health-related dimensions of energy systems, and this orientation and what you've already said clearly aligns so closely with the ways in which geographers and this annual conference for the AGS are deeply concerned with geographical dimensions of inequality. So let's really just give you a chance to share with us the ways that the thread of energy is also a thread of inequality and injustice, and what are some of the key themes that and ways you approach that in this book?
Fundamentally, you have to think of energy as a basic human right. And when people don't have energy, nothing else works for them. It has to do with access and security, personal security. It has to do with their opportunities for advancement, has to do with comfort, has to do with disease. The fact that energy is not equally distributed around the world, except for solar, which we can talk about a little bit later. That fact alone means that some countries will, and they have, exploited other countries for their energy resources, and this is a common problem, and it leaves billions of people, literally billions of people, without access to sufficient energy. Everything flows from that. So it's a basic human right, but energy is not evenly distributed. So there's the big geographical basis for the book. And when you start to think about this, you realize how many events of the future, they're already starting, but how many more events are going to actually take place because we don't have equal distribution of energy resources.
So the access and inequality issues are quite robust and well covered in the book. And one of the chapters that really stuck out to me as a chapter that I think will really capture the imagination of your readers, all will, but I'm thinking about it, as a person that teaches a similar course, I think about what really turns my students on. And the chapter on risks and safety is, I think, a really interesting chapter because it reflects in our discipline a long-standing orientation with kind of that comes out of some of the key work in early energy resource geography being about nuclear siting and coming out of the period when nuclear risk was really a topic of everyday imagination. So I'm curious if you just tell us a little bit about that chapter and how that question of risks and safety intersects with ideas about inequality, which we've talked about primarily in terms of access, but how is risk and safety also an issue of energy justice or energy inequality?
I mean, this is an important question that you asked, Julia, and the idea here is multiple levels. But just if you get to that point where you're saying energy is a basic human right, and everybody needs energy, and people have lost track of where their energy comes from. It's become so easy. Turn on a switch, plug something in, and everything goes. You don't realize what happens before you get that energy. So nobody is thinking, or most people aren't thinking, gee, this electricity that I'm getting here has put people at risk to develop it, either in coal mines in Appalachia or even coal mines on the Navajo Nation, or the people who work on the transmission lines who have a hazardous job and are occasionally suffer electrocutions because of the work that's going on. We don't really realize how many elements there are tied to this that are matters of equality and equity. So it's the people that are supplying the energy that have safety and risk issues. We also have a responsibility for future generations. Now, I had a student the other day when I was talking to them about nuclear power, and I said, well, what about the nuclear power? What about the long-term waste disposal issue? And they said, rather tongue-in-cheek, they said, well, what has the future generations ever done for us? So I thought, okay, so it's true. I mean, what we're worried about today, we're worried about ourselves, we're worried about right now, and we have a hard enough time just kind of coping day to day. And so when you start to try to get people to think about the future, you realize how difficult that really is. And we've seen this just right now in Glasgow, where people were trying to get the hundreds of countries that are represented there, I think 200 countries represented in Glasgow at the climate summit, that there is a responsibility for the future generations. And it's, you know, as the older I get, I could say, if I was completely cynical, I would say the older I get, the less I worry about this stuff. But I've got a daughter and I've got a grandson and I've got a lot. And as soon as you go outside, that narrow sphere, you realize there's just billions of people who are going to be suffering in the future if we don't take action on climate. So we have a responsibility, a spatial responsibility and a temporal responsibility that all comes back to this unequal distribution of energy and this unequal availability of energy resources. Some people have the energy, some people don't. The people who have it don't think much of about how it comes, where it comes from. People who don't have it spend almost all their time worrying about it.
I want to return to a thread, if you will, of something you said that really is resonant with me as an instructor, and that idea that we have this tremendous privilege, I think, as geographers that teach in this space, in the sense that, as you said, making a fundamental infrastructure of our lives visible is a moment in teaching which is often really like the light bulb goes on. There's so many corny analogies you could use here, but I love to hear you mention, you know, this discussion with a student, and I wonder how students' appreciation, fundamental knowledge, the sets of priorities and concerns that they bring to thinking about energy, how that has evolved over the decades that you've been teaching this course, and to what extent this book reflects, you know, those discoveries. And you can take this wherever you want, but I think it's really important for listeners to understand how much this book reflects this long career of interacting with those people whom we seek to impart with the knowledge to change the future. And I'm interested in how that has evolved over time for you.
Well, it has evolved, and I'm hopeful in that regard, because I see the students now more aware and more concerned about these types of issues. Now, granted, they self-select to take my class, so maybe they're already somewhat interested. But I had a student last semester who said, well, why is it that we're worried about climate change? And the bubble above my head when I heard that question is, what? You don't understand this? And then I thought, all right, so he was brave enough to ask this question, about 18-year-old young man, and we talked about that. But what I've seen over the years is that there is a greater awareness of things like climate change. There's a greater awareness of the impact of energy on people's lives, and the trade that has to go on. For example, Europe doesn't have enough natural gas, so Russia is supplying it. But just the other day, Russia started pulling some of that natural gas back into Russia, and I thought, man, that is a real problem. They're talking about having very cold winters in Europe this year, and they're very concerned about not having enough energy to stay comfortable. And one country has that kind of power over another group of countries. It's not just one; it's all of Europe that we're worrying about. So, another example, Australia started saying some things about China. China then got bent out of shape, and they said, well, we're not going to import any more coal from you. So they're running out of coal, and they're now opening up. They've closed a lot of mines, and now they're going to open up mines again. Well, China is one of the most dangerous places to be a coal miner. There's just thousands of deaths. So we have an international relationship that is bringing about health and safety risks, hazards to a group of people. When you start to think about the threat of energy, you start to realize how many places it goes and how significant it is. And if you can just get across that concept that is tied to everything, everything is tied to energy, that when you understand that, you start to appreciate some of these issues that are coming up that we're going to have to face. And we can talk about this, but one of those issues is mass migrations.
So I think this ties into an idea that was formulating for me as I was listening, which is I would be remiss if I didn't ask you in this interview to just comment on the way that energy is an entry into what geography has to offer, in the sense that we bring a particular mindset and habits of mind and ways of thinking that I think are really well suited to the kind of interscalar, interdependent nature of energy systems that you describe. But I'm also keenly aware as a geography professor that increasingly students identify themselves as environmental studies majors, or environmental scientists, or even climate change majors if they're so lucky to go to a school with the School of Climate. And sometimes we have to work to remind people that geography sort of is the original environmental studies program. So do you want to just reflect a little bit on what geographers have to offer broadly, kind of these problems in energy scholarship?
Sure. It's to me, and I've been doing this. I guess the first time I did a report on this in graduate school was 1972 or 73.
Yeah, I was born.
So yeah, oh my gosh. So I was thinking of you at the time, I think, and I looked at, for example, kind of as a case study, the Imperial Valley of California, southeastern California, $2 billion a year in agricultural productivity there in the Imperial Valley, but they're underlain by tens of thousands of megawatts of geothermal energy. So the county came to the university of ours at the time, UC Riverside, and they said, we have a problem here. How do we develop two resources in the same place at the same time without destroying one or the other? That was my dissertation, actually. Energy in an oasis. So that started things for me. And then I realized that because energy is not evenly distributed, and because it is sometimes site specific, like geothermal or wind, there's going to be land use conflicts in there. Well, that's right in the middle of what geographers tend to do. So it rather starts with this uneven distribution of energy and the need to trade. As soon as you start trading, it's where you're packing it up, how you're shipping it, what are the routes, what is the piracy, which is going on a lot, we don't talk about too much, where are the port facilities, how it's being distributed by pipelines or by transmission lines. All that's geography, and a lot of it has to do with land use conflicts. It's right in the realm of geography in all kinds of ways. But it really starts with this kind of uneven distribution of energy. I think we might get around some of this as we increase our use of solar, and especially as we increase our use of storage capabilities, so we don't have to deal with that little nighttime problem with solar. But if you look at the situation in California, they have more solar generation during the day than they can use. We have actually in Arizona, which is a bordering state, as probably most people know, where they have paid us to take their electricity. They have an overabundance of solar during the day. Well, now they're starting to store that so they can use that at different parts of the time of the day. And the other part of that is if you look at their just generation types during the day, and anyone can go on the website, CAISO, this website for California independent power producers and that sort of thing, as well as utility companies. You'll find that as solar starts to ebb off in the evening, wind picks up in many of these places. So the wind is always blowing someplace, and the sun is always shining someplace. So how are we going to actually blend that together? So I'm very very hopeful that as we move toward renewables, we're going to start to remove some of these aspects of inequality.
Yeah, so let's we'll take, I'm going to introduce one other question before we get to a final question about kind of what the future looks like. But I want people considering this book to recognize a really wonderful gift that Dr. Pascoletti has brought to our community, which is a very intentional focus on collaborating with other disciplines, and in particular, collaborating with visual artists to communicate about energy systems. So do you want to briefly mention the wonderful chapter in this book on energy and art, and why art is so important, in your opinion, to conversations about energy systems?
You know, I'm glad you brought that up, because during the review process of my prospectus for this book, many of the reviewers, and I don't know, there's 10 or 12 of them, many of them said they wanted to get rid of that chapter on art, and I resisted that, and so it's in the book. Because I think there's a lot of reasons for including art. One is because it attracts the students. It's visual, or you can, I show them movies, we play music. There's just thousands of folk songs about coal mining, for example. Monet is painted about art. Every artist seems to have some kind of link up with art. A friend of mine, Bernard Lang in Eastern Germany, for example, has some wonderful exhibits that he's done on, and these are art exhibits in art galleries in Paris and other places, of coal mines. I mean, these are just amazingly beautiful abstracts of aerial photographs of coal mines and other types of energy infrastructure. Other people have done this too. So I thought, if energy shows up in the arts, it's important. It's just it's a kind of a surrogate for how important energy is. When it shows up in the arts, it means it's significant. If people are worried about, if they're very worried about energy, it's going to show up in the arts. And so I see that as an example of how important energy is in everyone's lives.
And
Sorry, go ahead.
I'll be curious with our colleagues as they roll this book out, that you might ask your students, which is, as you pick this book up off the shelf at the bookstore, I don't know if anybody does that anymore, but and you look at the table of contents, which chapter did you go to first? I just naturally went to the art one first, because I knew it would be an inviting entry point into these topics.
It is great fun. I have to tell you one story. There is a very famous song made famous. Merle Travis wrote it, but just hundreds of people have produced the same song, covered the same song. But Tennessee Ernie Ford did it. It's called 16 Tons. And it's 16 tons of number 9 coal, back that's weak, and a mind that's weak and a back that's strong. I mean, it is so, I play 7 or 8 versions of it. Johnny Cash, ZZ Top, Merle Travis, Tennessee Ernie Ford, just to illustrate to them how significant art can be in conveying the importance of energy, whether it's photography, sculpture, even plays. Sarcophagus is a play that I've seen twice now that tells the story of the people who worked at Chernobyl. Every medium has an element in it related to energy. There's a great book I have called Pitman Painters. These are coal miners in northern England who all got together and just painted coal mine scenes, hundreds of them, and published it. I have dozens of books on this. So it's and there's novels. Sherman Nam by Zola is one of them. How Green Was My Valley is another one. There's all sorts of examples of this. So once it gets into the arts, you got to say, why is it showing up here? It's showing up because it's so important and fundamental.
And I just thank you for the correction that it's not only the visual arts, but arts in all forms.
Yes.
So as we wrap up, I want to emphasize that in the inviting nature of this text and its accessibility, overall, my take is that the text has a hopeful tone, which is not an easy thing to do when you are addressing all of the environmental as well as social inequalities and risks and problems that have been generated through, so to speak, through our relationship to energy procurement and distribution. But what is it, Mike, that gives you hope? And I want to ask you in these closing comments to really focus on thinking about the groups of people and the places that currently face the biggest risks with respect to perpetuating or worsening social inequality in energy systems. What needs to happen to mitigate those risks, to eliminate those risks of worsening inequalities? And is this a place that hope can extend into?
Well, part of the answer is where you and I work at universities. So we have the opportunity to help shape the minds and the thinking of our students, and it's a very concentrated opportunity. I think of it as kind of a funnel that the students go through for 4 years or sometimes longer. They come from all over the country, all over the world, and they're here with us on campus at ASU and other universities for 3 or 4 or 5 years. And while they're here, we can convey to them these messages to bring their awareness to a higher level. And I always end my classes with a hopeful note. And that note is the importance of moving away from carbon-based fuels and conventional fuels of all types and move more and more toward renewables. This has many advantages. It has climate advantages. It has equity advantages. So just imagine if you're south of the Sahara, where the majority of those without electricity are, and you find out that if you just put a solar panel out there, you could charge a cell phone, or you could have a light at night, or you could even cook with it, or you can distill water with it. They don't have the hub and spokes kind of energy development that we have in this country. They don't have central power plants with distribution lines all over. They're going to avoid that. It's kind of like going from no telephone to a cell phone. They're going to leap right over. So one of the nice things, one of the essential things about renewables, especially solar, which is everywhere, is that they're going to have access. They're going to have access, and we need to do something to help them improve their access, because putting in conventional resource development in these countries is not the answer. It is simply not the answer. And there has been work, there's been work by many agencies, NGOs, by government agencies, to move in that direction. And I've been involved in a bit of that in Guyana and other countries, where we're bringing that opportunity for renewable energy. So not only does it affect improve the quality of access to energy and improve the lifestyles of those people, but it also, in its wider distribution around the world, helps on the climate change. Now, we're not going to make that shift instantaneously. There's a lot of action moving in that direction, and now solar is cheaper than coal and nuclear or anything else, but it still takes time, because we got trillions of dollars of infrastructure out there that nobody wants to walk away from, and we're kind of used to these conveniences. We have to start changing, but that's where the university can come in and can help that transition. I think in in 2 generations, we're going to be very more involved with the development of renewables. We're going to have a majority of our electricity coming from renewables. And on a given day in California, most of their electricity comes from renewables. So we are on the way. It will take time and there will be resistance because things are changing and nobody likes change except the people who don't have anything. So I think that I always look toward renewables as being one of the key and fundamental responses that we can make to move people toward a more equitable energy future.
Thank you for that. So I think we should, in deference to Zoom overload that people have, pause here. And so I'm going to offer a few thanks. I want to just recognize Dr. Pascoletti for his leading role in keeping energy system discussions vital in the field of geography during periods when it wasn't as sexy as it is now, frankly. And that expertise has translated into important work, not only in service to his discipline, but as he described, in service to communities and states and nations around the world. And we're incredibly grateful to your leadership in that space. For the students of the future, my own high school daughter who is really interested in this kind of thing, I think this book is a tremendous gift. And so we're thankful for that as well. And we'll thank the viewers for tuning in to this discussion and encourage you. I think you'll find Dr. Pascoletti to be a very accessible and engaging person. If you wish to follow up with him as you read the book, I certainly invite you to reach out to him at Arizona State University. And we'll thank the organizers at the American Geographical Society for featuring this important text in this year's conference. So we'll end there and thank everyone. And thank you most of all, Dr. Pascoletti.
Thank you, Julie. I've really appreciated it, and I've enjoyed this opportunity to express some of these, I think, optimistic perspectives.
Thank you, Mike and Julia. Mike, congratulations on your new book. And now we're going to have a very short conversation with Dr. Audrey Kobayashi. Dr. Kobayashi was awarded the Charles P. Daly Medal yesterday. She is being interviewed today by Mr. Eddie Pickle from Maxar Technologies and also an AGS counselor. Eddie?
Hello, my name is Eddie Pickle, and I'm a counselor with the American Geographical Society, and I am here today to talk to Dr. Audrey Kobayashi, who is the recipient of the Charles P. Daly Medal from the American Geographical Society. The Daly Medal is awarded for distinguished geographic services. It was first awarded in 1902 to explorer Robert E. Peary. And the impressive list of Daly recipients includes scholars and practitioners who have shaped geographical discourse and understanding through their storied careers. Dr. Audrey Kobayashi is the professor of geography and research chair at Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario. And she's been recognized for her foundational contributions to understanding the intersectionality of gender, race, class, and national identity in the processes of human differentiation and how such differentiation produces a range of landscapes. As an editor and author, she's been an extraordinary contributor to the human geographical literature. And in addition, there's a strong public policy component to her work, focusing on the legal and legislative frameworks that enable social change, especially in Canada. Dr. Kobayashi earned her PhD from UCLA in 1983, studying Japanese immigration to Canada. And her long-standing interest in the Japanese experience continues with her current work. I could go on and on, but there's much about Dr. Kobayashi in our materials. Audrey, it's so great to talk to you today.
It's wonderful.
In giving the medal, you know, the theme of this year's Geography 2050 is exploring inequality and its spatial, structural, and environmental dimensions. Can you tell us a little bit about how your work has intersected with this theme?
Well, I would say that my work has three strands. The first is theoretical. I've been studying spatiality since way back, and especially under the rigorous theoretical training that I received at UCLA when you and I were both graduate students there.
Yeah.
The second is methodological, and I, starting again at that time, spent a lot of time studying methods of historical geography, went to Japan for 2 years of field work, and thought I knew everything I could about the process of Japanese emigration and the process of community formation. That's what I was concerned about. But we can always look back and see times when there's a kind of a turning point. And in the 1980s, shortly after I started my first job at McGill, I was asked if I would be on the committee that negotiated a redress settlement for Japanese Canadians who, like Japanese Americans, were uprooted, dispossessed, and interned during the 1940s. So I did that, and I realized that those skills that I had learned as a student had a practical and even ethical application in the real world and in my community. So this experience, of course, brought me much closer to my community. And ever since, I've paid a lot of attention to questions of human rights and social justice, and also community organizing, because I think that those things cannot ever be achieved without activism. So with those three strands, I've carried on ever since, and it's always been very important for me to do participatory and collaborative research, and that continues until today.
Just following up on that, you have been such a leader in the study of the conditions that affected the Japanese immigrants to Canada, and you mentioned that in your previous statements about in your work there. Do you find that could you elaborate more on how your real specific work on a particular cohort or ethnicity enables you to understand or generalize for other geographers in other areas and in other fields that might reflect on promoting equality?
Let me jump forward a little bit to the present day, because I think that will make it a little bit more obvious. So for a long time, I worked on questions of anti-racism, of course, but spreading out to other Asian communities. And I was very concerned with the uprooting that took place in the 1940s. Now, the Japanese Canadians lived in a particular part of Vancouver known as the downtown east side. And there were similar communities, neighborhoods in Seattle and San Francisco and Los Angeles. And of course, everyone was just pulled out, uprooted from those places, and the buildings were left derelict. And a lot of them were single room hotels and boarding houses. Those derelict places became what are commonly known as skid rows in all four of those cities, with some differences, more so in San Francisco and Vancouver. For the last 10 years, I've been working intensely in that part of Vancouver with the community that lives there today, the largest among whom are Indigenous people. And they live in terrible conditions. They live in SRO hotels with poor plumbing, with inadequate services of all kinds, oppressed by landlords, oppressed by a legal system, subject to opioid poisoning. The list goes on and on. And similar experiences, especially in San Francisco. Over the past year, those circumstances have come to light in ways that have affected me more than any of the social justice work that I've done in more than 40 years. The pandemic started. All of the shelters were closed. All of the food kitchens were closed. The public washrooms and even public drinking fountains were closed down. A lot of people were left on the street. Opioid poisoning, which we'd been working very hard to bring down and had done so, started to skyrocket. And, but we had a whole team in place in that neighborhood who were working to achieve social justice, to improve housing conditions, to improve services. And those people were now out on the street distributing food, distributing water, distributing cell phones. We got a grant for cell phones so that a couple of hundred people could stay in touch because they didn't have computers or newspapers or cell phones. Wow. And I won't go into any more detail because there are lots of details, but at this time of crisis, the need for addressing questions of social justice and equity has really come to the fore. And I found that geographers are very well placed to do something.
Fantastic. Actually, that leads me to directly to the next question. You know, Geography 2050 has always had a strong attendance by teachers of geography in secondary schools and in the collegiate level. What would you recommend to help them as they teach the use of geographic analysis and geospatial tools with regard to addressing these issues and creating a more equitable world?
There is so much. If I could boil down what I think needs to happen over the next 3 decades, the single most important word would be education. And I don't mean just formal education in schools, in universities, but also public education. And I have been frankly appalled at the low level of education, for example, about the pandemic in recent weeks, at the ways in which the media and politicians can just tell lies and be believed by too many people. I think we're all very, very disturbed about that situation. So of course, all educators need to address those issues, but geographers do so on the ground. You know, they draw maps. A simple map can often say a great deal about what's going on in the world. And of course, interpreting the map is important. And they can teach about places. They can take their students to places. Of course, that's hard right now during the pandemic, but normally we take students out on field trips and we take them to communities and we get them to meet people, and that kind of education that geographers do probably better than any other discipline is really, really important. And we can just do the research that is relevant, that has public policy implications, that shows the importance of spatiality as a human condition. I define spatiality as the form of relationship among human beings. I think that that's really important. We can address all of those issues with students who just get very excited to know that they are learning about the real world. And I think that's what we need to do. It's what we've always done, but wow, we really need to renew our efforts right now.
It makes me think a lot about the, you know, one of the things that attracted me to the American Geographical Society, and you of course have the experience of, you understand us Americans, but you've got the Canadian and Japanese experience as well. But you know, the AGS is kind of unique here in the US in the convening academic, business, and government people to collaborate. And you know, it seems like you're touching on some of the ways that perhaps could you speak as an academic geographer on ways to build rapport and make political action happen, or make business leaders more aware of their communities and act? Is there anything you would advise us in that regard?
Oh, that's so important. Let me give you again an example from my recent work in the downtown east side of Vancouver. We've just achieved a major milestone where the city has agreed to buy up over 100 properties, renovate them, and keep them at affordable rents, increasing the amenities that people don't even have now. How did that happen? It didn't happen just because the media wrote about it, although they did. It didn't happen just because academics wrote reports and published them, which they did. But I think most of all, it happened because tenants with whom we're working in a group called the SRO Collaborative work together with academics, with the media, with sympathetic politicians, informing, learning how to make presentations. Tenants who had never seen PowerPoint are using PowerPoint to get their ideas across. They're using art projects, poetry projects, a whole bunch of creative ways of reaching out to the world. And I think that those things alone are not going to solve public policy issues, but in order to change public policy, the policy makers need to be reached. You need to get to them in their hearts, and you need to inform them in their minds. Not that I believe in that split, but and the way to do that, I think, is to have everybody involved. Storytelling is so important, and it's not just silly. It's actually the way in which we start to understand human conditions. And again, geographers can do that. And throw in some maps, throw in some PowerPoint, and policymakers can be convinced.
Are there other, other pressing phenomena? I mean, you're really talking about, housing, is such a basic need there in terms of equality. But are there other pressing challenges that geographers could help address that maybe we haven't touched on?
Oh my gosh, yes. Racism, which has always been the core of my work. Black Lives Matter, and geography can say a great deal about how Black Lives Matter, and many geographers are doing so. I have personally been involved in issues around anti-Asian hate that has surfaced. It's always been there. It's been there since the middle of the 19th century. It's often been ignored, even denigrated, but it's been there, and anti-Asian hate has risen to violence. I know so many hundreds of people of Asian background who are afraid to go out on the street because they've experienced violence or taunts or told to go back to their country when they're already in their country, and that sort of thing. So that's a big one right now. But the conditions of Indigenous people in both Canada and the United States, they're different because we have different histories of colonization, but they share a great deal in common. And geographers can understand not only the social conditions under which Indigenous people live, they can understand the influence of the past, the particular places, and right now in Canada, residential schools is a huge one. We are uncovering hundreds and hundreds of remains. Most of the people that I work with in Vancouver are Indigenous, and their stories are both about the present and the present conditions, but they're also about the past and their relationship to the land, which is fundamentally geographical. And we have to bring those things together, I think. In fact, all of those things have to be brought together in hopes that there will be more recognition of the extent to which racism and colonialism still affect our societies.
Yeah, it's just so interesting to hear that. When you and I were at UCLA in the 70s, you could just walk down the street in West Los Angeles and you would meet someone who had been interned or, was in Manzanar or whatever. And sometimes I think in society, we consign racism to the past, to that event that at that time, and you're bringing up all the ways. Obviously, it's just slapping us in the face these days, and that geography can play such a critical role in that. It's so funny to think about Geography 2050. You and I met over 40 years ago, and in 2050 is less than 30 years away.
Yes.
What changes would you other changes would you think of, or would like to say, that large or small, that could help move our society in 2050 towards a more equitable future?
I think we need to keep on doing our research. Climate change is another one, of course, that's absolutely huge and people disbelieve it. I think doing a lot of research and throwing it into international journals is what we're supposed to do. But that alone is not going to influence either the public or the politicians. Maybe the media, some of them to some extent. But we have to work harder on ways of getting geography out, just providing a means for people to think geographically, because I find with students and with members of the public, if you can influence people to think geographically, their worldview changes. And they're much more willing to address these issues that, oh gosh, some days I'm so depressed over things that are going on in the world. And then other days I think, okay, well, let's get to it and keep being geographers, because that's the only way that we as geographers can make our small contribution.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that, Audrey. I think we're about at up on time here. And in any case, that we don't have enough time this month to really thank you and to chronicle your contributions to the field of geography, to our discourse here in the United States and in Canada and really globally, for your academic, social work. All I can say is just thank you so much and congratulations on the Daily Medal. It is just the least that we can do to recognize your contribution to the field of geography, Audrey Kobayashi. Professor Audrey Kobayashi, the winner of the Charles P. Daly Medal. Everyone, thank you all. Thank you, Audrey.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie, and congratulations, Dr. Kobayashi. And now, to end our symposium, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Dr. Amy Glassmeyer, our symposium chair. She has some final thoughts on what's been a very, very important and interesting week. Amy?
Hello again. This is Amy Glassmeyer. The last time you saw me was at the very beginning of our event. For all of us, I would like to thank all of you for attending our 1 week long exploration of achieving greater equality by 2050. This theme has been a remarkable experience for all of us who have been a part of it. It's been a team experience that has allowed us, a group of us, to become better friends and also to be passionate believers in the work that each one of us do. The week has been filled with amazing conversations touching the four corners of the earth and the boundaries of our nation. We have heard about how cities are making themselves more inclusive. And that's a tough thing to be able to do because America's urban geography is essentially segregated, and it has been that way for almost 80 years. And so listening to the talks and recognizing that it's going to take work in order to bring our cities to a point of greater inclusivity was a fascinating exploration of the kinds of investments that will be needed in the future to make everyone have access to opportunity, safe housing, water, and other resources. We also had some fascinating book talks that focused on housing, data, and how data can be used to understand questions of equality more effectively. We heard about rights to the city, that is, who belongs and how do they belong, and how do we enable everyone to belong and feel more accommodated in the communities that they're from. We also heard about a book that asks the question of who owns the wind and also who owns the streets. And the books really point out the fact that there's all these hidden sources of inequality, that as we become knowledgeable about them, we also have the opportunity to make adjustments in them. Our keynotes were incredibly powerful conversations about everything from commitments on the part of America's largest corporations to diversify their workforces and by creating pathways to education, to training, and to jobs with occupational mobility. We also heard about the use of remote sensing and technology to help decision makers protect the environment. And that's particularly of interest in light of the fact that we are not only dealing with questions of equality, but we're also dealing with questions of climate change. And so that kind of technology is really critical in us solving the problems of such things as burning the forests in the Amazon. We experienced a truly memorable discussion presented by Reverend William Barber, who is one of America's leading religious leaders focusing on those who have been left behind and those who need us to push for greater equity. We heard from a panel of African-American economists who urged us to talk about higher education and to increase higher education access, to recognize the need for reparations if we are ever really going to make adjustments in the distribution of wealth and prosperity. We also heard from the economists the importance of college students needing to engage in issues related to inequality, to sort of get their nose out of their cell phone and start listening to some of the conversations that are taking place in the world today and understand their role in helping to change the consequences that we currently face. And then finally, the conversations that occurred around climate change and sea level rise really bring home the fact that the problems of inequality cannot be solved by one nation alone, cannot be solved by one government alone, cannot be solved by one technology alone. It really will require the integration of all of those things and more for us to truly make a dent on the world's greatest pressing issue, which is growing inequality on a worldwide basis. If you've been watching throughout the week, you no doubt know that the many challenges that we have identified are ones that you as members of society can take up and to begin to participate in trying to remediate them. We can all work harder on advocating policies to preserve the environment. We can all work on policies and where we work and ensure that people are making living wages. We can all work on issues that allow individuals to have access to the resources they need to thrive. So thank you for watching our event. It's been an amazing 2 years, and we have had tremendous discussions amongst ourselves. And we really want to thank our staff for all the hard work that they undertook during what is probably the most difficult time the nation has faced, maybe since the Second World War. So despite COVID, we've had thousands of people tune in and watch our event. We wish to thank you and have safe and healthy holidays.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you for your dedication to Geography 2050, this important multi-year strategic dialogue. Your work in bringing this year's symposium to life, Geography 2050 toward a more equitable future, has been instrumental to our success. I'd also like to thank our program committee, including Mr. Kenan Fikri, Ms. Andrea D'Amato, Dr. Robin Lachenko, Dr. Dee Jordan, Dr. Joe Wood, AGS President Dr. Marie Price, and AGS CEO Dr. John Konarski. Each one of our program committee members have played an important role in shaping this year's symposium, recruiting the talented thinkers, policymakers, and innovators that you've heard from this week. I am in all of your debt. I would like to thank our longtime partners, Columbia Earth Institute, the Fund for the City of New York, the Open Geospatial Consortium, and the U.S. Geospatial Intelligence Foundation for their support in making Geography 2050 a success. I would like to thank our sponsors. Again, without their financial support, there is no way we would have been able to produce this important conversation and the content that you now can share with your friends, neighbors, colleagues, your students, and fellow teachers off into the future. by name, I would like to thank ESRI, the Economic Innovation Group, the American Association of Geographers, National Geographic, Black Cape, and Alliance Bernstein. And now over to my colleague, Dr. Marie Price.
Thanks, Chris, and thanks so much for your leadership. And thank everyone who put in so much time and effort to make this such an exciting and inspiring event. I know you probably all have your favorite talks, heard new ideas, discovered new organizations, and learned about new approaches toward building a more equitable future. Remember, the talks will be stored in our video vault for you to return to and share from the Geography 2050 website, as Chris mentioned. To our AP Geography teachers, I hope you enjoyed this year's symposium. We certainly hope to be back in person next year with you in New York City. I also want to remind you about the AP Geography workshop tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. See you there. AGS is fortunate to have our group of corporate angels. These are companies that directly support our teachers and geographic education program with a $2,000 annual gift. The companies listed on the slide have been champions of our efforts, and we are so grateful to them. We invite other companies who think spatially, work with geospatial data, and care about the future of geography and our planet to join our ranks and become an AGS corporate angel. Lastly, I want to acknowledge the technical talents of Adam Simmons and Project Geospatial. This is the second year that Adam has led our virtual symposium technology. We couldn't do it without you, Adam, and we look forward to working with you on future projects. And now back to Chris Tucker, who will share a final farewell and introduce next year's symposium topic. Take it away, Chris.
Thanks, Marie. But first, if you enjoyed this Geography 2050 program, please consider donating. While this event was free to you and your colleagues and your students and your fellow teachers, it actually required a considerable amount of resources to make all of this happen. Your financial support would be greatly appreciated. And last, next year's theme. Save the date for November 14th through 18th of 2022, where our focus will be on food. How will we feed our future global population? What will food security look like? What about food deserts, food and climate change, the sustainability of food and global supply chains, the impact of indoor farming, meatless meats, the enormous number of equity issues surrounding the topic of food. The horizons on this issue are vast, and the future is coming fast. We invite all of you to reach out to us with your ideas and for you to help shape next year's program. Thanks again for participating in this year's symposium, and we look forward to seeing you a year from now. Until next year, be safe and well. Thank you.